Audiobook title, Modern Weapon Cheats Travel Through a Fantasy World, translation, 01-34. Volume 01 Chapter 01. Prologue. I, Haruto Kuramoto, was living through my usual high school routine. Good morning. Oh, look who's here. Hey, that guy showed up. Ugh, there's the otaku. Gross. Yep, this was my everyday life. Why was it like this, you ask? Well, I have two otaku tendencies. One for military stuff and another for anime. These hobbies make me a target for the popular kids, who find them repulsive, leading to teasing, gossip, and being ostracized. Then, recently, they decided to pick a fight with me because I told them to stop mocking me. They didn't like that and tried to get physical, but since I learned combat and firearms handling from my mentor in the Thai Navy Special Forces, I ended up turning the tables on them. That guy's reading light novels again in the morning. Total otaku. Seriously, wouldn't the world be better off if he just disappeared? Sigh. I get that sentiment. They're saying this loud enough for me to hear. They haven't dared to touch me since I handed them their backsides. But are they not embarrassed saying this stuff out loud? Isn't this what they call sour grapes? And everyone around is saying the same things. How far are they? Huh. Good day, Mr. Kuramoto. It's curious to see you here. Would you kindly disappear? You're quite the eyesore. There she goes. Masumi Inos, the spoiled rich girl. Born into a famous wealthy family, she's failed the entrance exams for prestigious schools twice and ended up here. Rumor has it, she's been disowned by her parents. Can I simplify this for you? What do you want? Let me say one thing to this clueless rich girl. Why don't you transfer to one of those fancy schools after summer break? Well, whether you get in or not depends on you, of course. Gritting her teeth with a scowl, she shoots daggers at me. Seriously, this girl has a short fuse, I thought, utterly exasperated. You know, high school is a place where you come by choice, so it's up to me whether I go or not. This isn't even your company, so who are you to tell me to quit? If you keep this up, you'll end up dissed in some magazine again. Do you even realize what you're doing? If you do, then I've got nothing more to say than you're an idiot. Yeah, the other day I exposed all the scandals this guy has been causing at this school to the newspaper. Not just facts, but scandals. And he's still unrepentant. Unbelievable. And you? Despite your parents' warning that they'll disown you if you cause trouble again, why are you still trying to stir up problems? Are you stupid or what? What? Yeah, that's right. Thanks to you, I got kicked out of my house and now I'm living alone. My parents were like, why can't you be more like your siblings? We trusted you. And then my dad was like, maybe I spoiled you too much. That's why you turned out like this. Get your own place until you graduate from high school. It's just too much how badly my parents are treating me. Actually, this guy's parents were decent people. After that scandal, they came to my house along with my siblings to apologize properly. But this guy, without a hint of remorse, just turned away and left, saying, I haven't done anything wrong, and stormed out alone. Sigh. Why are you sighing like that? Oh, I was just thinking about how much your parents must be struggling. Huh? What are you talking about? Just as I was about to explain it to this guy, the bell for homeroom rang. Ugh. I'm still in the middle of reading the light novel I bought yesterday. Well, whatever. I'll read it during break or something. Get to your seats and take attendance. Daigo Motohisa is completely useless as a homeroom teacher to me. Why? Because he knows bullying is happening in the class he's responsible for and does nothing about it. Yes, he knows and silently condones it, thinking it's okay to ignore unless he's personally affected. He's a scumbag who thinks like that. Everyone take your seats. Now. Huh? What the? When the teacher exclaimed in surprise, I looked up to see a strange image like a large circle with countless characters written inside it, projected onto the ceiling. Projection mapping? No way. There's no way such clear projection mapping would show up in the brightness of the classroom. Then could it be? What is this? What on earth? Could this be a transference to another world? It's happening. Huh? Damn it. The door won't open. Suddenly, magic circles were drawn on the ceiling. What? No way. Seriously? Am I really being transferred to another world with these guys? No way, no way, no way. I'd rather go alone than be summoned to another world with these guys. Frankly, just reading about otherworld transferences in light novels is enough. Since the door and windows don't seem like they're going to open, I guess I'll try clinging to the edge of the blackboard to avoid being transferred to another world. Or rather, can I even avoid it? Hey, don't push me. Just open it already. Weren't you listening when I said the door won't open earlier? I'll open it, so back off. I'm going to become a hero. I'm going to save the world and create a dream harem. There's one person standing out, but let's not worry about them. Wait, is that kid similar to them? As this was going on, the light intensified, and just when I couldn't keep my eyes open anymore, I lost consciousness. Where am I? You're in the heavenly realm, where the gods live. The boy in front of me spoke, startling me with his suddenness. He's probably a god. I guess he'll just give me powers and be done with it. Oh no. I resisted, and yet I'm being transferred to another world with these guys. That's right. I'd like to ask you to become a hero and save the world, but your situation is a bit different. What do you mean? Aren't you reading my mind? Because you're a god? It seems like you don't realize your current state. My current state? Come to think of it, I feel light. And I have this floating sensation. Could it be a fever? No, that's not it. You see, you're dead. What are you talking about? I'm alive and... I tried placing my hand on my chest, but I didn't feel anything. Actually, I don't even feel like I'm moving my arms. You finally noticed. Yes, you died from a failed transfer. No way. Volume 01, Chapter 02. Very well then. Let us first establish the command center and defensive positions before embarking on reconnaissance of the surrounding area, Kazuya proposed. Understood, replied Chitos. Kazuya proceeded to manipulate the menu screen, initiating the summoning of necessary facilities and equipment. Firstly, he summoned a sturdy concrete structure to serve as the command center along with communication facilities. Surrounding it, he erected thick walls made of steel and concrete, barbed wire fences, trenches, bunkers, watchtowers, fortifications, and even artillery positions. Having constructed a formidable defensive perimeter, he proceeded to establish artillery emplacements. Excellent. Now we require defensive weaponry, he remarked. For defensive armament, Kazuya summoned a range of weaponry, including the Browning M2 heavy machine gun, officially adopted by the U.S. military in 1933 and still in production and deployment worldwide due to its reliability and effectiveness. Additionally, he summoned M20-75mm recoilless rifles, Type 98 mortars, PM-38 120mm mortars, M4A3 Calliope, a variant of the M4 Sherman tank fitted with multiple rocket launchers, 10 units each, as well as 5 units each of BM-13 Katyusha rocket launchers, M115 203mm howitzers, and Type 96 150mm howitzers. Furthermore, various other weapons were summoned and positioned accordingly. With the defensive perimeter now established, it is time to commence reconnaissance of the surrounding area, Kazuya declared. All members of the 1st Platoon, assemble, he commanded. Gathering alongside the rear support engineering units responsible for weapon installation and final touches, Kazuya summoned the members of the platoon. Promptly, the soldiers of the platoon assembled with synchronized footsteps. Confirming the assembly of all personnel, Kazuya commenced briefing the platoon on their mission. I shall now explain the reconnaissance mission. According to the map, our current location is within the territory of the Canary Kingdom, in an area known as the Forest of No Return, which appears to be a nest of monsters. Despite the abundance of monsters, it is an ideal location for us to establish a base, our outpost. Assuming no issues arise, we shall establish a forward operating base here. Consequently, I task each platoon with the creation of 12 squads, each consisting of 10 soldiers, to conduct reconnaissance from our current position to a distance of 5 kilometers in the 12 cardinal directions from 1 o'clock to 12 o'clock. However, as the eastern direction is met by the sea after 3 kilometers, squads heading east need only proceed to the coastline. Furthermore, should any human or man-made objects be discovered during reconnaissance, report immediately and await further instructions. In case of emergency, act according to individual judgment. Understood, echoed the platoon in unison. Remaining soldiers, I entrust you with maintaining perimeter security and my personal protection. Regardless of whether you participate in reconnaissance, additional weapons and necessary equipment will be provided to the 1st platoon. Additionally, each reconnaissance squad should be accompanied by rear support medical personnel. That will be all, Kazuya concluded. Understood, chorused the soldiers, saluting and acknowledging their orders. Having received their orders, the platoon soldiers saluted and responded in unison. Now then, I must summon additional weapons since I neglected to set up the soldiers' armaments, Kazuya realized. Relying solely on the STG-44 would leave us lacking in firepower. MG-42 for machine guns, Type 99 sniper rifles for sharpshooters, and Panzerfaust for auxiliary weapons should suffice. With these, we should be adequately equipped to handle most situations, he assessed. Kanzuya arranged for weapons and rear support personnel to be assigned to the 12 reconnaissance squads, while ensuring the artillery units were prepared to provide support fire at any time. Subsequently, the squad set out on their reconnaissance mission across the surrounding area. Phew, now I can finally take a breather, Kanzuya exhaled. Is everything all right, Master? Chitose inquired as she noticed Kanzuya relaxing. Come to think of it, Chitose referred to me as Master. It seems rather unusual, Kanzuya contemplated. Kanzuya, who had never been addressed as Master before, suggested to Chitose a change in addressing him. Hey, could you perhaps address me differently than Master? No, Master is Master. You are the absolute Master who can command us, therefore, the manner of address cannot be altered. Furthermore, you may address me simply as Chitose. There is no need for formality, she replied. I see, then from now on, I'll refer to you as Chitose. Kanzuya acquiesced, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by Chitose's insistence on the term Master. However, to claim the title of the one and only absolute Master, Chitose's words seemed rather possessive, almost reminiscent of a Yandere character. I wonder if I can view Chitose's status or something like that, Kanzuya pondered as he casually checked the menu screen. Name, Chitose Katayama, Level 1, Equipment, Helmet, Gloves, M43 Field Uniform, Backpack, Military Boots, Primary Armament, STG-44, 30 rounds of 7.92 by 33 mm ammunition, 6 box-shaped curved magazines. Secondary Armament, Walther P-38, 8 rounds of 9 mm parabellum ammunition, 2 8-round magazines. Auxiliary Equipment, Type 24 Grenade X2. Personality, Fanaticism, Obsession, Devotion, Dependency. This is bad. My vice-captain's personality is concerning. Wiping cold sweat, Kanzuya slowly tore his gaze away from the menu screen to look at Chitose. There stood Chitose, resembling a Yamato Nadeshiko, with glossy black hair cascading down to her hips, elegantly donning the military uniform with a slender figure. However, despite her troubling personality, she's incredibly beautiful. Unaware of the meaning behind Kanzuya's gaze, Chitose, wearing a gentle smile, tilted her head slightly with a question mark hovering over her head. Seeing Chitose's smile, Kanzuya couldn't help but feel a flutter in his heart, but he resolved not to get involved with her due to her personality. And so, for a while, Kanzuya engaged in conversation with the soldiers who remained behind, not participating in reconnaissance, deepening their bonds. As Kanzuya whiled away the time, reports gradually trickled in from various reconnaissance squads. Command, this is Squad 6 reporting. Reached the sea. No signs of humans or creatures. Concluding reconnaissance in the area. Requesting return. Command acknowledged. Return to base. Following a slight delay after Squad SIX's report, reports came in from Squad 4 to Squad 8, all indicating their return after reaching the sea. Subsequently, while waiting for reports from other squads, a report came in from Squad 9. Squad 9 calling command for response. Command here. We've discovered a fortress-like structure approximately 3 kilometers from base. Requesting instructions. Command acknowledged. Dispatch Squad 10 to your location. Begin exploration upon Squad 10's arrival. Squad 9 acknowledges. We'll explore target upon Squad 10's arrival. As soon as the communication with Squad 9 was cut off, the communication officer immediately relayed orders to Squad 10. Command, Squad 10 responding. Squad 10, proceed to rendezvous with Squad 9 and conduct exploration of the discovered structure. Understood. Squad 10 will rendezvous with Squad 9 and explore the structure. Just as the communication officer finished communicating with Squad 10 and released the radio from his grasp, kaboom! An ear-splitting explosion reverberated through the vicinity, startling birds in the forest, causing them to take flight en masse. What's happening? We don't know. Currently investigating. The sudden explosion stirred commotion within the command post. At that moment, soldiers who were on perimeter watch burst into the command post. Captain, black smoke sighted in the west. Breathless, the soldier who rolled into the command post exclaimed loudly. Understood. What's the status of reports from squads in the western sector? Understood. Currently, Squad 11 and 12, who are conducting reconnaissance in that area, are rushing to the location of the black smoke. Glaring at the communication device, the communication officer finished contacting the squads in the western sector and turned back to report to Kanzuya. Understood. Chitose. Yes, what is it? Just to be safe, assemble a fully armed squad and send them to support the squad heading towards the explosion site. Roger that. I'll immediately organize the unit and send them out. Upon receiving the order, Chito saluted and dashed outside. Shortly after, a communication came in from Squad 12. Captain, we have a communication from Squad 12. Understood. Kazuya received the radio from the communications soldier and responded to the communication from the Squad 12 leader. This is Nagato. Report the situation. Here's Squad 12. We rushed to the explosion site and found two men, one in his late teens with blonde hair and another in his 30s with black hair, engaged in combat. Currently, we're monitoring the two subjects along with Squad 11, which has converged with us, awaiting instructions. They're probably in a situation similar to mine, but they're in combat. What should I do about our allies? They won't easily become allies, I suppose. They'll most likely come to kill us for rewards and abilities. Even if it's not for the rewards, can't trust strangers. Should I eliminate them while they're unaware of our presence? Let's eliminate the potential threats early on and take the rewards while at it. Cold-hearted but rational, Kazuya issued the order to Squad 12 to terminate the targets. At present, identify the two men under surveillance as enemies and eliminate them. A fully armed squad has been dispatched as reinforcements. Ensure their termination without revealing our presence. Dispose of the bodies after termination and return. The operation is entrusted to you. If the mission fails for any reason, abort the mission promptly and return. That is all. Squad 12, Roger. We'll begin action as soon as the reinforcements arrive. Reporting. The fight between the two targets seems to have concluded with the victory of the man with black hair. The targets are currently on the move. We'll begin pursuit. Understood. After concluding communication with Squad 12, Kazuya switched the radio frequency to an open channel and issued orders to the other squads. This is Nagato. Squads currently on reconnaissance duty are to return to headquarters immediately. Roger. Having issued orders to each squad via radio, Kazuya now had nothing to do but await reports. Volume 01, Chapter 03 and 04. Squad Leader Sergeant Balza Eric, commanding the 12th Squad on reconnaissance duty, concluded his communication with Kazuya. After returning the radio to the signalman, he relayed orders to the soldiers waiting around him. Just now, we received direct orders from the commanding officer. The man currently under surveillance and pursuit is deemed hostile as of now. We are to eliminate him. Additionally, a fully armed platoon is en route from headquarters as reinforcements. Once they join us and assume position, we'll commence the operation. As Sergeant Eric conveyed orders to his soldiers, one among them raised a hand. Sergeant, how are we going to execute the operation? Well, hold on. I'll explain that now. But mind you, this mission comes directly from the Commander-in-Chief. There's no room for failure. Besides, that man possesses some form of ability. Therefore, we'll implement a two-stage operation for added caution. Sergeant Eric paused briefly before continuing, scanning his subordinates before speaking again. First, snipers from our squad and the reinforcing platoon will launch a preemptive strike with long-range sniper fire. Ideally, we'll eliminate the target with this attack. However, in case of failure, snipers will provide suppressive fire to detain the target. During that window, we'll close in, concentrating our firepower along with the platoons to eliminate the target. But if even that fails, we'll deem our weapons ineffective and request artillery support from headquarters, using the cover of the support barrage to withdraw. Any further questions? If not, let's move. Signalman, relay the operation to the reinforcing platoon, designated as the first platoon. Also, we'll temporarily refer to ourselves as the second platoon. Having concluded, Sergeant Eric began to move towards his subordinates who were tracking the target to rendezvous with them. Where's the target? He's over there. Ah, I see. This is the first platoon. We've reached the attack position. As Sergeant Eric moved with his subordinates to avoid alerting the target, a report came in from the first platoon reinforcements, indicating readiness. Let's begin the operation. The snipers from the second platoon will fire first, followed by the first platoon. If unsuccessful, proceed with the operation as planned. As Sergeant Eric issued instructions via radio to his surrounding subordinates and the distant first platoon, the sniper beside him, while loading the initial bullet into his Type 99 sniper rifle, cracked a jest. Don't worry, Sergeant. There's nothing to fret about. At this distance, with my skill and the Type 99 sniper rifle, I won't miss. Good. If you're that confident, make sure to take him down. Addressing the sniper who was aiming through his scope, the sniper grinned ferociously, replying with a quiet but spirited, understood. A minute after the response, the Type 99 sniper rifle next to Sergeant Eric belched fire, marking the commencement of their first combat engagement. The initial shot hit the right shoulder, but subsequent shots were all deflected. The first stage operation has failed. As the observer, the sniper's comrade, exclaimed. The soldiers, upon hearing this, burst out of hiding spots in the grass and ditches, sprinting with all their might to close the distance. Go! Chargee! Wawa! As the soldiers surged forward, the sniper's curses could be heard from behind. Damn it! That bastard noticed the bullet right before it hit, preventing a fatal wound, and he even deflected the remaining shots with his left hand. Whilst the snipers were pinning down their target, Sergeant Eric's second platoon advanced to within approximately 200 meters of the man and commenced firing from prone positions upon the ground. The thunderous discharge of STG-44S and MG-42S filled the air, showering the man with a hail of bullets. Yet, with deft maneuvering and clever use of trees as shields, the man evaded the bullets and leapt into a nearby depression. Keep firing. Don't let him raise his head. Around the depression where the man had leapt, bullets rained down incessantly, causing wood fragments and earth to erupt violently. In particular, the Browning M1919A2 heavy machine gun brought by the 1st Platoon pounded the ground fiercely, while the Type 97 automatic cannon and the 20mm and 14.5mm rounds from the Semenov PDRS 1941 gouged out chunks of earth, denying the man any opportunity to lift his head. Damn it! Are they all tripping over each other? Where are they? Whether intending to retaliate or not, the man occasionally took advantage of the gaps in gunfire to thrust out his hand and unleash bursts of fireballs or invisible slicing gusts with what appeared to be a staff. However, in his panic from the sudden ambush, most of his strikes landed far off target. Damn it! Is he some kind of wizard or what? Terrifying. Listening to the voices of his frightened subordinates, Sergeant Eric pulled an empty magazine from his depleted STG-44. As he slammed in an additional magazine, he pondered, damn, he does have some kind of ability. This won't do as it is. In order to swiftly end the situation, Sergeant Eric ordered his subordinates to use the Panzerfaust auxiliary weapons. You lot, use the Panzerfausts. Get ready. Also, signal the communications soldier to inform the 1st Platoon to prepare the Type 89 grenade dischargers. First, we'll attack with the Type 89s to flush out the enemy and then aim for them with the Panzerfausts, blowing them away. Upon hearing Sergeant Eric's command, the soldiers of the 2nd Platoon grabbed the Panzerfausts they had been carrying on their backs. Meanwhile, having received the radio transmission, the 1st Platoon began preparing the Type 89 grenade dischargers. Drop dead. Die already, you magic freak. While preparations were underway, to prevent the enemy from getting closer amidst the dwindling gunfire, both the 1st and 2nd Platoons relentlessly fired their STG-44S, MG-42S, M1919A2 heavy machine guns, Type 97 automatic cannons, and Semenov PDRS 1941 rifles. Then, upon receiving word that the preparations for launch were complete from the 1st Platoon, Sergeant Eric issued his final command with certainty. 1st Platoon, commence firing. With his command, the booming sound of the Type 89 grenade dischargers echoed, followed by several seconds of silence. The Type 89 shells landed around the depression. Unable to resist, the man emerged from the depression. Without missing a beat, Sergeant Eric shouted, "Fire!" The soldiers, eagerly awaiting Sergeant Eric's command, promptly fired the Panzerfausts without delay. The area where the man stood was struck by shells, engulfed in explosive smoke, and as the smoke cleared, revealing the spot where the man had been, it was now nothing but barren ground. Did we kill him? Sergeant Eric wondered, dispatching 2 nearby soldiers to verify the target status. You bloody! As the 2 soldiers cautiously approached the area where the man had been, suddenly, his right arm was blown off, his clothes torn. Resembling tattered rags, blood streaming from various wounds all over his body, the man emerged. Ugh! 2 soldiers were completely caught off guard. One was kicked by a man, while the other collided and fell with a soldier who came flying. Before Sergeant Eric and his comrades could quickly raise their guns, the man swiftly approached the 2 to deliver a fatal blow. A small hole was punctured in the man's head, followed immediately by the discharge of a Type 99 sniper rifle from behind Sergeant Eric. As if to ensure the job was done, 20mm shells from a Type 97 automatic cannon and a 14.5 by 114mm bullet from a Semenov PDRS 1941 also flew in. When the large caliber bullets hit the man's abdomen and chest, his body was torn apart as if by a monster, scattering in all directions. The man, with an expression of disbelief on his face, flew away, leaving only his upper body, which made a squelching sound as it fell to the ground about a meter away. And as his upper body hit the ground, his lower body fell to the ground simultaneously. We did it? Having witnessed this, Sergeant Eric turned around and saw one of his snipers raising a fist into the air with a smile. Impressive. They did it. After confirming once again that the man was completely dead, Sergeant Eric relaxed his shoulders. Then, joining forces with the members of the first squad, he disposed of the man's body and reported the successful elimination of the target to headquarters before heading back. Mission accomplished. Let's head back. Volume 01, Chapter 04. Whilst awaiting the return of the soldiers from the first and second squads who had completed their mission, Kazuya decided to verify the rewards and abilities he had gained from killing Tripper. Rewards: mental fortification, strong; physical fortification, strong; common language proficiency, moderate luck. Only one additional reward. Not much of an increase, but the pilfered abilities make up for it. Abilities: complete healing ability, capable of healing any illness or injury as long as the individual is not deceased. This effect does not apply to oneself. Endurance: stamina increases to tenfold its current capacity. The above abilities are commendable, but the latter one, well, better to have it than not, I suppose. Moreover, what is written within the parentheses under endurance? I cannot decipher it. As Kazuya pondered over the rewards and abilities he had acquired, the soldiers returning from their mission arrived. The first and second squads have returned. Good work, everyone. Take a well-deserved rest. After instructing the returned soldiers to rest adequately, Kazuya selected soldiers who hadn't been on reconnaissance duty to form a squad, and decided to visit the fortress discovered by the ninth squad. Now then, I shall go inspect the fortress. Eh? What about me? Master, Chitose, you shall remain at headquarters to oversee command. Just to be safe, ensure the stockpile of various ammunitions is increased. If anything happens, I'll rely on your support. But, Master, please take me along as well. Am I no longer needed for you? Master's aid? Chitose exclaimed, her aura turning unsettled as she approached Kazuya with eyes devoid of light. That wasn't my intention at all. She suddenly became Yandere-like. And no, that's not what I meant at all. It's just that there's no one else but you whom I can entrust this place to. Is that so? Master wouldn't abandon me, right? Relieved by Kazuya's words, Chitose smiled faintly. All right, then I'll leave the headquarters in your hands. Yes, please leave the headquarters to me. Chitose replied with a salute and a smile to Kazuya's words. Honestly, I was surprised by her sudden Yandere transformation. Although inwardly apprehensive of Chitose's abrupt change, Kazuya didn't hear the words she murmured under her breath. If I were abandoned by Master, I wonder what would happen. Hee hee. Chitose's words, tinged with intensity and seriousness, dissolved into the air without reaching anyone's ears, disappearing into the void. Very well, first squad, prepare for deployment. Understood. Affirmative. Roger that. Upon issuing the command to the squad, who were already prepared and awaiting, Kazuya set off towards the fortress. It feels rather like a picnic, doesn't it? A welcoming committee, perhaps? We have been expecting you, Commander. The fortress is this way. Departing from the headquarters situated within the defensive perimeter, Kazuya traversed through the forest for a while until two soldiers from the ninth squad joined them, guiding their way. Following the guide, they suddenly emerged from the forest into a clearing, revealing a fortress as reported at the center of the meadow, standing quietly. Well, this does indeed appear to be a fortress. It seems sturdy enough with its weathered yet formidable outer walls and a rather grand gate. The fortress, constructed from stone and wood, turned out to be more extensive and solid than Kazuya had anticipated. However, it seemed to have been neglected for quite some time, as vines entwined around it, almost engulfing the fortress in foliage. Now, I shall summon the squad leader. The guiding soldier said as he dashed ahead towards the interior of the fortress. But why isn't this fortress marked on the map? Is it because it's been abandoned? Why is there a fortress here, and furthermore, why isn't it on the map? As Kazuya pondered these matters, the squad leader hurried towards them. My apologies for the delay. The exploration and securing of the fortress have been completed. Would you like to inspect the interior? Yes, let us confirm, just to be thorough. Please follow me. Following the squad leader's guidance, Kazuya entered the interior of the fortress. There's nothing here. The interior of the fortress consisted only of several dilapidated buildings. There was nothing else to be found. Selecting the sturdiest-looking building, Kanzuya entered and instructed the communications specialist to set up equipment for continuous communication with headquarters. Simultaneously, he ordered the squad to thoroughly search the fortress for hidden doors or passages, as well as any other details. After about an hour of thorough investigation by the squad, Kanzuya received the report from Lieutenant Ibuki, who served as the squad leader. Firstly, the fortress we're in is located approximately 3 kilometers away from headquarters. Additionally, the size of the fortress is approximately 250 meters both horizontally and vertically, and the only entrance and exit are through the main gate in the front. No hidden passages or doors were found. I see. It seems there shouldn't be any significant issues. Yes. I've also toured the fortress myself, and apart from the aging of the outer walls and buildings due to prolonged neglect, there don't seem to be any notable problems. As Kanzuya exchanged words with Lieutenant Ibuki, he suddenly glanced outside. He noticed that the sun was setting, indicating that dusk was approaching. Oh dear, have we spent too much time exploring the fortress? Looking out of the building's window at the sky, which was gradually darkening into the evening, Kanzuya thought as much. Well, there's no urgent business to attend to, and it might be unsafe to return in the night when monsters are likely to be more active. Prioritizing safety, Kanzuya decided to spend the night at this fortress before returning. He then instructed the communications specialist to relay this decision to headquarters and called for the squad to assemble. Due to the approaching dusk, we have decided to spend the night at this fortress before returning. As a precaution, avoid solitary movements and ensure that there are at least 2 people together at all times. Furthermore, organize rotations for rest and vigilance. We'll be leaving here early tomorrow morning, so prepare for that. Finally, distribute night combat equipment and transceivers to everyone. Summoning various weapons, equipment, tents, and canopies, Kanzuya decided it was time to rest after setting them up in the fortress. Today has been quite taxing with everything happening at once, he thought wearily. I should inform Lieutenant Ibuki and take a rest beforehand. Feeling the weight of exhaustion, Kanzuya conveyed his need for rest to Lieutenant Ibuki and retired for the night. However, just as Kanzuya began to drift into sleep, he was abruptly awakened by Lieutenant Ibuki. Ugh. What is it, Lieutenant Ibuki? It's still early morning. Is there an issue? Kanzuya inquired, rubbing his eyes and battling the drowsiness. I apologize for disturbing your rest. The sentry watching outside the fortress reported seeing movement in the forest. Lieutenant Ibuki explained. What? Why didn't you inform me sooner? Kanzuya swiftly donned his gear and weapons, then hurried out of the building towards the reported location. Over here, the sentry whispered as Kanzuya reached the western rampart where the report had originated. What's going on? Kanzuya asked in a hushed tone. There's something moving in that direction. Within the forest, the subordinate replied. Upon hearing this, Kanzuya donned his night vision goggles and peered into the western woods. I can indeed see some movement, though it's unclear, he murmured to himself, struggling to discern the identity of the moving object due to the distance. Lieutenant Ibuki, prepare for combat, Kanzuya ordered. Understood. I'll deploy the troops accordingly, she acknowledged. What about reporting to headquarters? Reports have already been made. They're preparing artillery support within 10 minutes as a precaution, she informed. They work swiftly. Well done, Lieutenant Ibuki, Kanzuya commended. I'm honored by your praise, she replied humbly. After concluding their exchange, Kanzuya used the transceiver to issue orders to his 80 subordinates, consisting of 1 platoon plus 2 squads stationed at the fortress. All personnel, assume combat positions. Summon materials to close the main gate. And remember, no firing until further orders. That is all. Understood. 5 minutes after Kanzuya's orders were issued, the entire force had assumed combat positions, and the main gate closure was reported complete. Consequently, Kanzuya decided to launch illumination flares to investigate the identity of the moving objects in the forest. Fire. Simultaneously with the command, Type 10 signal pistols were employed, and a total of 8 illumination flares, 2 in each cardinal direction, were launched into the pitch-black night sky. The floating flares emitted dazzling light, illuminating the surroundings. Oh dear. This is not good, Kanzuya remarked as his gaze fell upon the countless demonic creatures emerging from the forest, encircling the fortress. How many are there? We encountered no demons during daytime reconnaissance. Where are they coming from? He pondered aloud. I cannot say, but the current situation appears dire, Lieutenant Ibuki remarked. Even as Kanzuya and Lieutenant Ibuki discussed, the numbers of demonic creatures continued to multiply without relent. The kobolds, goblins, orcs, and trolls are present, remarked Kazuya as the monsters drew nearer to the fortress, armed with crude clubs, rusty swords, and tattered armor riddled with holes. Even if we were to attempt an escape now, we're already surrounded, sighed one of the soldiers. Yes, there's no path to survival except through the annihilation of our enemies, replied another. Despite such resolve, our forces numbered only 80, a company of 60 plus 2 platoons of 20 each. Our armament comprised a mere 8 M2 heavy machine guns, 10 Type 2 120mm mortars, 10 Type 89 grenade dischargers, and about 5 Type 97 automatic cannons, along with what ammunition we carried and had provisionally set aside. Even with the prospect of artillery support, could we truly eradicate these myriad monsters? And even if we were to request reinforcements, it would be impossible to receive them before dawn. Wait a moment, the battle hasn't yet begun. So could we summon weapons now? As Kazuya pondered this, he accessed the menu screen to attempt summoning weapons, only to find an unexpected sight displayed before him. God's Trial, Phase 1. Survive the onslaught of monsters. Total enemies, 17,829. So, this is the reason for the massive gathering of monsters. And summoning has become impossible. Damn it. Whether it's intentionally orchestrating a bloodbath with the trippers or presenting this absurd trial of the gods, this can't possibly be an apology for accidental killings in another world. Could it be that we're merely pastime for the gods? Little did Kazuya know that his fleeting thought was indeed the correct answer. Sigh. Lieutenant Ibuki, how many hours until dawn? Approximately 2 hours, sir. I see. Communications officer. Request artillery support and reinforcements from headquarters. Yes, sir. Understood. Following Kazuya's orders, the communications officer by his side commenced radio communication with headquarters. At that moment, as if awaiting Kazuya and his comrades' readiness, the communication with headquarters concluded just as the monsters collectively unleashed a roar and began advancing towards the fortress. They're here. To all personnel, we must survive at all costs. Understood. With the thunderous clamor of approaching footsteps, Kazuya aimed his ST-44 at the leading goblin, issuing commands to his soldiers via the transceiver, and pulled the trigger. Thus began the nightmare-like siege for Kazuya and his companions. Volume 01, Chapter 05. A shell whistled through the night sky, slicing through the darkness before landing with a thunderous impact. Dozens of demons were blown away by the explosion, instantly swept aside. The demons, scattered like dead leaves, breathed their last amidst the splatter of flesh and blood. Communications officer. Contact headquarters. Concentrate artillery fire at bearing 270. Range 3,200 for howitzers and cannons. Inform the rocket artillery to barrage the vicinity of the fortress. Roger. Transmitting from 1st Platoon to headquarters. Howitzers and cannons, bearing 270. Range 3,200. Concentrate fire. Rockets to shell the perimeter of the fortress. Repeating. Howitzers and cannons, bearing 270. Range 3,200. Concentrate fire. Rockets to shell the perimeter of the fortress. Despite the passage of considerable time since the onset of combat, the onslaught of demons showed no signs of abating. Kazuya and his comrades desperately continued to mow down the demons amidst a hail of bullets. Damn it. It feels like no matter how many we kill, their numbers never decrease. Kazuya, now manning the M2 heavy machine gun atop the main gate, indiscriminately sprayed bullets, blossoming grotesque red flowers amidst the demons. Captain, incoming from the right. Understood. Take this. Demons struck by the highly potent 12.7mm rounds, just one hit enough to inflict fatal wounds, were reduced to unrecognizable masses of flesh. Don't despair. Look, we're bombarding them heavily. We'll manage somehow. As demons relentlessly poured in with overwhelming numbers, one soldier encouraged another who had succumbed to fear. Many of the demons besieging the fortress were either blown away by the bombardment from M4A3 Sherman Calliopes, BM-13 Katyushas, M115 203mm howitzers, and Type 96 150mm cannons, or were gunned down by the overwhelming firepower of STG-44S, MG-42S, Type 99 sniper rifles, Panzerfausts, Type 89 50mm mortars, Type 97 automatic cannons, and M2 heavy machine guns unleashed from the fortress. None managed to reach the fortress before meeting their demise. Hey, why has the intensity of the shelling decreased? Noticing the diminishing number of shells landing around the fortress, Kazuya loudly queried the communications officer firing STG 44s beside him. At present, M4A3 Sherman Calliopes and BM-13 Katyushas are reloading rocket rounds. M115 203mm howitzers and Type 96 150mm cannons are slowing down their rate of fire due to overheating. Damn, nothing we can do about it. Until the reload is complete, we'll have to manage with Type 2 120mm mortars and Type 89 50mm mortars. But both were low on ammunition, and conserving it was futile as it would soon run out. Listening to the communication officer's report, Kazuya pondered. A bookie. How many hours until sunrise? Approximately 1 hour. Lieutenant Ibuki, who was sniping at a large troll using a Type 97 automatic cannon beside Kazuya, answered loudly. Still another hour. How can we hold out? While Kazuya contemplated a course of action, the waning support shelling caused the demons to surge forward, pressing towards the fortress. At that moment, a soldier cried out in anguish. Damn it! Out of ammo. Someone, anyone, give me bullets. Damn, the ammunition is running low at this crucial juncture. With the support shelling waning and their own ammunition dwindling, Kazuya and his comrades were dealt a double blow. How many more demons are there? With that thought, Kazuya opened the menu screen. Trial of the Gods, First Trial, survive the onslaught of demons. Total enemies, 2354. Despite having killed a considerable number, there were still so many left. I'm out of bullets. Me too. Same here. While Kazuya observed the menu screen, soldiers began running out of ammunition one after another. Damn it, take this. Prepare, throw. With no bullets left, the soldiers resorted to using Walther P-38s and Type 24 stick grenades to kill the demons. At that moment, a soldier located away from Kazuya screamed in panic. Troll approaching. Turning towards the direction from where the soldier's voice came, Kazuya saw a troll, wielding a large club as a shield, advancing towards the fortress with thunderous footsteps. Damn it, this is the last one. Deciding to use the last remaining Panzerfaust against the troll, who deflected sporadic gunfire with its club, Kazuya sprinted towards the nearest defensive wall, aiming the last Panzerfaust he had and fired. With a whooshing sound, the projectile flew straight towards the troll, and upon impact with its club, the troll's head exploded into smithereens along with the club. The troll, having lost its head in the explosion, collapsed, crushing the kobolds and goblins underfoot. Excellent. It seemed as though the crisis had passed with the defeat of the last troll, but the situation was not as benign as it appeared. Due to a shortage of ammunition, the thinning barrage allowed the monsters besieging the fortress to begin breaking down the gate. The gate won't hold much longer. All personnel, redistribute remaining ammunition. As Kazuya watched the gradually deteriorating gate, he commanded immediately, prompting the soldiers to move and begin redistributing the dwindling ammunition. Redistribution complete. Good. All available weapons ready. Assemble in front of the main gate. Kazuya issued orders to the soldiers via radio and hurried to the front of the main gate, descending from the battlements. Everyone's here. When Kazuya arrived at the front gate, all the soldiers who had been fighting elsewhere had already gathered. Their faces were blackened with gunpowder, but their eyes gleamed like beasts amidst the darkness. We're going to engage in close combat from here on. This is it. We must survive at all costs. Understood. Kazuya and the others positioned themselves in front of the gate, waiting for the monsters to charge in, with the M2 heavy machine gun that still had ammunition. The gate was already partially destroyed, and the ugly faces of goblins and orcs outside could be glimpsed here and there. Draw your swords, everyone. At Kazuya's command, everyone attached bayonets to their rifles, the STG-44. At the same time, the morning sun shone into the fortress, and as if in response to that signal, the grand artillery barrage, signaled by the sunrise, resumed with the completion of reloading the rocket artillery. All right, Chitos and the others should be here soon. If we hold out until then, we win. As Kazuya swelled with hope, the sound of the gate breaking grew louder, and finally, the gate was breached. The monsters, with deafening cries, poured into the fortress, but the first thing to greet them was the barrage of the M2 heavy machine gun. Hello and goodbye. The 12.7mm bullets pierced through the bodies of the leading monsters, shredding them one after another. But even that lasted only for a few tens of seconds, as the ammunition of the M2 heavy machine gun finally ran out. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10, 0. Out of ammo. Just as the count of remaining ammunition of the soldier firing the M2 heavy machine gun reached 0, Kazuya issued the charge order. Everyone charge. At the command, everyone brandished their STD-44s with bayonets attached and ran forward, initiating a bloody melee combat within the fortress. The number of monsters had decreased to about 200 due to the artillery bombardment just before they entered the fortress. But inside the fortress, fierce close combat unfolded everywhere, echoing with shouts of anger and screams, painting a picture of slaughter. One soldier, having lost his STD-44, battered a kobold's head with a shovel, while another soldier, mounting a stubborn goblin that refused to die, repeatedly stabbed its heart with his bayonet. They're behind us. What? Oh, thank you. Amidst all this chaos, Kazuya also wielded his Walther P-38, shooting at any disadvantageous situations and assisting the struggling soldiers. However, just as he ran out of bullets with his Walther P-38 and was about to pull out a spare magazine from his waist with his left hand, completely defenseless, a goblin leaped at him with a rusty knife. This is bad. I'm going to be killed. Just as the goblin's knife was about to pierce Kazuya, bullets suddenly flew in from the side, turning the goblin into a sieve. Startled, Kazuya looked towards the direction from which the bullets came, and there was Chitose, who must have been running at full speed, panting heavily, aiming at STG-44. Smoke wafted lazily from the barrel of the gun. Thank goodness. Chitose and the others made it in time. The reinforcements arrived just in the nick of time. Afterwards, under the leadership of Chitose and her squad, every single monster was eradicated. Phew. I can't stand anymore. Seeing Chitose, the tension within Kazuya suddenly snapped, and he slumped to the ground. Chitose ran over, checking him over for injuries while asking if he was okay. Master, are you all right? Are you injured? My body is fine. More importantly, I am grateful, Chio. No, protecting you is my raison d'etre. With these words, Kazuya extended a hand, gently smiling at Chio, and rose to his feet, deciding to undertake the post-battle cleanup. This is quite the mess. The area surrounding the fortress after the battle resembled a scorched earth, with the once verdant grassland now churned and overturned by artillery fire. Both inside and outside the fortress lay piles of demon corpses, permeating the air with the stench of burnt flesh and gunpowder. Master, I'll delegate the cleanup here to the reinforcements I brought. Let's return to headquarters for now. We must tend to the wounded soldiers as well. Indeed. Incorporating Chio's advice, Kazuya entrusted the disposal of corpses and other debris around the fortress to a squad of reinforcements, while he and his comrades who had fought until now returned to headquarters. Upon their return, Kazuya ordered the soldiers who had accompanied them back from the fortress to rest for 2 days before dismissing them. However, he himself had no time to rest, immediately receiving and reviewing casualty reports from Chio. We have 35 lightly wounded and 10 severely wounded, none as a result of my healing, thankfully. 5 fatalities, remarkably few considering the intensity of the battle. But losing soldiers, losing subordinates, it's the worst feeling. Yes. As Kazuya and Chio gazed at the body bags being transported to the field hospital, Chio responded softly to his murmured words. Now then, before resting, I should at least replenish the ammunition. Master, you must be tired from the unfamiliar combat. Please rest for now. Attempting to restock depleted ammunition and weapons before resting, Kazuya was interrupted by Chio's anxious suggestion to take a break. No, perhaps it's the aftermath of the first battle, but I'm too restless to sleep. However, understood. Please make sure to rest once replenishments are complete. Very well. Acknowledging Chio's words with a nod, Kazuya began silently replenishing ammunition and weapons. Meanwhile, Chio, who had been watching Kazuya's figure worriedly from a distance, suddenly smiled as if struck by a good idea. She called over other female officers nearby and whispered to them in hushed tones. Hey, you lot. Yes, what is it? Listen for a moment. Whisper, whisper. That's a brilliant idea. The female officers were momentarily surprised upon hearing Chio's suggestion, but soon, like Chio, they grinned knowingly. If Kazuya had seen the confident smiles of Chio and the female officers at that moment, perhaps he could have avoided what was to come. Maybe. Where's Chio gone off to? Having finished the replenishment work and feeling somewhat calmer, Kazuya returned to his quarters at headquarters, intending to rest. But before that, he sought out Chio to delegate his command authority while he slept. Oh, there you are. Hey, Chio. Spotting Chio conversing earnestly with female officers in a secluded spot, Kazuya approached loudly. Wah. Master? Is something the matter? Startled by the sudden address, Chitose and the female officers twitched their spines. What's going on? You're too jumpy, Kazuya remarked, noting Chitose and the others' inexplicable agitation upon being addressed. No, I was thinking of asking for a favor regarding my rest time, Kazuya continued, steering the conversation to the main topic. Oh, I see. Please take your time to rest. While the master is resting, no one is allowed to approach. One of the officers responded. All right then, I'll leave it to you, Kazuya casually replied, leaving for the bedroom in his quarters at the command center. However, behind him, haha, no matter what happens, no one will be allowed to come near. Absolutely, Chitose chuckled softly. Kazuya didn't notice Chitose's laughter. HM? Someone entered? Lying on the bed in his bedroom, Kazuya realized someone had entered the room. Was there another problem? Kazuya tried to get up from the bed but found his body inexplicably immobilized. What? Surprised by this, Kazuya opened his eyes to find himself bound by ropes. And surrounding the bed were 5 female officers, including Chitose and Lieutenant Ibuki. What's the situation? Although relieved to see Chitose, Ibuki, and the other female officers, Kazuya couldn't understand why he was tied up, so he asked Chitose. C.A. Chitose? Why am I tied up? Well, you see, Master. That is, since the Master seemed to be in a rather elevated mood, we thought we'd help him calm down by using our bodies. Huh. In simpler terms, the young Master seems to be in a lot of discomfort, so we thought we'd assist with that. Chitose stated the pretext while maintaining an air of nonchalance, but their faces were tinged with desire. I'll pass. No, Master doesn't need to hold back. Please feel free to indulge in us as you please. No, wait. We'll do our best to please the Master. Saying so with a seductive smile, Chitose and the others approached the bed where Kazuya lay. Wait. Calm down. Listen to me. We'll listen to your story later. For now, let's follow our instincts. As Chitose and the others slowly undressed, revealing one garment after another, Kazuya realized that reasoning with them was futile. Desperate, he called out to the other soldiers. Someone, help me. This translation has been refined and elevated for a more sophisticated narrative while maintaining clarity and precision in conveying RPG elements and mechanics. Volume 01, Chapter 05. Chitose and the female officers were suddenly addressed, causing them to startle with a noticeable shiver down their spines. What's the matter? You seem overly startled, remarked Kazuya, observing Chitose and the others' unexplained agitation upon being addressed. No, I was thinking of entrusting matters to you while I take a break, Kazuya continued, smoothly transitioning to the main topic. I see. Please take your time to rest. No one is to approach while the Master is resting, responded one of the officers. Very well, I entrust it to you, Kazuya replied casually, heading towards the bedroom in his quarters within the command center. However, behind him, regardless of what may occur, no one shall be permitted to approach. Under any circumstance, Chitose chuckled softly. Kazuya remained oblivious to Chitose's amusement. Has someone entered? While lying on the bed in his private quarters, Kazuya became aware of someone entering the room. Was there yet another issue? Kazuya attempted to rise from the bed, only to find his body inexplicably immobile. What? Startled by this revelation, Kazuya opened his eyes to find himself bound by ropes, and encircling the bed stood 5 female officers, including Chitose and Lieutenant Ibuki. What is the meaning of this situation? Though initially reassured by the presence of Chitose, Ibuki, and the other female officers, Kazuya couldn't comprehend why he was restrained, prompting him to query Chitose. C.A. Chitose? Why am I bound? Well, you see, Master. That would be? Since the Master appeared to be in an elevated mood, we deemed it fitting to assist in alleviating his heightened spirits by offering ourselves. Pardon? In simpler terms, the young Master seems to be in considerable distress, and we thought it prudent to aid in relieving it. While Chitose presented this pretext with a veneer of nonchalance, their countenances betrayed a deeper desire. I must decline. No, Master need not hold back. Please feel free to indulge in us as you see fit. No, wait. We shall endeavor to bring pleasure to the Master to the best of our abilities. With these words and a tantalizing smile, Chitose and her cohorts approached the bed where Kazuya lay. Hold on. Please, calm yourselves. Listen to me. We shall attend to your narrative in due course. For now, let us yield to our primal instincts. As Chitose and the others slowly disrobed, each garment revealing more of their allure. Kazuya realized that reasoning with them would prove futile. Desperate, he called out for assistance from his fellow soldiers. "Someone, please aid me." "It's futile, master. As I've said, during your rest period, no one is to approach." Upon hearing Chitosa's words, copious amounts of sweat began to stream from Kazuya's forehead. However, Chitose and the others paid no heed to Kazuya's state. As if indicating their inability to endure any longer, they all climbed onto the bed simultaneously. "Well then, please enjoy us to your heart's content." Ennu. As Kazuya was grasped by his nightclothes, he emitted a scream akin to that of a young girl. Subsequently, from a chamber within the headquarters, sounds of panting and cries for help resonated hollowly. Volume 01 Chapter 06 Volume 01 completed. Amidst the preparations of attire by Chitose and the female officers, Kazuya convened a meeting to determine the future course of action. "Now, shall we gather our thoughts and proceed despite the minor setbacks?" "Indeed, master." Chitose, refrain from presuming to read one's mind. "I assure you, master, I understand your every thought." Ever since the attack, Chitose's Yandere tendencies seemed to intensify. "Well, let it pass. Come to think of it, has my level increased?" To confirm if his abilities had indeed ascended, Kazuya accessed the menu screen. Trial of the Divine. First trial cleared. Congratulations. Your level has risen to 19. Restrictions on abilities have been alleviated. Summonable units and formation. Infantry, 1,000. 1 battalion, artillery, 200, vehicles, 450, aircraft, 250, warships, 50. Personnel required to operate artillery, vehicles, aircraft, warships, etc. will be summoned alongside these weapons. Support personnel, engineers, maintenance crew, communication specialists, supply personnel, medical corps, are not included in infantry and can be summoned separately. Currently, support personnel summonable is limited to division size. There are no restrictions on summoning heavy firearms and small arms that can be operated by 2 to 3 infantry. My level has surged. Well, it's only natural after slaying so many monsters. Now, with the capability to reinforce our forces, it's time to establish a proper base. Wait a moment. This forest lies near the border between the Canary Kingdom and the Elza's Magic Empire. It would be wiser to establish the main base elsewhere. Hey, Chitose. If it's about the base. Seriously, can she read minds? Kazuya harbored apprehensions towards Chitose's mind-reading abilities. Subsequently, after consultation with Chitose and the others, Kazuya decided to construct a vast base, the prospective headquarters, on an uninhabited island roughly the size of Sato Island, situated 400 kilometers away from their current location, floating in the sea. Now, shall we begin settlement or fortification? Upon summoning a destroyer and reaching the uninhabited island, Kazuya commenced the development and fortification using his abilities to their fullest. With a speed akin to exclaiming cheat code, he progressed swiftly with the settlement and fortification. As Kazuya traversed the uninhabited island, military facilities such as naval ports, airfields, command centers, artillery positions, anti-aircraft emplacements, radar sites, trenches, anti-aircraft gun turrets, and underground silos for V-2 missiles emerged, summoned, and strategically placed. Moreover, Kazuya ensured the establishment of various infrastructures and recreational facilities for the soldiers besides military installations. Furthermore, beneath the island's surface, shelters, storage facilities for various supplies, and production facilities for weapons and ammunition were constructed. Thus, he could manufacture weapons and ammunition without solely relying on his abilities. It is completed. Well done, master. Thus, what would typically require vast amounts of time, funds, and manpower for the construction of a headquarters concluded in the blink of an eye. All right, shall we rebuild that defensive fortification on the mainland? Yes, that seems prudent. After the completion of the headquarters, Kazuya initiated the expansion of the initial defensive fortifications to establish an outpost. Let's make this a scaled-down version of the headquarters. It would be more convenient in many aspects. Yes, that would prevent unnecessary attention from the Empire and the Kingdom. Although the outpost boasted facilities and equipment similar to the headquarters, it was camouflaged to appear as merely a part of the forest, prepared to fend off any potential threats from above. By the way, despite having established 2 bases so far, due to the restrictions on his abilities, Kazuya couldn't summon more soldiers or weapons beyond the current levels. Thus, the defensive forces in both bases were insufficient, with only 500 troops each, along with 10,000 support personnel, despite the scale of the bases. Moreover, The shortage of weapons led to the constant operation of the production facilities. This situation is somewhat precarious. Yes, while we are currently not facing any hostile forces, in the event of an attack, the inadequate defensive forces might lead to individual units being overwhelmed. Engaged in such conversations, Kazuya pondered over the severe shortage of troops and weapons. Indeed, both soldiers and weapons are insufficient. Furthermore, since I prioritized land-based weaponry for the outpost, the main defensive force at the headquarters is primarily naval. Now, what should I do? Kazuya grappled with the grave shortage of troops and weapons. 2 weeks later, under the command of Kazuya, the uninhabited island, fortified in just 1 day, served as a base where summoned soldiers and generals busied themselves. Incredible. Truly incredible. Amidst this, aboard the flagship battleship Yamato, Kazuya, en route to adjust the surrounding islands, continued to express his admiration. Master, please try to compose yourself a bit. Sorry, Chitose. Even if you say that, for a military otaku like me, riding on this ship was an impossible dream come true. I understand your feelings. However, there are also the gazes of the soldiers to consider. Chitose said, looking troubled, as she watched Kazuya explore every nook and cranny of the Yamato, behaving like an innocent child. Despite her words, there was no hint of anger or annoyance on Chitose's face. Instead, it was filled with affection. After wiping away the drool that threatened to spill behind Kazuya, Chitose, with a sloppy smile, considered such matters. Is something the matter? No, it's nothing. Master, shall we return to the bridge now? As Kazuya turned back, feeling a chill akin to foreboding, Chitose wiped away her smile, urging him back to the bridge as if nothing had happened. Right. I've seen almost all of the ship. Let's head back. After exploring the ship for quite some time, Kazuya obediently followed Chitose's words and headed towards the Yamato's main bridge. Welcome back, Your Excellency. How was your exploration of the Yamato's interior? Colonel Ariga, the captain of the Yamato, welcomed Kazuya as he returned to the navigation bridge, the starting point for exploring the ship. It was absolutely fantastic. That's the only word for it. Haha, that's good to hear. Colonel Ariga's stern face broke into a broad smile at Kazuya's response, which even included a thumbs up. Not only the design of the ship itself, but I was also fascinated by those 3 triple 46-centimeter guns and the engine room, where the Rogo boiler produced 153,553 horsepower, and the noise of the 4 sets of 4-shaft turbines. The anti-aircraft guns and machine guns lined up on the deck also excited me. There were countless other highlights that are beyond words. Oh, by the way, how much longer until we reach our destination? It'll be about 30 minutes. Just as Kazuya was about to launch into a discussion, nearly revealing his military otaku tendencies, Colonel Ariga, glancing at his watch, responded, 30 minutes, huh? Then I suppose I'll go up to the combat bridge and quietly watch the other ships. Though Kazuya had planned to explore the ship again if there was time, upon hearing that they had 30 minutes left until their destination, he decided to behave quietly on the observation deck with Chitose. They moved to the combat bridge and gazed at the fleet, deployed in a circular formation around the Yamato. It's truly spectacular. It feels like a dream to be able to witness such a sight. This sight is undoubtedly real. Furthermore, those are all ships summoned by you, Master. It's hard to believe, summoning them myself. Truly unbelievable. As the sea breeze blew, Kazuya and Chitose exchanged words while gazing at the 15 ships of various sizes floating around them. The Musashi, the second ship of the Yamato-class battleships, boasting the world's largest naval guns, with a record of surviving an estimated 20 torpedoes, 17 bombs, and over 20 near misses at the Battle of Leyte Gulf. The Nagato, a symbol of the Imperial Japanese Navy, coincidentally sharing Kazuya's surname, equipped with 41 centimeters guns from Japan, the US, and the UK, one of the prestigious Big 7 battleships. The Kuma-class light cruisers, Kitakami and Oi, transformed into heavy torpedo cruisers with 10 quadruple-mounted Type 93 oxygen torpedoes. The Atlanta-class light cruisers, Atlanta and Juno, known for being packed with anti-aircraft guns and serving as anti-aircraft cruisers in the U.S. Navy. The Shimakaze-class destroyer, Shimakaze, boasting the highest speed among the Imperial Japanese Navy destroyers. The Akazuki-class destroyers, Akazuki, Terazuki, and Suzutsuki, built unusually for anti-aircraft combat within the Imperial Japanese Navy. The Yukikaze, famously known as the Lucky Ship of the 8th Tsuneyuki-type destroyer and the 2nd Shiratsuyu-class destroyer, Shigure, celebrated during the war as Snowstorm in Kure and Shigure in Sasebo. The Fletcher-class destroyers, Fletcher, Radford, and Jenkins, the most ordered class in history, with 175 ships built between 1942 and 1944 in the U.S. Navy. No matter how many times I see them, it's just amazing. As Kazuya gazed upon the 15 ships, they sailed proudly across the vast seas of this other world. Such a sight to behold, though it may sound trivial, it was worth dying for. Wrapped in ecstasy, Kazuya murmured dreamily, "My lord." Urgent message. We have received word via signal transmission that the special duty vessels Soya, conducting maritime exploration and surveying, and Tsukushi, the survey vessel, are under attack by an unidentified large marine creature. What? Kazuya's consciousness was immediately heightened by Captain Ariga's tense voice transmitted through the speaking tube. What are your orders? It's obvious, isn't it? All hands to battle stations. Our fleet, First Fleet, is heading to the aid of Soya and Tsukushi. Understood. My lord, it's rather difficult to comprehend the situation here. Shall we return to the navigation bridge? Yes, you're right. Prompted by Chitose, Kazuya hastened to the navigation bridge to address the emergency. What's the situation? Upon Kazuya and Chitose's arrival at the navigation bridge, the captain and other bridge crew were already at their battle stations. Well, the vessels Soya and Tsukushi, stationed 50 kilometers away from our fleet, encountered an unidentified large creature unexpectedly while on their mission. They engaged in combat, successfully repelling the creature temporarily, but they are still being pursued by the unidentified creature as they aim to rendezvous with us. At present, both vessels have incurred no damage. Furthermore, according to the report received from Soya, the unidentified large creature bears a striking resemblance to a cephalopod, particularly a squid. A squid, could it be? Suddenly, the epitome of sea monsters makes its entrance. As Kazuya speculated on the enemy's identity, a quiet sense of combativeness ignited within him. Yes, the unidentified large creature attacking Soya and Tsukushi is believed among us sailors to be the legendary monster, Kraken. While Kazuya silently stoked his combativeness, Captain Ariga's words sparked turmoil within the navigation bridge. So, it is indeed the Kraken. Never did I imagine we'd have to fight such a creature. Can our weapons even penetrate a Kraken? Even if we're skilled, facing a legendary monster presents challenges, doesn't it? Silence. Amidst the unease of an unexpected encounter with an unknown foe, Chitose, filled with righteous anger, silenced the soldiers who were starting to show signs of cowardice. Are you still soldiers under your lord's command? Pathetic. So what if the enemy is a legendary monster? Whether it's a Kraken or whatever, if it dares to obstruct our lord, we eliminate it. Don't forget, our reason for existence and our value lie in serving and obeying our lord. Sorry, sir. The thunderous reprimand was so terrifying that everyone, except Kazuya and Captain Ariga, saluted Chitose respectfully. Now, my lord, if you please. Chitose, having overwritten the soldier's fear of the Kraken with even greater fear, urged Kazuya for instructions. Thank you, Chitose. Listen, everyone. Our enemy is likely the Kraken. Ideally, we'd avoid combat and let sleeping dogs lie. But alas, the Kraken has attacked not only Soya and Tsukushi, but also our comrades. We cannot overlook this. We must help our comrades at all costs, never abandon them. Regardless of criticism or failure as a commander, this is my unyielding creed. However, my strength alone is insignificant. So I implore you all, lend me your strength. With everyone's combined efforts, whether it be a monster or a Kraken, we will surely defeat it. Let's crush the bastards who dare to attack our comrades and rescue Soya and Tsukushi. Ooh-hoo. In response to Kazuya's instructions prioritizing the welfare of the soldiers, the troops surged with newfound vigor, stoking the feeble embers of their fighting spirit into a roaring blaze. Was that all right, I wonder? You were splendid, master. Though wavering, Chitose offered words of encouragement to Kazuya as he voiced his own sentiments as instructions. Please spare me the flattery, Chitose. However, I can never quite get used to these formal instructions. You'll get accustomed to it in due course. Indeed. Ah, yes. Chitose, please contact the carrier group left with a bookie at the main base and request air support. Understood. The arrangements for aerial support, including the current status report, have already been completed. When did you? Chitose, you always work so swiftly. If I may say so, Master's adjutant naturally handles such matters. In response to Kazuya's impressed words, Chitose smiled proudly. Well then, All that's left is to await our encounter with the Kraken. Yes. Having completed their preparations for battle, Kanzuya and his party hastened towards the rendezvous point with the vessels Soya and Chikushi. Incoming transmission from the reconnaissance aircraft launched. No effect from the bombing. Target remains intact. We shall now focus solely on artillery observation. As the fleet, transitioning from a circular formation to a double-column formation, sailed onwards, a report came in to the Yamato when the distance to the Soya and Chikushi, beset by the Kraken and seeking rescue, dropped below 38 kilometers. A squadron of 20 aircraft, launched by powder-powered catapults from the Yamato, Musashi, and Nagato, comprising reconnaissance and observation planes such as the Type 0 seaplane and Type 0 seaplane observation aircraft, hastily dropped bombs weighing 60 kilograms and 250 kilograms over the target area. Their aim was to separate the Kraken from the Soya and Chikushi, and if possible, inflict damage. However, the Kraken itself remained unresponsive to the bombardment, maintaining an eerie silence as it continued to swim behind the Soya and Chikushi. Sighted on radar number 22. Detected the silhouettes of Soya and Chikushi. Shortly after the harassment from the aerial squadron, the radar number 22, installed on the Yamato, picked up the signals from Soya and Chikushi, prompting a report from the radar operator. As the report came in just as they were about to enter the effective firing range of the main guns of Yamato and Musashi, it brought a sense of relief to Kanzuya and his companions. Wait, what? One of the signals disappeared? However, right after that, the dreaded scenario finally unfolded. What's wrong? Having moved from the navigation bridge to the combat command center to monitor the situation, Kanzuya addressed the bewildered radar operator. Well, you see, the signal that appeared to be Chikushi vanished in an instant. Surely not. Upon hearing the report from the radar operator, the worst-case scenario flashed through Kanzuya's mind. I report. A Chikushi has been sunk. It seems to have been dragged to the seabed by the rapidly approaching Kraken. Indeed, the worst-case scenario that crossed Kanzuya's mind became a reality through the messenger's lips. The Chikushi, conceived as the first dedicated survey vessel of the Japanese Navy, equipped and shaped akin to a coastal defense ship, envisaged for solo aggressive surveys at the front line, ultimately designed as the sole vessel purely for surveying, was torn asunder at a point 31 kilometers away from the Yamato. Its hull crushed into two by the constricting tentacles adorned with barbed claws. It, along with its crew of 128 and the 65 hydrographic department personnel aboard, totaling 193 souls, was dragged into the dark, chilling abyss of the sea. Consequently, it became the first lost vessel among those summoned by Kanzuya. We were too late. While bowed, shaking shoulders, and clenched fists betrayed Kanzuya's inner turmoil, no one present dared to address him. However, there was no time for Kanzuya to be engulfed by feelings of powerlessness and sorrow. Incoming transmission from the observation plane. The submerged Kraken has surfaced and engaged the Soya. It was because a report arrived, stating that the Kraken, which sank the Chikushi, had set its sights on the Soya as its next prey. Entangled in the demonic grip of the Kraken, the Soya deployed all its armaments, from anti-aircraft guns to rifles, mobilizing its entire crew to resist. However, such resistance, however valiant, was ultimately futile in the eyes of the Kraken. Prepare the main guns. Target, Soya. With resolve gleaming in his eyes, Kanzuya declared without hesitation, determined to avoid a repeat of the tragedy that befell the Chikushi. Master, my lord. To their astonishment, Chitose and Captain Ariga, ordered to fire upon their own allies, widened their eyes in disbelief. Why the silence? Did you not hear the command? My lord, that is. I understand it's an outrageous order, but to save the Soya, this is the only option. Moreover, I do not intend to sink the Soya with our gunfire. You do not intend to sink the Soya? In other words, you're instructing us to aim for near misses on the Soya, my lord? Understanding Kanzuya's intentions and the perplexity displayed by Captain Ariga, Chitose spoke up to provide an answer. Exactly. To dislodge the Kraken from the Soya with near misses. Acknowledging Kanzuya's intent in an instant, Chitose, with a stern expression, nodded. How? Firing the main guns of a battleship accurately over long distances is already a daunting task. Are you instructing us, my lord, to not hit the target directly but rather to land precise shots nearby? Ah, the fortune of Soya being the lure. And with your own skills, it should be achievable. Ha, ha, ha. Truly. Living up to your trust is quite the challenge. Communications officer. Smiling wryly at Captain Ariga's expression, which didn't even entertain the notion of failure, Ariga then composed himself. Yes, sir. Send a message to the Soya. We'll commence covering fire from now on. Ensure your course and speed are maintained. That is all. Understood. Instructing the communications officer to contact the Soya, Ariga adjusted his hat with renewed determination. Gunnery officer. Prepare to fire the main guns. Target, Soya. Ammunition. Type 91 armor-piercing shells. However, make sure not to hit the Soya under any circumstances. Understood. Upon receiving Kinzuya's directive, Captain Ariga issued his commands. As a result, the 94 Type 45 caliber triple-gun turrets, each weighing a staggering 2,510 tons, equivalent to a large destroyer, began to slowly rotate. Once the turret rotation was complete, Type 91 armor-piercing shells were loaded into the hoists in the turret's lower section. Raised by the pusher arms with 4 pitches, the shells were then elevated to the gun chamber. In the gun chamber, after rotating the Type 91 armor-piercing shells to the loading angle with the loading change cylinder, they were placed on the loading tray, fitted with fuses, and then transferred to the shell loading machine. As the preparations culminated, the artillery loading mechanism advanced, and a dedicated rammer appeared, thrusting the Type 91 armor-piercing shells swiftly into the gun barrel. Following the loading of the Type 91 armor-piercing shells, 6 propellant bags were extracted from the powder chamber, sent from the powder canisters, and inserted into the breech by the loading mechanism. Upon the completion of loading with the closure of the breech, the main guns of the Yamato, capable of piercing the 430mm armor situated 30,000 meters ahead, adjusted their elevation based on information from the observation aircraft. The buzzer, serving as the pre-launch signal, resonated twice. Commence simultaneous firing. Commence simultaneous firing. Following Captain Ariga's lead, the command of the gunnery officer was promptly issued, and the 46 centimeters guns of the Yamato erupted in flame. 6 rounds of 46 centimeter shells, accompanied by shock waves, billowing smoke, and resounding thunder, soared forth, aiming to rescue their comrades. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Impact now. The voice of the gunnery officer, counting down the time until the impact, echoed in the combat command center. Incoming transmission from the observation aircraft. Far, far, near, 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 near. Initial rounds bracketing. Additionally, 1 round, now a submersible shot, struck the Kraken's tentacle. The Kraken has disengaged from the Soya and submerged. Immediately after, the combat command center erupted in excitement at the report of significant results from the observation aircraft. At this distance and moreover, achieving bracketing from the initial rounds through indirect aiming. Even Kinzuya, the orchestrator of the orders, couldn't help but widen his eyes at the miraculous results, hitting the Kraken by chance from a distance of 30,000 meters with the initial long-range shot. Incoming transmission from the Shimikes. Our engines are functioning optimally. Requesting instructions. Respond to the Shimikes. Proceed ahead. Rendezvous with the Soya. Then escort the Soya while departing from this area. Understood? Roger that. As if to indicate that the battle was far from over, Kinzuya snapped back to focus upon receiving the telegram from the Shimikes. Subsequently, transmit to all vessels. Once the Kraken is reacquired, drive it towards the unmanned island at 10 o'clock. And there, finish it off. Despite being laden with fuel and ammunition, the Shimikes, known for its swift speed, raced out from the fleet at 39 knots. With that as the signal, the first fleet dissolved its formation, initiating actions to avenge their comrades. Incoming emergency transmission from the Radford. Sonar contact established, Kraken sighted. While Kinzuya's first fleet was relentlessly searching for the Kraken, which had sunk the Chikuzan and damaged the Soya before vanishing, the Fletcher-class destroyer Radford successfully detected the Kraken. Where is it? Directly ahead of the Radford, distance 3,500. 60 degrees to the right from our position, distance 12,000. Excellent, that position is just right. Deploy Fletcher and Shigear to the right flank, Yukikes and Jenkins to the left flank, and establish a semi-encircling formation. Once deployment is complete, the Radford will drive the target towards the unmanned island. Akazuki, Terazuki, Suzutsuki, Atlanta, and Juno will provide support to the encircling force. The flagship, along with the Musashi, Nagato, Kitakami, and Ui, will remain on standby at pre-designated points. While contemplating the reports from the communication staff, Kazuya issued instructions, simmering with the flames of retaliation. Understood. And so, to execute the operation formulated during the search for the Kraken, Kazuya's orders were relayed to all vessels under the First Fleet. Master, all vessels are in position. We're ready to proceed anytime. Good. Shall we then acquaint these creatures of the fantasy world with the terror of modern weaponry? Initiate the operation. Unaware of their location being exposed, the Kraken lurked beneath the sea, awaiting an opportunity to counterattack. Meanwhile, the attack of the fully prepared First Fleet finally commenced. The opening move was made by the Radford, equipped with the multi-shot, forward-launch anti-submarine weapon known as the Hedgehog. 24 projectiles, loaded onto the spigot, a rod-like launch axis within the Mk.10 launcher, were launched two at a time at intervals of 0.2 seconds. Upon hitting the water within a circular area approximately 40 meters in diameter, one of the two-stage safety devices was disengaged due to the impact, placing the projectiles in an explosive-ready state as they sank into the sea. Mistaking the sound of the splash for prey descending, the Kraken, driven by its insatiable hunger, moved from the rocky seafloor where it had hidden and extended its tentacles towards the Hedgehog projectiles. As the tentacles entwined around the projectiles, they triggered explosions in response to the impact. Startled by the explosion, the Kraken attempted to flee, but as the fuses of the projectiles were designed to activate even under the water shockwaves caused by the explosion, the remaining 23 projectiles exploded simultaneously. As a result, the Kraken bore the brunt of the anti-submarine attack conducted by the Radford. However, despite its high overall hit rate compared to conventional anti-submarine depth charges, each projectile had a lower amount of explosive per hit, resulting in negligible damage to the Kraken. Nonetheless, the low explosive yield per projectile meant there was no need to see sonar transmission or reception to protect against the shockwaves of explosions. In other words, combat could continue while utilizing sonar, allowing Kazuya and his allies to maintain a constant track on the Kraken's position. Furthermore, the Hedgehog, smaller in size compared to prior depth charges, including its launch mechanism, and capable of multiple deployments, subjected Kraken's besieging fleet to sustained assaults from three directions: left, right, and rear. Unbeknownst to them, they were gradually pushed towards the uninhabited island, becoming unwitting victims of their own demise. Excellent, it surfaced on the shore. Explosions intermittently rocked the sea, accompanied by shock waves, and columns of water erupted akin to boiling water. Kraken, seeking refuge through the only available escape route to evade incomprehensible attacks, found itself inadvertently fleeing onto the shore of the uninhabited island. Now then, it's time for a rout. Despite having forsaken their advantageous terrain and fleeing to the ground with no refuge, Kraken found itself confronted by numerous gun muzzles poised in firing positions. Sensing an unusual degree of hostility emanating from each of the myriad gun muzzles, Kraken hastily attempted to return to the sea, but it was already too late. It was the apex of maritime weaponry, meticulously developed to efficiently eliminate human adversaries, which now unleashed its fiery wrath upon the monstrous entity from another world, seeking vengeance for its fallen comrades. Continuous barrage through alternating fire from the three super dreadnought battleships, Yamato, Musashi, and Nagato, alongside a storm of artillery bombardment, incorporating the anti-aircraft armaments of each vessel. How long can you withstand it? Establishing positions off the coast of the uninhabited island, while the battleships filled in the loading downtime with sequential firing of their main guns, the remaining vessels deployed parallel to the shoreline, unleashing their entire firepower to vanquish Kraken. As the Type 3 shells unleashed from the battleships seared Kraken's skin, rendering it immobile, the main gun shells from the light cruisers and destroyers relentlessly pierced and gouged the sluggish flesh of Kraken. From the beach, shrouded in a blink of an eye by smoke and inferno, echoed incessant, agonized cries of Kraken's suffering. And as if to deliver the coup de grace, the carrier group, which had not acted in concert with the First Fleet, launched Zero fighter planes, Type 99 carrier-based dive bombers, Type 97 carrier-based attack planes, along with a host of aircraft, including Type 1 land-based attack planes, Type 2 flying boats, B-17s, and B-29s, commencing a fierce aerial bombardment. They unleashed aerial bombs with force enough to reshape the beach's topography. Master! It's fleeing into the sea. However, despite enduring such relentless onslaughts, Kraken still refused to succumb, struggling relentlessly, thrashing about as it ventured towards the ocean. Understood. Signal the Hokujo and Ui. transmit a distress signal, determined not to let the Kraken, boasting terrifying resilience, escape. Kazuya signaled the two ships he had kept in reserve. Responding instantly to the signal, the heavy torpedo cruisers Hokujo and Ui sprang into action from their concealed positions on the island, launching a barrage of Type 93 oxygen torpedoes directly at Kraken, who was about to slide into the sea. Unlike conventional torpedoes of the Second World War, the Type 93 oxygen torpedoes, with their superior speed, explosive payload, and extended range, along with their exceedingly difficult-to-spot wake, found their mark on Kraken with uncanny precision. Immediately afterward, upon detonation, the Type 93 oxygen torpedoes, each carrying approximately 780 kilograms of explosives, detonated, ripping off 4 of Kraken's tentacles and sending them soaring into the sky along with towering columns of water. As the colossal column of water, drawn by gravity, crashed down, Kraken, with 8 of its tentacles burnt and maimed, found itself exposed in a pitiful state along the shoreline. Amidst the silence that followed the thunderous barrage, only the gentle sound of waves dominated the surroundings. It seems it's about time to end this. Switch the ammunition from Type 3 shells to Type 0 standard shells. Finish it off. Despite being severely battered, Kraken still struggled, frantically attempting to escape while slowly moving its remaining tentacles. Witnessing this sight, Kazuya issued the command to deliver the coup de grace to Kraken. Commence firing sequence. Just as it was about to finalize the firing sequence, an unexpected explosion reverberated, causing slight tremors on the hull of the Yamato. Report the situation. Sir, the rear portside 8-gun group has been hit. Fire outbreak detected. A hit? What do you mean? We've spotted what appears to be smoke from gunfire at Kraken's head. And there's something on its head. It's a 45 caliber 10-year type, 12 centimeters high-angle gun. Furthermore, there are 2 twin mounts of it. What did you say? Taken aback by the shocking report from the lookout, Kazuya peered through his binoculars in a state of disbelief. Impossible. Could such a thing really happen? Master, while it may seem unbelievable, considering that the same high-angle gun was mounted on the Chikuzen that was lost. However, why would Kraken have incorporated high-angle guns into its body? 2 twin mounts of the 45 caliber 10-year type, 12 centimeters high-angle guns protruded from Kraken's colossal head like small horns. Though incredulous, considering that the same high-angle gun was mounted on the Chikuzen, which fell victim to Kraken, it seemed plausible that Kraken had assimilated the high-angle gun into its body for use. Kraken is firing again. Report. Yukikes and Tokitsukes have been hit, but there's no explosion or fire detected. Seems like duds. Damn it, it's fortunate they were duds. Even though they're small caliber shells, it's not good for destroyers to take hits. Let's end this quickly. Commence firing sequence. Commencing firing sequence. True to their reputation as lucky ships, Yukikes and Tokitsukes miraculously escaped unscathed from Kraken's bombardment, thanks to the shells being duds. However, had they not been duds, there was a possibility of significant damage to Yukikes and Tokitsukes. Therefore, Kazuya promptly issued the order to open fire. With the command to end this battle once and for all, the Yamato unleashed its final salvo of 46 centimeter shells. 9 Type 0 standard shells soared through the air. Unlike the Type 3 shells fired earlier, these Type 0 standard shells did not explode prematurely before reaching Kraken, but instead struck Kraken directly, pulverizing its head into smithereens. After the smoke cleared, all that remained was the charred wreckage of Kraken's head. It's over. Thus concluded Kazuya's first maritime battle in this parallel world. Volume 01 Chapter 06, Volume 01 completed. Volume 02 Chapter 01 and 02. Volume 02 Chapter 01 and 02. Around 20 military vehicles awaited the moment of departure with bated breath. Preparations for deployment are complete, Lieutenant Chitos. Understood. Aye then, Master. Let's go. It had been approximately 2 months since Kazuya arrived in this world. Despite overcoming various battles, Kazuya had devoted himself to tasks such as stockpiling supplies, producing weapons, expanding the base and surrounding islands, and subduing monsters lurking around the base. However, he realized that remaining holed up in the base indefinitely was futile. Thus, he decided to embark on a journey with a squad led by Lieutenant Chitos. By the way, Lieutenant Chitos, who was a major at the time of summoning, had been promoted to lieutenant due to the increase in the number of soldiers summoned to battalion size. That was the official explanation. Originally, Kazuya had intended to summon someone of lieutenant rank when expanding the battalion size without promoting Lieutenant Chitose. All right, shall we summon additional soldiers? Affirmative. As for the role of deputy officer, the role of deputy officer, Lieutenant? Master, am I being dismissed? Lieutenant Chitose, wearing a beaming smile and a terrifying aura, advanced towards Kazuya with dark eyes devoid of light. What's this? C.A. Chitose? For a moment, Kazuya didn't understand the meaning of Chitose's words, but upon seeing her dangerous smile, he realized his mistake. What's wrong, Master? Have you grown tired of me? As Chitose spoke with emotionless words, she closed the distance between her and Kazuya even more. This is bad. However, as Kazuya tried to distance himself from the menacing aura emanating from Chitose, they maintained a certain distance as he slowly stepped back. So, it's not that I'm tired of you, Chitose. I just thought I'd summon a higher-ranking person to relieve you of some of your duties since you've been handling various military affairs for me. Wall? Just as Kazuya hastily came up with an excuse and attempted to step back further, he collided with the wall of the room, losing his escape route. You needn't concern yourself with such matters. No, well, See Chitose? With Kazuya finally losing his escape route and flustering about, Chitose pressed him against the wall with her hands, enclosing him between the wall and her body. With their faces almost touching, Chitose, with her dark eyes fixed firmly on Kazuya's, spoke. If you haven't grown tired of me, then you'll allow me to continue as your deputy officer, won't you? All right, I understand. I'll promote you and let you continue as deputy officer. Feeling fear from Chitose's aura and her dilated dark pupils, Kazuya couldn't bear it any longer and gave in, whereupon Chitose's demeanor suddenly changed. In that case, it's fine. Master. Chitose's smile remained as usual, but her eyes remained dark. And thus, Chitose was promoted to lieutenant. Well then, I'll leave the base to you, Lieutenant Miller. Yes, leave it to me. In the absence of Kazuya and Chitose, Lieutenant Miller, who had been appointed acting commander of the forward operating base, was entrusted with the responsibilities, and Kazuya's group departed from the base using a secret underground passage. Departure. All vehicles move out. With the command, the engines of the vehicles roared to life, and a convoy consisting primarily of military trucks carrying soldiers and supplies, along with armed jeeps, equipped with either M20-75mm recoilless rifles or M2 heavy machine guns, armored cars, motorcycles with sidecars, totaling 18 vehicles, set off. Riding in the advancing convoy were 60 members of the elite squad selected and organized by Chitose. It's finally time. Yes. Upon reaching the end of the underground passage, a constructed elevator awaited to lift the vehicles to the surface. Emerging above ground via the elevator, Kazuya's group found themselves in a forest beside the roads maintained by the Canary Kingdom. This is the command vehicle. All personnel, heed this message. While it may go without saying, we possess only a limited understanding of this world's knowledge. Please be mindful of cultural differences and avoid conflict with the local inhabitants at all costs. Understood. Then, let us depart. With Kazuya's command, the convoy set off towards the nearest city. Master, forgive the belated inquiry, but was it appropriate to use vehicles? Considering that the primary mode of transportation in this world is carriages, we are quite conspicuous. Well, it can't be helped. Considering the weapons, ammunition, provisions for the 60-person guard we brought along, as well as other miscellaneous items, using cars is more efficient than carriages. Besides, without the limitations of our abilities, carriages would suffice. But in the event of combat with bandits or monsters, we wouldn't be able to summon additional weapons or supplies. So, it's prudent to carry a certain amount from the outset, just in case. That may be so. If anyone asks, just say they're magic items. Besides, from now on, we'll be using modern weapons. We'll stand out regardless. As Chitose expressed concern about attracting unnecessary attention, she and Kazuya discussed such matters while continuing their journey. Shortly thereafter, a voice came through the radio, prompting Chitose to swiftly pick it up. I see. Understood. Master, this is a report from a ground support B-29, a close air support aircraft. Several carriages on the road, approximately 3 kilometers ahead of our current position, are being attacked by a swarm of bugs. What shall we do? As Chitose marked the problematic location on the map with one hand holding the radio, she queried Kazuya. It doesn't sit right to leave them. Let's help. Chitose, lend me the radio. Of course. To all vehicles, listen up. You might have heard, but it seems carriages ahead of us are being attacked by a swarm of bugs. Let's assist them while leveling up. Prepare for combat, everyone. Understood. Returning the radio to Chitose, Kazuya also prepared for combat. And so, in order to rescue the group under attack by monsters, Kazuya and his companions hastened their pace. There they are. Increasing the speed of their vehicles, Kazuya's group rushed to the reported location, where knights clad in silver armor, armed with swords and spears, were fighting off monsters with carriages serving as shields to protect a luxurious carriage. While the knights held off the monsters, mages in robes cast spells from their staffs, unleashing various magical attacks to dispatch the creatures. However, more monsters continued to emerge from the forest beside the road, gradually overwhelming the knights who fought to protect the carriages. We need to act fast. Spotting their target, Kazuya immediately initiated covering fire to aid the knights protecting the carriages. Target, group of bugs to the right. Ammunition, canister shells. Commence firing. Kazuya relayed orders via radio to the two M8 armored vehicles at the front. Understood. Yes, sir. As the command was issued, the barrels of the 37mm M6 tank guns mounted on the M8 armored vehicles slowly rotated to the right. Then, loaded with canister shells as ordered, they fired at the monsters. The canister shells, upon impact, effortlessly pierced the exoskeletons of the bugs. Referred to as bugs, creatures resembling scorpions with long legs covered in short fur, with bodies akin to mantises, measuring about 2 to 3 meters in length, splattering blood and entrails around them. What? Don't stop moving. Take advantage of this opening and press on. Understood. As the knights, initially surprised and momentarily frozen by the sight of bugs being mowed down by successive waves emerging from the depths of the forest, quickly regained their composure and began battling the bugs again at their commander's shout. Be mindful of friendly fire. Understood. Kazuya, ensuring that the knights fighting in the front were not caught in the artillery barrage, employed the 37mm M6 tank guns and M2075mm recoilless guns against the bugs emerging from the forest, while soldiers disembarked from military trucks and deployed around the M8 armored vehicles to snipe at bugs surrounding the knights. Enemies approaching. Take them down. Amidst the fervor of Kazuya and his comrades' assault, a bug, intent on avenging its allies, rushed towards them with a piercing cry. However, it was swiftly met with a dense barrage of fire from M2 heavy machine guns and infantry firearms, causing it to bleed profusely from every part of its body, ultimately halting its advance. Cease fire. Cease fire. As the M8 armored vehicle concluded its third volley while continuing its march, the surrounding bugs were eradicated, leaving behind a palpable scent of blood mingled with faint traces of gunpowder in the air, emanating from the corpses scattered around. Come to think of it, encountering the denizens of this world is quite a rarity. Following the cessation of hostilities, Kazuya, pondering leisurely, nurtured expectations regarding the interaction with the inhabitants of this world. Careful not to provoke the knights observing them, he advanced the jeep cautiously. HM? Two individuals have emerged. As the jeep advanced, aiming to draw closer to the carriage, two knights stepped forward. That's close enough. Understood. Chitose, let's proceed. Yes, I'll accompany you. Halting the jeep a short distance from the two knights, Kazuya disembarked with Chitose, approaching the knights. In preparation for any unforeseen circumstances, snipers remained on standby, ready to eliminate the knights at a moment's notice. Female knights? As Kazuya drew closer to the two knights, he discerned their surprising gender. I'm grateful for your assistance. I am Captain Phyllis Gardening, commanding officer of the 2nd Royal Guard of the Canary Kingdom. And this is my adjutant, Beretta Zara. May we have the honor of knowing your name? With a stern countenance exuding a samurai-like aura, Captain Phyllis Gardening, adorned with golden hair extending down to her waist like threads of gold, was the first to speak. Meanwhile, Beretta Zara, the adjutant with distinctive characteristics such as beast ears sprouting from her head and a bushy tail swaying from her lower back, maintained silence but observed Kazuya and Chitose with keen interest. Though slightly intimidated by the gaze of these two contrasting beauties, Kazuya promptly replied after his self-introduction, feeling a hint of excitement upon encountering a beast person for the first time. However, upon hearing Kazuya's introduction, the two women exchanged glances. Parabellum? I've never heard of it. What about you, Beretta? No, it doesn't ring a bell for me either. Is that so? It's rather surprising that a party of adventurers capable of annihilating such a large horde of bugs in an instant isn't well known. But more importantly, what are those? The moving metal box and the gun that fires continuously. I've heard rumors from across the sea in the Regulus Empire about such things. Are you folks affiliated with the Regulus Empire? As Phyllis spoke, she gazed at the M8 armored vehicle and jeep with a keen interest. No, we have no affiliation with the Regulus Empire whatsoever. As Kazuya denied any connection with the Regulus Empire, a knight from the carriage hurried over and whispered something to Phyllis. What is it? Understood. Let's give it a try. After a brief exchange with the approaching knight, Phyllis turned back towards them with an apologetic expression. Lord Kazuya, it pains me to ask for a favor after receiving your help, but could you lend a hand with treating the wounded? We sustained significant casualties in the recent battle, and we're short-handed. Ah, that's a small matter. Indeed, grateful for the kindness. Upon hearing Kazuya's response, Phyllis breathed a sigh of relief and, together with Beretta, bowed deeply. Subsequently, Kazuya and his companions assisted in tending to Phyllis's subordinates. During this time, they were astounded by glimpses of Kazuya's complete healing ability, the medical supplies held by the corpsmen, and the medical techniques they possessed. For in this world, it was customary to heal illnesses and injuries with restorative magic, and the medical technology employed by Kazuya and his companions was largely underdeveloped. Remarkable. However, I have never witnessed such advanced medical techniques. Magical potions that numb pain or stitching skin together with needle and thread. Moreover, could it be that Lord Kazuya's restorative magic heals injuries faster than even the palace's exclusive magicians? Who exactly are you people? Merely adventurers. Neither more nor less. I see. Understanding that Kazuya had no intention of revealing his identity, Phyllis refrained from pressing further with her inquiries. Having completed the treatment of the wounded and the burial of the deceased, Kazuya decided it was time to bid farewell to Phyllis and her companions. Very well, the treatment of everyone is now concluded. Shall we depart soon? As Kazuya instructed his subordinates to prepare for departure, Phyllis approached him. Could you wait a moment, Lord Kazuya? What is it? There is a request for Kazuya-sama's adventurer party, Parabellum, and what might the nature of this request be? We wish to request an escort to the capital. As you can see, with our current condition, we are unlikely to safely reach the capital on our own. Phyllis gestured towards the corpses of the mounted knights and the shattered wagons, as well as the numerous injured individuals groaning in pain. Observing this scene, Kazuya also understood that they would not be able to reach the capital safely on their own. What to do? As Kazuya pondered in silence, Phyllis spoke in a somewhat hurried manner. Naturally, if you can safely deliver us to the capital, we will provide additional compensation, separate from the aid you offered earlier. I need to discuss this with my subordinates. Please wait a moment. Very well. Subsequently, after consulting with Chitose and the others, it was decided that it would be prudent to earn their gratitude by accepting Phyllis's request and escorting them to the capital. After rescuing the second Imperial Guard Knights from the swarm of bugs, Kazuya and his companions commenced their journey. However, they found themselves forced to camp as night fell when they were still 20 kilometers away from the nearest town. Kazuya, we're indebted to you for everything. Sorry? Having finished their meal and now holding a stainless steel cup filled with postprandial tea, Phyllis let out her words with a despondent air, her shadow draped over her. We're truly grateful that Kazuya and his group came to our aid. During the bug assault, Phyllis's second Imperial Guard Knights had suffered significant losses. More than half of the knights' mounts were destroyed, along with the cargo wagons used as shields to stall the bugs. Consequently, they lost all provisions stored in the wagons, including food. Furthermore, due to the time-consuming task of disposing of the bug corpses, eventually incinerated by Kazuya's group's weapons, and the loss of many mounts, the Imperial Guard Knights' movement speed had decreased. Consequently, they couldn't replenish the lost provisions due to the bug's attack before nightfall. Therefore, Phyllis was concerned about Kazuya and his group sharing some of their provisions with the second Imperial Guard Knights. And so, this led to her previous statement. Don't worry about it. We help each other in times of need. I appreciate you saying that. But it seems I owe Kazuya yet another debt. Deciding to divert the conversation to lift Phyllis's still gloomy mood, Kazuya spoke up. Anyway, did you enjoy the meal? Oh yes, I've never had that food called curry before, but it was delicious. Especially that chocolate that came after. It was addictive. I'm glad you liked it. The provisions Kazuya shared with Phyllis's group consisted of curry and chocolate. Neither Phyllis nor her group had tasted either before, and though hesitant at first, they all eagerly devoured the curry once they took the first bite. Similarly, they greatly appreciated the chocolate offered as dessert upon learning that Phyllis's second Imperial Guard Knights were composed entirely of women. However, during that exchange, there was an incident where Beretta, the vice-captain of the second Imperial Guard Knights, excitedly interrogated Kazuya, asking, "Where did you get this food?" When Kazuya evaded the question by saying it was only available to them and no one else, Beretta slumped her shoulders in disappointment. Such a pleasant scene during the mealtime led to a relaxed atmosphere after they finished eating, enveloping both Kazuya's group and Phyllis's second Imperial Guard Knights. Over time, Kazuya grew closer to Phyllis and Beretta, addressing each other by their first names within this short period. As a side note, when Phyllis and Beretta told Kazuya that it was fine to address them casually, he felt a shiver down his spine and found it odd when he glanced at Chitose, who was glaring at him darkly. Thus, while sitting around the campfire together, Kazuya decided to ask Phyllis something that had been bothering him. "By the way, Phyllis, why were you all in such a place? And who was in that carriage?" Kazuya gestured towards the only remaining carriage. "I can't go into details, but it was for a certain mission. The only thing I can tell you is that the person in that carriage is a noble figure." "I see. Well, I suppose you all have your reasons." Sensing that there might be complicated circumstances, Kazuya refrained from probing further. "Oh, by the way, why were you there, Kazuya?" "The direction you and your group came from leads only to the Returnless Forest, which has become a den of monsters within the Canaria Kingdom, right?" "Well, there were various reasons." Kazuya hesitated to disclose that they had inadvertently established a base within the Returnless Forest, which had become a nest of monsters. "Well, it's getting late. Shall we call it a night?" With a mutual understanding of each other's secrets leading to a lull in the conversation and an awkward atmosphere, Kazuya decided to abruptly end the conversation and retire for the night. "Yes, let's do that. Good night, Kazuya. Sleep well, my lord Kazuya." Having correctly discerned Kazuya's intentions, Phyllis and Beretta bid their farewells and left. "Well then, I suppose I should sleep too." "Yes, master." After Phyllis and Beretta had disappeared from sight, Kazuya and Chitose also settled down to sleep. "Ugh, I can't sleep." Although Kazuya lay down to rest, he found himself inexplicably wide awake and unable to sleep. Therefore, he decided to step out of the tent to have something to drink. "It's a bit chilly." As Kazuya emerged from the tent, he casually glanced towards the carriage and noticed a small figure quietly opening the door and slipping out, disappearing into the bushes. Who was that just now? Suspicious of the small figure, Kazuya drew his Walther P38 from its holster and decided to follow the figure. The sound of rustling grass was close. Ah, there it is. Quietly advancing a few dozen meters into the bushes, Kazuya finally spotted the figure and called out to them. "Hey, wherever you're going, you need to inform the guards. It's dangerous otherwise." Kazuya had approached, thinking they were descending from the carriage to do something, but instead, he found a young girl still wearing what seemed to be a white dress. However, Kazuya's timing was less than ideal. Squish. D-don't look. Whoa, my apologies. Ugh, I can't stop. Whether she had been holding back while in the carriage or not, the sound persisted for some time. What should I do? Kazuya wanted nothing more than to leave this place immediately. However, considering the possibility of any unforeseen circumstances and the patrols of his subordinates and the Imperial Guard Knights, he couldn't just leave her. Thus, he waited, turning his face away as he did so. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, the sound ceased. "This here." Kazuya discreetly withdrew 2 to 3 sheets of pocket tissue, avoiding eye contact with the girl, and handed them over. The crimson-faced girl silently accepted the tissues from Kazuya, rustling them as she tidied up. "You can look at me now." Following those words, Kazuya slowly turned towards the girl. There stood a beautiful maiden, her face flushed crimson. "I am sorry. I never thought it was a restroom." It's fine. It was my fault for getting off the carriage without saying anything." The girl, still blushing, spoke while glancing at Kazuya with emerald and azure eyes like jewels. "I appreciate your understanding." Subsequently, silence lingered between them for a moment. What should I say in moments like these? Amidst the continued silence, Kazuya felt himself slipping into a state of panic. However, unable to endure the prolonged quiet any longer, the girl spoke first. Do you not find me frightening?" Why would I?" "Because I'm a taboo child." "I see. Could you elaborate on that?" Seeing the distressed expression on the girl's face, Kazuya couldn't just leave her be and decided to listen to her story. So, that's the situation. After summarizing what he heard from the girl, Kazuya nonchalantly responded, is that so? Is that so? The girl seemed taken aback by Kazuya's indifferent attitude. Well, even if odd eyes are considered a symbol of impurity, it doesn't quite register for me. And persecuting a cute young lady like you doesn't sit right with me either. You're the first person to say such a thing to me. That was the first time I've ever been called cute. Upon hearing Kazuya's words, the girl blushed again, this time with a smile on her face. May I know your name? Oh, right, my apologies. I'm Kazuya Nagato. I serve as the captain of a party of adventurers called Parabellum. Nagato. Kazuya? That's a rare name. Is it? Time seems to have passed without me realizing. Shall we return to the carriage soon? Not knowing who's inside might cause a stir if the lady's maid, you, were to disappear. Having only heard that there was a noble person in the carriage, Kazuya deduced that the girl in front of him must be the noble lady's maid, as mentioned by Phyllis. Huh? I am? The girl was about to say something, but then abruptly pressed her lips together. Did you say something? And no, nothing. Anyway, since the person inside the carriage tends to sleep for quite some time once they doze off, it should be fine for a while longer. So, would it be alright if I stayed outside a bit more? Well, this maid has been inside the carriage with whoever is in there for quite some time, so a little time outside might be good for a change of pace. Thinking so, Kazuya granted the girl's request. Kazuya and the girl relocated from their previous spot to a small lake shore a little distance away from the campsite. The surface of the lake reflected the brilliance of the full moon in the night sky, casting a fantastical atmosphere all around. Beautiful. The girl's eyes sparkled as if beholding a masterpiece. Shall we settle here? Yes. There were 2 conveniently placed tree stumps by the lake, so they decided to sit there. Come to think of it, I haven't asked your name. What is it? Let's see. What's the matter? When Kazuya inquired about the girl's name, she inexplicably became flustered. My name is Iris. Please call me Iris. Understood, Iris. Following Kazuya's instruction, when he called her name, Iris inexplicably smiled with a touched expression. Shall we engage in a few tales to lift the spirits? Please. Subsequently, Kazuya entertained Iris with several fairy tales from their former world, captivating her with the stories. Big Brother's stories are quite entertaining. Despite her being the one to utter those words, Iris inadvertently brought a flutter to Kazuya's heart with her smile. Shall we head back soon? Could we stay here a little longer? Your body must be getting cold by now. It wouldn't do for you to catch a chill. In that case, this should suffice. With that, Iris descended from the stump she had been sitting on and, quite boldly, settled herself on Kazuya's lap as if embracing him. She's rather defenseless, isn't she? Startled by Iris's sudden move, Kazuya remained stiff. Hee, it's warm here. With a contented expression, Iris pressed her cheek against Kazuya's chest. I'm glad, my lady. As his stiffness melted away, Kazuya joked as he ran his fingers through Iris's silky blonde hair. Hee. In response, Iris squinted her eyes with a happy expression, accepting the gesture. She's oddly affectionate. Oh well, I'll let her be. And so, they whiled away the time peacefully. Sneeze, shall we return now? Yes. With Iris's adorable sneeze as a cue, Kazuya decided it was time to return to the campsite. Volume 02, Chapter 03. As Kazuya and Iris headed towards the campsite, they heard a commotion in the distance. Wondering what might be happening, Kazuya and Iris pushed through the tall grass and entered the campsite, where they were met with the startled gazes of the Second Royal Guard Knights, who had noticed the disturbance. Caught off guard by the sudden attention from a large group of people, Kazuya exclaimed in confusion. Princess Iris. Frozen in time, everyone turned pale as Phyllis, visibly distressed, staggered towards Kazuya and Iris. Thank goodness. I'm so relieved. I've been so worried about Princess Iris, imagining what might have happened to you both. What's going on here? Phyllis, with a face expressing profound relief, knelt before Iris, who was holding hands with Kazuya, and began to speak. Princess Iris, first and foremost, I am relieved that you are unharmed. However, where on earth have you been? We specifically instructed you not to stray far from our side. And yet apologies for interrupting your lecture, but could someone please explain the situation to me? Kazuya interjected, cutting off Phyllis's tirade. who seemed to have lost track of time in her admonition. Phyllis, startled by Kazuya's interruption, suddenly remembered the current situation. Ah, my apologies, Kazuya. Just give me a moment. Princess Iris, it's late. So let's discuss this tomorrow. Hey, someone, escort Princess Iris to the carriage. Upon Phyllis's instructions, two maids hurried over to Iris. Your Highness, please come this way. I don't want to go away from Big Brother. I don't want to go in the carriage. Phyllis, who was momentarily stunned, finally comprehended the meaning behind Iris's words after a brief pause, her temples throbbing as she spoke. Princess Iris. Such stubbornness is Well, let's not get too worked up. I'll take her to the carriage myself. Well, if Kazuya says so. Once again cutting off Phyllis, who was about to lose her composure, Kazuya took Iris's hand and led her towards the carriage. During the brief journey to the carriage, Iris clung tightly to Kazuya's hand. We're here. Come on. As they reached the carriage, Kazuya gestured for Iris to enter. However, before stepping into the carriage, Iris whispered something to the two maids standing by, her voice barely audible. Big Brother, you'll listen to my story tomorrow, won't you? If I have the time. You definitely will. It's a promise. A promise, can I? Please, it's a promise. With tears shimmering in her eyes, Iris half-coerced Kazuya into making the promise before finally letting go of his side. Good night, Big Brother. And as Iris, prompted by the maids, attempted to enter the carriage, she suddenly turned back towards Kazuya with a determined smile before disappearing into the carriage. Now, to get an explanation from Phyllis. After seeing Iris off into the carriage, Kazuya hurried to the tent where Phyllis was waiting. Now, where should I start? Inside the tent, Kazuya, Phyllis, Beretta, and Chitose, who had appeared unnoticed, sat around a table, and the discussion began. Captain, now that you're aware of Princess Iris's situation, should we not disclose all the relevant details? Yes, indeed. But Kazuya, Chitose Dano, I must request your discretion in what we discuss from now on. Understood. Got it. And while some aspects of our conversation may become somewhat cryptic, I will omit details regarding critical state secrets. Yes, please do. It wouldn't do to be silenced for knowing state secrets. Haha, indeed. As Kazuya made a jest, Phyllis chuckled lightly before adopting a serious expression and initiating the discussion. Firstly, since Kazuya and the others must be curious, let us begin with Princess Iris, shall we? Tomorrow would be the proper time for a formal introduction, but the individual whom Kazuya stumbled upon earlier is none other than Princess Iris Velhelm, the younger sister of our esteemed Princess Arya Velhelm, the High Priestess of the Canary Kingdom. Initially, it was not my intention to introduce Kazuya and the others to Princess Iris. As suspected, she's a princess from the Canary Kingdom? Huh? What am I going to do? I've seen the princess in her, state of undress. I hope this won't be considered sacrilegious. While internally sweating profusely, Kazuya discreetly nudged Phyllis to continue. Now, let us address the question Kazuya posed after dinner. Why were you in that place? Answering this question aligns with our objectives. We were seeking individuals with extraordinary abilities who hail from another world. Travelers, if you will. Travelers? Unfamiliar with the term, Kazuya queried Phyllis. You're not familiar with travelers? Well, no matter. As I mentioned earlier, they are individuals with extraordinary abilities who come from a different world. Occasionally, such individuals with unique abilities appear in our world. This time, a prophecy was revealed to the princess, indicating the appearance of a traveler in this vicinity. Hence, we were conducting a search. So, Phyllis, why were you seeking these travelers? Well, you see, currently the Canary Kingdom faces two major crises: abnormal proliferation of demons and a war with the neighboring Elsa's magic empire. To overcome these crises, the cooperation of travelers is essential. Quite ominous reasons, indeed. What exactly do you mean by abnormal proliferation of demons? You've probably heard about it before. Actually, this is news to me. Whether aware of Kazuya's thoughts or not, Phyllis continued speaking. Primarily, demons are excessively breeding in two areas. If left unchecked, the Canary Kingdom will be overrun by demons. Unfortunately, our current military strength alone cannot halt the abnormal proliferation of demons. However, if we can enlist the help of powerful travelers, we should be able to stop it. I understand the reasons. But one thing bothers me. Why bring Princess Iris along? Wouldn't it suffice to search with the guard knights or regular soldiers? When Kazuya posed this question, Phyllis hesitated before responding. Although it hasn't been communicated to Princess Iris herself, she is one of the compensation items in exchange for the assistance of travelers. So, essentially, she's a bargaining chip. Yes, that's correct. So, if you haven't found any travelers, how do you plan to deal with the abnormal proliferation of demons? For now, we've dispatched a rapid horse to request a replacement search party. We're returning to the capital to await further instructions. If there's no report of discovery within 2 months, Princess Iris will utilize her vast magical power to launch a large-scale ritualistic attack on the abnormal proliferation of demons. Is there no other way to stop it? Couldn't you just use Princess Iris's magic from the beginning? A large-scale ritualistic magic consumes not only the user's magical power, but also their life force. The interior of the tent fell silent at Phyllis's words. So, essentially, Princess Iris is being offered as a sacrifice? Breaking the sudden silence was Chitos, who had been silent until now. Yes, that's correct. When Phyllis affirmed Chitos's words, the tent fell silent once more. Is there no other recourse? Inquired Phyllis. Unfortunately not. At this juncture, if the entire military might of the Canary Kingdom were deployed, the abnormal proliferation of monsters could be halted. However, doing so would necessitate the recall of border forces as well. And if such action were taken, despite the semblance of peace, the Canary Kingdom would be obliterated by the Elsa's magic empire, which is still at war, Chitos explained solemnly. If we resolve one issue, the kingdom will perish due to the consequences of the other. So, that's why you were seeking travelers, Phyllis surmised. Yes, precisely. In addition to seeking alliances with other nations such as the Demonic Federation and the Beastman tribe, as well as smaller states like Belazil and others, we've requested reinforcements. However, they are unable to spare troops as they too are preparing for conflict with the Elsa's magic empire. Chitos elaborated. As Phyllis indicated, the Canary Kingdom shares borders with the Elsa's magic empire, the Demonic Federation, Belazil, and numerous other countries. The Elsa's magic empire reigns as the paramount power on this continent, championing magical and human supremacy. Thus, tensions persist with nations like the Demonic Federation, governed by demonkind, Belazil, ruled by beastfolk, and the Canary Kingdom, governed by humans but aspiring to coexist with demons and beastfolk. This enmity has persisted from antiquity to the present, culminating in ongoing warfare. Now then, it's late into the night. Let us adjourn our discussion until tomorrow, Phyllis announced. With Phyllis signaling the end of the conversation, Kazuya concurred, and the discussion was postponed until the following day. Volume 02, Chapter 04. Returning to the tent after parting ways with Phyllis and the others, Kazuya called for Chitos, deciding to discuss the earlier conversation. Perhaps, or rather, we are wanderers, aren't we? Should we inform Phyllis and the others about that? Kazuya asked. It might be best to refrain for now. Intervening in interstate conflicts with our current forces would prove difficult, Chitos replied. I see. Sorry to Princess Iris, but should we keep this matter quiet? Also, Chitos, please gather information from the Royal Guard about abnormal monster breeding and any other pertinent details, Kazuya instructed. Understood. But still, sacrifices, it's difficult to say. Iris is pitiable, but is it unavoidable for the sake of the nation? As Kazuya pondered such matters, he noticed that Chitos appeared oddly displeased. What's wrong, Chitos? The next morning, hey Chitos, why were you so upset yesterday? Well, actually, both still naked, Kazuya queried Chitos about the events of the previous night. It seemed Chitos had been upset because she and 5 others had been guarding Kazuya and Iris discreetly since Kazuya followed Iris, and she witnessed Iris clinging to Kazuya affectionately. No wonder only the Royal Guard seemed flustered when I returned to the camp. Recalling the events of last night, Kazuya found himself understanding. Master? What is it? Please remember this. It doesn't matter how many women you surround yourself with, but please take care of us properly too, Chitos said earnestly. I had no intention of surrounding myself with women, but, yes, of course. Though Kazuya had no intention of surrounding himself with women, Chitos's seriousness prompted him to nod firmly. Otherwise, I might end up killing someone. Chitos muttered something softly at the end, but her words didn't reach Kazuya's ears. Huh. As Kazuya finished dressing and stepped outside, he found Iris waiting in front of the tent despite the early hour. Surprised, Kazuya hastily scanned the area and noticed a maid standing a short distance away. Good morning, big brother. Good morning, Iris. I apologize for my disrespect last night, unknowingly. I seek your forgiveness for my many indiscretions, Kazuya said, conscious of his manners, now that he knew Iris's identity from Phyllis's explanation. However, Iris seemed displeased by Kazuya's manner. "Big brother, please stop with that formal address. Call me Iris, as you did last night." "Well, it's not quite. And you saw me in such an embarrassing state, so you must take responsibility, right?" "Eh? Well, Princess Iris, about that." "Big brother, that's why I'm asking you to stop with that formal address." "Well, Princess Iris, I'm just an ordinary adventurer, so it's not quite." "Big brother, are you listening to me? I'm asking you to call me by my name, like last night." "So, Iris?" "Yes, what is it?" Iris." "So, Iris?" "Yes, what is it?" At that moment, Kazuya succumbed to Iris's pressure. Following Kazuya's desperate negotiations, it was settled that Iris would be addressed casually, with the condition that there were no other people around, or if there were, only in the presence of trusted individuals. Furthermore, they agreed to converse in a more informal manner. "So, about the responsibility you mentioned earlier, you'll take it, won't you? If I don't get a satisfactory answer, I might accidentally mention last night to Phyllis and the others. What's with this intimidation since earlier? An aura of darkness is emanating. Is the person in front of me really Iris? She seems entirely different from when we first met." As Kazuya felt overwhelmed by the dark aura emanating from Iris in front of him, she pressed on. "Hey, big brother, you'll take responsibility, won't you? Hey? And considering you saw the embarrassing side of a princess from another country, you have to take responsibility, right? You know what'll happen if I slip up, don't you? After all, you've given me human warmth. The warmth I've longed for the most, given such exquisite sweetness. I can't bear to be away from you any longer. Ugh, if this gets out, it'll be the worst. I might get executed. Can't help it. I'll agree for now and figure out an escape later." "Why yeah, I get it. You really will take responsibility, won't you?" "Yeah. I'm glad, big brother." Saying so, Iris, despite having maids around, threw herself at Kazuya and pressed her cheek against his chest, just like last night. "Well, she probably doesn't really intend to hold me to this responsibility. It'll be fine. I won't ever let you go again, big brother." Optimistically viewing it like that, Kazuya was unaware he would soon have to pay the price. After that incident, Kazuya and the others packed up the camp and headed towards the royal capital. However, on the way, passing through several towns and cities before reaching the capital, Iris stuck to Kazuya's side, much to the annoyance of the royal guards. Why, though? How did this happen? It had been 10 days since leaving the outpost. With the capital city just a day away, Kazuya was tearing his hair out, because Iris' attitude was becoming increasingly assertive with each passing day. During their travels, she would somehow end up riding beside Kazuya in the jeep instead of the carriage, or cheekily attempt to sit on his lap during meals. And to top it off one night, she even tried to sneak into their tent, bypassing everyone's notice, until Chitos, who was sleeping with them, noticed and stopped her. With such incidents occurring, and with their arrival in the capital imminent, Kazuya decided to consult with Chitos and the others in the tent after receiving reports summarizing the situation of the Canary Kingdom from members of the royal guards in various towns and cities along the way. At present, it is confirmed that within the Canary Kingdom, there exists a confrontation between the supporters of Queen Isabella and the faction led by Prime Minister Levin, rendering the domestic situation precarious. Furthermore, the external scenario remains highly unstable due to ongoing conflict with the neighboring Elsa's magic empire, stated Kazuya. "I see. Continue gathering information," he instructed. "Understood," came the reply. As Chitos began to tidy up the documents she had been holding and prepared to leave the tent, Kazuya called out to her, halting her departure. Chitos, wait a moment," he said. "Yes, what is it, master?" She responded. "I have a matter to discuss. What do you think we should do about Iris' actions? I don't believe there's much cause for concern. Most likely that young lady, Princess Iris, acted as she did because she was treated kindly by her new acquaintance, yourself," Chitos remarked. Kazuya recalled Chitos referring to Iris as a young lady. "A new acquaintance?" he inquired. "Yes, according to information gathered from the royal guard, Princess Iris, being an outcast, has had no one close to her within the royal circle. Even her attendants, the maids, seem to keep their distance. The exception being the recently formed Second Night Order, led by Phyllis, who are the only ones consistently by her side," Chitos explained. "So she became attached to me because I treated her casually?" Kazuya mused. As for that, it's unclear. Nevertheless, once we deliver Princess Iris to the capital, we can handle matters from there, Chitose suggested. Indeed. Oh, and how is the progress of that operation? Kazuya inquired. It's completed, albeit with some casualties. Here's the report detailing the outcome, Chitose replied, handing him a document. Casualties, huh? I understand. I'll review it later and check on the level increases, Kazuya said. The report received by Kazuya from Chitose bore the following title. Report on the results of the large-scale aerial bombing operation against the abnormal breeding grounds of monsters. Normally, involving personal feelings in military operations would be ill-advised, but Chitose and the others were essentially his private troops. Besides, he couldn't just abandon Iris, and it would also be beneficial for leveling up. So, he decided to leave it at that. Well then, shall we go for dinner, Chitose? Kazuya suggested. Yes, I'll accompany you, Chitose replied. Kazuya and Chitose departed from the tent together to have their final meal at the campsite. Volume 02, Chapter 4.5. Several days prior to Kazuya and his party's arrival in the capital, once a behemoth aircraft, which had transformed the entirety of Japan into a scorched wasteland by dropping various bombs amounting to 140,000 to 170,000 tons, sailed leisurely through the skies of another world. This aircraft was none other than the Super Fortress, the B-29 strategic bomber, known as the Super Aerial Fortress. My, the chief commander has quite the task on his hands, hasn't he? What do you mean, Lieutenant Rume? In the B-29's interior, at an altitude of 4,000 meters, the powerful roar of the four 2,200 horsepower engines attached to each wing resounded. Lieutenant Curtis Rume, in passing commentary, muttered to himself, and one of his subordinates, who was resting alongside, responded politely. Well, it seems the chief commander has gained the favor of the Princess of the Canary Kingdom, whom they encountered on the way, according to the SS bodyguards who discreetly informed us during the routine communication. Oh, and yes, although the official purpose of this operation is to elevate the chief commander's rank and reinforce our military strength, it seems it's actually to aid that princess. Really? But why didn't the chief commander just tell us the truth? We'd execute any order from the chief commander, no matter what it is. Well, the chief commander must have their reasons. Do you think so? Oh, and there's another interesting story. It seems that because the Princess of the Canary Kingdom, whom I mentioned earlier, constantly sticks by the chief commander's side, there are occasional skirmishes between Colonel Chitose and the princess. Oh, that sounds troublesome. Indeed. Colonel Chitose's opponent, the lieutenant and his comrades exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Heh. Colonel Chitose is a fervent devotee of the chief commander, ranking among the highest in our midst. If the chief commander doesn't handle Colonel Chitose properly, that princess might just end up stabbed, wouldn't she? True. Let's hope the chief commander manages to control Colonel Chitose well enough to prevent the princess from being stabbed. Yes, indeed. With that, as Lieutenant Rume continued to converse with a smile, the voice of the aircraft captain echoed through the cabin from the speakers. We have 15 minutes remaining until we reach the target area. All personnel, take your designated positions. Upon hearing this, Lieutenant Rume bid farewell to his subordinates. He then moved through the interior of the aircraft, which had been modified and packed with communication equipment, electronic devices, and additional fuel tanks instead of bombs, and took up his position. He then picked up the radio and began issuing orders to the various flying formations. For this aerial bombing operation, a total of 55 aircraft were deployed, including 35 B-29s and 20 P-51 escort planes. All aircraft, including the escort planes, were armed. As an exception, 5 of the B-29s had undergone modifications to their bomb bays, with one being converted into an airborne control aircraft, equipped with communication equipment, electronic devices, and additional fuel tanks, while the remaining 4 were equipped with twin 40mm Bofors guns and a 91mm howitzer, forcibly installed in a ground support configuration, with no bombs attached. Additionally, the B-29s were divided into 3 formations, each carrying various types of bombs according to their mission. These included the Type 97 No. 6 land bombs, 60 kilograms bombs, Type 98 No. 25 land bombs, 250 kilograms bombs, Type 80 land bombs, 800 kilograms bombs, E-46 cluster incendiary bombs, tallboys, and so on. Furthermore, the escort planes, P-51s, were armed with either rocket projectiles or Mark III bombs. The target of this operation was 2 locations where monsters were abnormally proliferating: a mountainous area 800 kilometers from the forward base and a forest 290 kilometers away. Aerial bombing would be used for the first target, while attacks using improved V-2 rockets, with enhanced accuracy and destructive power, would be carried out for the second target. The aerial bombing operation proceeded as follows. First, accompanied by the escort P-51s, AB-29 loaded with the maximum payload of E-46 cluster incendiary bombs, up to 9,100 kilograms, would spread the bombs around the perimeter of the first target mountain, setting the forest ablaze to lure the monsters towards the mountain. Next, aircraft laden with a plethora of small to medium-sized bombs perform a carpet bombing against the monsters gathered in the mountains, depriving them of any escape routes. Finally, as there's a possibility of monsters lurking underground in caves and other subterranean areas within the mountains, large-scale bombs, the so-called tall boys, are deployed to scorch the underground depths. Furthermore, a 4-stage strategy is in place, wherein any missed monsters are addressed by the ground support variant of the B-29. Moreover, reconnaissance conducted beforehand by Type 2 flying boats confirmed interception by flying-type monsters. Hence, plans are underway to address this with the number 3 bombs carried by the P-51s and aerial burst-type rocket projectiles. From the airborne control, each aircraft has reached the designated airspace. All squadrons are to commence operations according to the mission directives. Upon Major LeMay's command, the first squadron of B-29s descends to an altitude of 1,500 meters, opening their bomb bays. Within the open bomb bays, the E-46 cluster incendiary bombs stand neatly aligned, eagerly awaiting release. However, just before the bombing commences, a communication is relayed to all aircraft from the escort P-51s. Here, this is the first aircraft of the second escort flight squadron. Enemy spotted at low altitude. Commencing interception. Immediately after the warning communication, the escort P-51s initiate a rapid descent one after another. Converting the energy from the swift descent into speed, the P-51s rapidly accelerate, closing in on the swarm of monsters rising from the ground, including dragons, with each passing moment. Formation steady. With the formation firmly intact in mid-air, the P-51s of the second escort flight squadron close the distance with the monsters. At that moment, as the P-51s maneuver through the monsters, 2 number 3 bombs mounted on the hardpoints beneath the aircraft are released. Let's dive below like this. Understood. Subsequently, while showering the monsters with a barrage of bullets from the 6M2 heavy machine guns mounted on both wings, they slip through the gaps among the monsters. As the monsters attempt to pursue the passing P-51s or change direction, the delayed fuses of the number 3 bombs activate and detonate. Numerous submunitions, known as bomblets, are ejected from within the number 3 bombs upon detonation. While burning, the bomblets disperse over a wide area, striking many monsters and igniting an incendiary effect. Those monsters whose wings or feathers are singed find themselves unable to fly and plummet to the ground, thrashing helplessly. Though there were fortunate individuals among them with unscathed wings or feathers, they too succumbed to combat incapacity due to numerous burns scattered across their bodies, forcing them to land. More enemies incoming. Although the preemptive strikes by the P-51s resulted in the casualties of many monsters, they continued to ascend from the ground into the sky in a steady stream. Therefore, at low altitude, the P-51s engaged in dogfights with the monsters, one after another, to protect the bombing trajectory of the B-29s. Thanks to this effort, the B-29s calmly entered the bombing course without facing any attacks from the monsters, gradually releasing the E-46 cluster incendiary bombs toward the ground. The E-46 cluster incendiary bombs, dropped from the B-29s, disperse at around 700 meters altitude, unleashing 38 M69 incendiary bombs, each with a diameter of 8 centimeters, length of 50 centimeters, and weight of 2.4 kilograms. To enhance penetration, ribbons were attached to the M69 incendiary bombs to maintain a vertical posture, but during the separation from the E-46 cluster incendiary bombs in the sky, these ribbons caught fire due to the explosives used, giving the appearance of a rain of fire from above. Released from their restraints, the M69 incendiary bombs rained down simultaneously on the airborne and ground-based monsters, dispersing the chemicals contained within, igniting the surroundings, and setting ablaze both the bodies of the monsters and the forest. Within the burning forest, swarms of monsters, attempting to flee the flames, rushed towards the mountains in the distance. However, to prevent the fleeing monsters from escaping, the B-29s adjust their bombing trajectory, circling around the mountains and continuing the bombardment. In the skies, unfortunate encounters with M69 incendiary bombs hitting the body and monsters, impaled with chemicals ablaze, plummeted to the ground. Ignoring the inferno unfolding below as initially anticipated, the B-29s of the 1st Squadron completed the dispersal of tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of E-46 cluster incendiary bombs, encircling the target mountain. Just as they attempted to evacuate from above the target, a soldier in the upper gun turret shouted, "Enemy in the sky!" Closing in. Unbeknownst to them, a bloody dragon, seemingly subjected to gunfire from P-51s above the 1st Squadron, had appeared. By the time the soldier in the upper gun turret noticed its presence, the dragon was already descending rapidly. In a panic, machine gun fire was unleashed from each aircraft, but it was too late. Though some bullets hit the dragon, it continued its descent and executed a collision with the right wing of the aircraft flying at the edge of the formation. Third aircraft on the right wing of the 1st Squadron hit. Going down. A voice announcing someone's plight echoed through the aircraft via the microphone. The targeted aircraft, its right wing broken at the root from the dragon's impact, quickly became uncontrollable, spiraling while descending to the ground. The radio transmitted the desperate cries of the B-29's crew as the aircraft crashed, caught fire, and eventually exploded, silencing their voices. Decisive, maintain strict all-around vigilance. Lieutenant Colonel Rume issued orders to prevent further casualties, but no further enemy attacks causing damage occurred during the rest of the operation. Did anyone see someone escape from the aircraft? No. Given the way it was spinning and crashing, there was no time to escape centrifugal force. Besides, the ground is teeming with monsters. Even if you could parachute out, survival seems impossible. Indeed. Subsequently, following squadrons reached the target area as planned, bombing and scattering the gathering horde of monsters seeking refuge in the mountains during the operation. On the ground, bombs continuously exploded, reducing both monsters and those seeking shelter underground to smithereens. Monsters that evaded the bombardment were either caught by the ground support aircraft circling overhead, facing the concentrated firepower of 40mm twin machine guns and 91mm howitzers, or fell victim to the strafing of the remaining P-51s with ammunition after concluding aerial combat. Mission accomplished. With the operation concluded and no more bombs or shells on board, the bombing squadron returned to base. Below, the mountain that had been carpet-bombed with hundreds of thousands of projectiles was now a charred wasteland, devoid of a single blade of grass. Just a few hours ago, the mountain was lush with greenery, teeming with countless monsters. Now, the aftermath of our bombing revealed black smoke billowing from every corner, turning it into a mountain, exposing the remains of a multitude of monsters. This is the airborne control reporting to headquarters. Aerial bombing operation successful. Significant results achieved. However, numerous misses confirmed. Second attack required. Initiating return from this point. One aircraft confirmed shot down in this operation. Over. Gazing at the devastation below, Lieutenant Colonel Rume contacted headquarters before the remaining 54 aircraft formed up and returned to the forward base. Volume 02, Chapter 05. In the early morning, having tidied up their campsite, Kazuya and his companions departed towards the royal capital, arriving there before noon. However, as with the towns they had passed through before, entering the urban area with vehicles would cause a commotion. Thus, they concealed their vehicles in the nearby forest and left half of their guards to watch over them, proceeding into the capital with the rest. As expected, the royal capital is vast. It's on a different scale compared to the other towns and cities we've passed through. That's right. After all, this is the royal capital of balance, which our Canary Kingdom proudly boasts. Sending Chitos ahead to the Adventurers Guild, Kazuya, accompanied by Phyllis and others as escorts for the carriage carrying Iris, made their way towards the castle at the heart of the capital, listening to Phyllis's brief explanations. Balance is built with vast lands enclosed by 3 layers of walls. From the outside, there are roughly segregated areas for commoners, nobles, and royalty. Inside the capital, being the heart of the nation, the main streets were bustling with numerous individuals, not just humans, but also elves with pointed ears, hobbits who were adults yet only as tall as children, succubi clad in provocative attire, and various other mythical creatures like Arachne and Lamias, as well as beast men with animal-like ears and tails growing from human bodies. However, despite the multitude, there were no smiles on people's faces, and simultaneously, there was a lack of vitality. It seems rather lifeless, doesn't it? Well, it can't be helped. Taxes have risen due to the war with the Elsa's magic empire, and logistics have been disrupted by abnormal monster breeding, leading to inflation. As Kazuya and Phyllis exchanged casual conversation, someone inside the carriage was staring at them with resentment. It seems like we're being intensely watched. Endure it. We can't possibly allow Princess Iris to get off the carriage and walk. Remember, we're operating incognito. I see. Understood. Nevertheless, Princess Iris's attachment to Kazuya is quite remarkable. Saying so, Phyllis recollected the various events that had occurred on their way to the capital. It was beyond my expectations as well. That was? Kazuya also reflected on the happenings, accompanying Phyllis in her contemplation. But as the two reminisced about past events while the twilight descended, they arrived in front of the massive gate guarded by several knights. Ah, we've reached the castle. Our escort duty ends here. That's right. Firstly, we must report to Her Majesty the Queen. Right. Within the next 2 to 3 days, I'll send a messenger for you to come to the castle. We'll settle the reward then. Understood. We'll be at the Adventurers Guild, I presume. If not, send someone to the vehicles. There should be subordinates there. Agreed. Well then, until we meet again. With those parting words, Phyllis and her companions passed through the gate into the castle. However, as they did so, the carriage door rattled violently, indicating someone inside was attempting to come out. That's not good. Kazuya, inside the carriage, silently thanked the maids who must be fiercely preventing Iris from leaving, engaging in a desperate struggle to maintain the fortifications. Parting ways with Phyllis and the others, Kazuya walked through the capital, intending to rendezvous with Chitose, who should be at the Adventurers Guild. Is this the place? It should be. Spotting a signboard bearing a sword and shield, the emblem of the Adventurers Guild, similar to what they had seen in other towns and cities before, Kazuya confirmed with his subordinates, receiving an affirmative response. Shall we enter then? Just as Kazuya reached for the door of the Adventurers Guild, a sudden commotion ensued as a male adventurer was flung out of the window beside the door. What the? Captain? Please step aside. Though the abrupt appearance of the thrown adventurer caused a stir, the guards of the escort, armed not with guns but combat knives, remained composed, shielding Kazuya while maintaining vigilance around. The reason the guards are armed with combat knives rather than firearms is because Kazuya imposed restrictions on firearms usage before entering the capital. The remaining guards who hadn't joined Kazuya's defense moved to the front of the Adventurers Guild's door, readying their combat knives and daggers. They exchanged eye contact, preparing to ascertain what was happening. Then, after a nod, they pushed open the door and rushed inside. But there was no sound of battle. Nothing seems to be happening. After the guards had barged into the Adventurers Guild, not hearing any signs of combat, Kazuya cautiously entered. What are you doing, Chitose? In the silence that had befallen the interior of the Adventurers Guild, the focal point of the disturbance was Chitose, whose face resembled that of a demon, holding a kukri knife to the neck of a sobbing man, while 4 or 5 adventurers lay battered on the floor around them. This is enough. Release the kukri knife you're holding against that man's neck. Huh. Upon Kazuya's command, Chitose quickly sheathed the kukri knife. Help. The man, freed from the kukri knife around his neck, collapsed to the ground with a thud, emitting a mixture of groans and screams. Ugh, not again. I deeply apologize. As Kazuya queried Chitose with an air of bewilderment, she cast her eyes downward and offered words of contrition. Even during their journey through towns and cities until they reached the capital, similar incidents had occurred frequently. Whenever they stopped by the Adventurers Guild for information gathering, invariably, the female guards of the Royal Guard were accosted by male adventurers. The reason was simple. The female guards of the Royal Guard were all remarkably beautiful. Consequently, although they usually only sent male members to the guild, this time, due to staffing constraints, only Chitose had been dispatched, resulting in the current predicament. Well, it couldn't be helped. Having grown accustomed to such situations, Kazuya merely heaved a deep sigh. Anyway, regarding that matter, is there anything else you wish to order? I'll bring the one sleeping on the floor. Understood. It seemed such commotions were commonplace at the Adventurers Guild, as when Chitose sheathed her kukri knife, the guild quickly resumed its prior bustle, and several staff members emerged to carry the fallen men to a room at the back. Observing this scene out of the corner of his eye, Kazuya queried Chitose. Couldn't we handle this a bit more peacefully? That's not possible. Those men attempted to lay hands on me, who was reserved for my master alone. Ahem. Though he was grateful, he wished she would make such statements in a quieter tone. After all, adventurers who had apparently overheard were now casting formidable gazes their way. Phew. What's done is done. Anyway, is the task I asked for completed? Ignoring the stares of the surrounding adventurers, Kazuya inquired of Chitose. Yes. It's all done. And I've also purchased a slave to maintain the building. The task Kazuya had entrusted to Chitose was to gather information at the Adventurers Guild and to purchase a building to serve as a safe house in the capital under a fictitious name. Well then, shall we go see the mansion? Having finished their business at the Adventurers Guild, Kazuya decided to go see the mansion, now a property owned by Chitose. Additionally, he handed gold coins to about half of the guards present, combining it with a vacation to double as information gathering. By the way, in this world, there are 4 types of currency: copper coins, silver coins, gold coins, and platinum coins. 10 copper coins make 1 silver coin, 10 silver coins make 1 gold coin, and 100 gold coins make 1 platinum coin. Guided by Chitose, they progressed through the upscale residential district of the capital, and Kazuya's sight fell upon the mansion nestled in a corner. Here we are, master. Passing through the mansion's gate alongside Chitose, Kazuya entered. The garden was overgrown with weeds. Is this place all right? Despite some concerns, Kazuya followed behind Chitose. Upon entering the mansion, he found it somewhat dusty but clean enough for habitation. Until about 3 weeks ago, a merchant lived here. Since the furnishings are left intact, once the cleaning is done, it'll be ready for occupancy. I see. You've worked hard, Chitose. But this mansion is quite spacious. There were larger properties available, but they were too expensive and would attract too much attention, so I refrained from choosing them. That's a prudent decision. As Kazuya and Chitose conversed in the entrance hall, sounds of bustling footsteps emanated from the depths of the mansion. What's that? Suspicious of the footsteps, Kazuya glanced in their direction to find young women of various races clad in maid uniforms running towards them. Welcome back, Master. Madam. Volume 02, Chapter 05. Hastening to align themselves before Kazuya and his companions, the maids simultaneously bowed, uttering, "Welcome, Master." What is this, a maid cafe? More importantly, Madam? As Kazuya pondered the answer to the question forming in his mind, Chitose, who stood beside him, provided an explanation. These are the slaves they purchased. No. Referring to them as these and Madam? Hee. As Kazuya attempted to inquire about the reason the maids addressed Chitose as Madam, Chitose, without a clear response, merely smiled faintly. Feeling a sense of unease from such a situation, Kazuya averted his gaze and shifted his attention away from the women in front of him. All of them are beauties. Moreover, of various races. Although they all wore maid uniforms, each one had a distinct style, donning various types of maid outfits. Furthermore, their ages range from around 15 to over 30, presenting an impressive lineup of exceptionally beautiful women and girls. Observing them with admiration, Kazuya shifted his gaze away from them. They may look frightened, but they've been gathered with care. Please enjoy them at your leisure, Master, Chitose whispered into Kazuya's ear, her tone seemingly normal. What happened to Chitose? Even though Chitose intended to convey this information in a matter-of-fact manner, from Kazuya's perspective, her words were oddly disconcerting and unsettling. Volume 02, Chapter 06. Upon concluding the introductions of the slaves procured by Chitose, the maids, Kazuya, accompanied by Chitose, proceeded to explore the interior of the mansion. And here, sir, is your private chamber. Quite suitable. I shall take a brief rest. Good grief, this bed is enormous. Having completed the tour of the mansion and being led to his own quarters, Kazuya reclined in the bedroom, allowing himself to relax. Come to think of it, how much did my level increase from the aerial bombardment? Recalling that he hadn't checked his level since the aerial bombardment, Kazuya opened the menu screen. Summoning of weapons. Due to the defeat of a large number of monsters, the level has increased to 55, and certain restrictions have been lifted. As a result, weapons developed up to the year 2013 are now available for use. Summonable quantity and troop formation. Infantry, 20,000 troops, 1 division. Artillery, 1,500. Vehicles, 2,500. Aircraft, 1,200. Ships, 500. Personnel required to operate artillery, vehicles, aircraft, ships, etc., are summoned together when summoning these weapons. Personnel for rear support, engineers, maintenance personnel, communication personnel, supply personnel, medical personnel, are not included in infantry and can be summoned separately. Currently, the number of rear support personnel that can be summoned is limited to the size of a corps. There are no restrictions on summoning heavy weapons and small arms that can be operated by 2 to 3 infantry. This is accelerating the cheat code again. Thanks to the aerial bombardment killing tens of thousands of monsters, Kazuya was delighted that his level had increased, unlocking previously restricted abilities, and the issue of weapon shortages had been somewhat alleviated. With the increase in the size of the summoned army and the expansion of the variety of weapons, it seemed necessary to return to the base once to reorganize the units and update the weapons and equipment. With that in mind, Kazuya, accompanied by Chitose, quietly departed from the royal capital, avoiding detection by anyone. Summoning a UH-60 Black Hawk in the deserted grasslands several tens of kilometers away from the capital, Kazuya boarded it and hurried straight to the forward base. Several hours later, Kazuya arrived safely at the forward base and immediately began summoning troops and rushing around to reorganize the units and update the weapons and equipment. Well, first, get rid of these outdated ones because they're no longer needed and summon the latest ones, and then, the effort paid off, as in approximately 24 hours, the reorganization of all units and the updating of weapons and equipment at the main base and forward base were completed. With all the work done, due to the significant increase in the size of the units, Kazuya was referred to as the Supreme Commander instead of the General, and Chitose was promoted from Lieutenant Colonel to Colonel. Having completed all the tasks, despite feeling exhausted, Kazuya immediately returned to the royal capital. Phew, finally done. Let's go back to the mansion, Chitose. Yes, sir. After getting enough sleep with Chitose at the mansion to recover from the fatigue of the updating work, Kazuya woke up and received an odd report from the palace guards. There was a hidden door in the back of the mansion's warehouse? Yes, sir. While the Supreme Commanders were absent, the maids and I thoroughly cleaned and organized the mansion, and we found it. Have you checked inside? No, not yet. We thought it best to report to the Supreme Commanders first. I see. Then let's check it out. Gather some available soldiers. Oh, and make sure they are fully armed. Yes, sir. Understood. After receiving a response from Kazuya, the soldier who brought the report left the room. However, a hidden door. I wonder what's behind it. As Kazuya pondered over the hidden door, Chitose, who had been lost in thought throughout the soldier's report, spoke up. Master. What is it, Chitose? This is just speculation, but there may be an underground dungeon beyond that hidden door. Chitose, who had been lost in thought while listening to the soldier's report, seemed to have some idea as she opened her mouth. Why do you think it's an underground dungeon? Well, I heard that the previous occupants of the mansion were slave traders when we purchased it, so perhaps that's it. It's not an implausible story. If the previous occupants were indeed merchants, perhaps they were slave traders. In that case, Chitose's speculation might be correct. As Kazuya pondered this, along with the soldiers who had gathered, he passed through the hidden door, confirming that Chitose's assumption was correct. What's this foul stench? This is quite dreadful. As expected, beyond the hidden door was an underground dungeon, just as Chitose had predicted, but the dungeon was filled with a stench as if something had rotted, making it unbearable. Therefore, Kazuya promptly summoned and equipped the Type 00 individual NBC protective equipment to protect against NBC threats and, together with his subordinates, began exploring the dungeon once again. Let's proceed cautiously. Understood. Carefully advancing through the underground dungeon corridor, flanked on either side by cobblestone pathways, Kazuya and his comrades illuminated the subterranean cells with flashlights attached to their M4A1 carbines. As they progressed through the dungeon, Chitose made a discovery. Master, please look at this. Chitose's light revealed a corpse infested with decay and insects lying in their path. So, this is the source of the smell? Take it out from here and give it a proper farewell. Understood. While their subordinates removed the body, Kazuya and his team continued further. It seems to be a dead end here. At the deepest part of the dungeon, they found the largest cell, containing multiple bodies similar to those they encountered earlier. Kazuya shot the lock of the cell with his M4A1 carbine, breaking it open, and began examining the interior. This is appalling. Yes. Inside the cell were bodies with physical characteristics indicating they belonged to the demon and beastman races. Moreover, the bodies bore numerous wounds, as if subjected to torture. Why would someone do such a thing? In this world, slaves, especially those from the demon and beastman races, are treated as commodities. In other words, they are often subjected to abuse and torment for the amusement of their captors. Frowning at the severely damaged bodies before him, Kazuya muttered quietly, and Chitose responded to his murmurs. Damn, it's a sickening tale. Facing such a gruesome scene, Kazuya couldn't help but feel a deep sense of despair. Even such young children. When Kazuya noticed two girls who appeared to be sisters, their bodies relatively unharmed compared to the others, he touched the cheek of one of them. What? Could it be? They're alive? In a state of panic, Kazuya quickly opened the eyelids of the two girls and shone a light into their eyes, causing them to faintly move. Master, is something the matter? They're alive. What? They're alive. These two. Unbelievable. It was at that moment that Kazuya and Chitose exclaimed in surprise. We have survivors. Is this a joke? Hurry with the stretchers. Call for medics. Simultaneously, the astonished voices of the soldiers echoed around them. Summon the medics and military doctors. Quickly confirm the life and death of the bodies here. Understood. Following Kazuya's orders, the soldiers hurriedly sprang into action. Kazuya, unexpectedly beset by events, found himself utterly exhausted once more. Fatigue weighs heavily upon me. Your efforts are commendable, Master. In the end, the slaves rescued from the underground dungeon numbered 7. 5 were of demon kind, while 2 hailed from the beast folk. All the emancipated slaves were women, comprising among them the demon kind, a pair of vampire sisters, an ogre, a lamia, and a dark elf, and the beast folk, one with fox ears and another with canine, perhaps wolf-like ears. Under normal circumstances, regardless of the measures applied, their fates would have been sealed. However, owing to Kazuya's possession of the ability of complete healing, they miraculously clung to life, escaping the jaws of death. Their conditions have stabilized. Henceforth, it is in their hands. That they do. However, it seems my ability for complete healing couldn't rectify malnutrition, so I implore you to arrange for their swift transfer to the infirmary at the forward operating base or headquarters. Understood. I shall make the necessary arrangements. My apologies for the imposition. Whether from overexertion of my abilities or not, I am overcome with fatigue. I shall retire briefly for some rest. With these words to Chitose, Kazuya staggered back to his chambers. Volume 02, Chapter 07. On the morrow following Kazuya and his companions' rescue of the near-death slaves from the underground dungeon. Upon hearing that a messenger from Phyllis had arrived, Kazuya, accompanied by Chitose, made his way to the castle. This feels like a castle straight out of Europe. Yes, indeed. It exudes such an atmosphere. Every corner of the castle gleamed with meticulous care, adorned with plush crimson carpets on the floors and expensive paintings hung on the walls. As Kazuya and Chitose strolled through the castle, taking in the sights, they were led to a room. Here we are. Guided by a maid, Kazuya and Chitose entered the room to find Phyllis clad in armor and an unfamiliar mature woman, dressed in a lavish dress adorned with jewels, seated on the sofa. Who is this person? She was a bewitching woman in her mid-30s, exuding a mature allure as she sat on the sofa. Despite his lack of acquaintance with this woman, Kazuya proceeded into the room, albeit with a slight tilt of his head. This way, please. Thank you for your hospitality. Excuse us. Prompted by the gracious smile of the woman, Kazuya and his companions took their seats on the sofa. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Queen Isabella Verhelm of the Kingdom of Canary. The Queen suddenly appeared. Kazuya was taken aback by the revelation that the unfamiliar woman was the Queen of Canary, but he managed to maintain his composure without showing his surprise and responded somehow. Allow me to extend my greetings, Your Majesty Isabella. I am Kazuya Nagato, the captain of Parabellum, and this is my deputy, Chitose Katayama. Yes, I've heard about you from Phyllis. You are reputed to be an excellent adventurer. It is an honor. While responding to Queen Isabella, Kazuya sent a glance towards Phyllis, conveying his inquiry about what she had told the Queen. Noticing Kazuya's gaze, Phyllis awkwardly smiled as if to say, I hope I didn't say anything strange. Kazuya couldn't completely hide his unease at Phyllis's demeanor. Well, let's leave the greetings at that. Allow me to explain why I'm here. Kazuya, casting a stern glance at Phyllis, seemingly indicating that he would question her later, turned his attention back to Queen Isabella, who had begun to speak. I am here to personally express my gratitude to you. Thanks to your efforts, Iris, and consequently, the Second Royal Guard, were saved from peril. I am truly grateful. And no, we just happened to help. Caught off guard by Queen Isabella's sudden display of gratitude, Kazuya stumbled in his response. Don't be so modest. Whether by chance or not, the fact remains that you saved Iris and Phyllis. It's appreciated. I see. Facing Queen Isabella's gratitude, Kazuya responded with a vague reply. Besides, that girl, Iris, has been talking about you ever since she returned to the castle, you know? Kazuya felt a sense of discomfort as Queen Isabella talked about Iris as if she had heard it from someone else. Forgive me for asking, but have you not met Princess Iris? Bracing himself for the possibility of rudeness, Kazuya questioned, and Queen Isabella seemed to lower her gaze sadly. Yes, I wish to be with her too. However, my subjects have forbidden me from meeting her, fearing that my presence might trigger her magical outbursts. Your Majesty, shall we return to the main topic? As the conversation began to veer off course, Phyllis interjected, swiftly redirecting the discussion. Yes, I apologize. That was not a suitable topic for our guests. Let's get back on track. With a somber expression, Queen Isabella deliberately changed her demeanor to a brighter one and turned her gaze to Phyllis. This is the reward for your task. Prompted by Queen Isabella, Phyllis retrieved a jingling white bag and handed it to Kazuya. This is quite generous. The bag handed to Kazuya by Phyllis contained 50 gold coins and 1 platinum coin. Is this really necessary? Receiving a reward higher than the market price, Kazuya questioned Phyllis. Oh, it's fine. You've done work that deserves such a reward. It's only natural. I see. In that case, I gratefully accept it. Handing the bag of gold coins to Chitose, Kazuya thanked Phyllis and was about to leave when Queen Isabella called out to him. Just a moment, please. Your Majesty? Yes, what is it? There is something I would like to ask of you. Another request? Yes. Both Kazuya and Phyllis were taken aback by Queen Isabella's sudden request. Unable to ignore Queen Isabella's request and leave, Kazuya and Chitose resumed their seats on the sofa. The request I have is none other than this. I want you to be Iris's playmate. Your Majesty? That's. Would you not accept? I don't mind the reward. Name your price. Though I'm not particularly in need of money at the moment, perhaps it's wise to earn while the opportunity presents itself? It was at that moment when Kazuya fell silent, pondering how to handle Queen Isabella's sudden request. Bang! Suddenly, a soldier covered in sand burst into the room, crashing through the door with force. Immediately, Phyllis, hand on her sword, glared at the soldier and shouted, "What is the meaning of this? Her Majesty Queen Isabella is currently conversing with a guest." Pant. My apologies. I bring urgent news. With these words, the soldier rushed into the room, casting a brief glance at Kazuya and Chitose. It's all right. Proceed with your report, Queen Isabella permitted, as the soldier hesitated, wondering if it was appropriate to deliver an urgent report in front of Kazuya and Chitose. Upon receiving the Queen's approval, the soldier kneeled, assuming a formal posture before speaking. I shall report. Adventurers have discovered a large number of monster corpses at 2 locations where abnormal monster breeding had occurred. We are still verifying the details, but both sites resemble scorched earth, with almost all the monsters exterminated. What? Is this true? Queen Isabella exclaimed in disbelief, interrogating the soldier. Yes, Your Majesty. It is indeed true. The soldier firmly nodded in response to Queen Isabella's inquiry, prompting tears to well up in her eyes. Oh, thank goodness. Truly, thank goodness. With this, we can spare that child from being sacrificed. With genuine relief, Queen Isabella covered her face with her hands, shedding copious tears. I apologize for my emotional outburst, the soldier said, exiting the room as Queen Isabella regained her composure, and the conversation resumed. No need to apologize, Queen Isabella replied. Now, regarding our earlier discussion, bang, urgent news. As Queen Isabella attempted to redirect the conversation, the door was once again violently thrust open, and another soldier burst into the room. Again? If this is about the abnormal monster breeding sites, we've already heard it. Phyllis shouted at the soldier, thinking it was a repeat report due to miscommunication. However, the soldier shook his head, denying her assumption. No, this is a separate urgent report. Upon hearing this, and observing the soldier's contemplative expression, Queen Isabella granted permission for the report to be delivered before Kazuya and Chitose, similar to the previous instance. Proceed with your report. I shall report. The Elsa's Magic Empire's army has invaded the fortress city of Decisive. The size of the invading enemy force is 100,000, with an additional 500,000 reinforcements confirmed in the rear. Currently, Duke Karen Lautrec is engaged in a siege defense, urgently requesting reinforcements. Additionally, though unverified, there is information suggesting the presence of traitors within the enemy forces. The fortress city of Decisive. If I recall correctly, no way. Is that true? Yes, I swear by the gods. Please, send reinforcements swiftly. Upon receiving this sudden dire news, both Phyllis and Queen Isabella were left speechless. Very well. You may leave now, Queen Isabella instructed the shocked soldier, who then exited the room, leaving behind a heavy silence. Your Majesty, what shall we do? Phyllis was the first to break the silence. How many days will it take to assemble the troops and march out from now? If we are to gather the entire army, we must also recall those stationed at the border, so it will take 1 to 2 weeks. If we gather as many neighboring soldiers as possible and march out, we could organize a force of 20,000 to 30,000 within 3 days. However, considering travel time and other factors, if we spend more than 3 days organizing the army and sending reinforcements, the fortress city will likely have already fallen. And even with just around 30,000 reinforcements, it's merely a drop in the ocean compared to the approximately 20,000 defenders of the fortress city. I see. Once again, the room fell into a somber silence. Amidst this atmosphere, Kazuya and Chitose found themselves unable to join the conversation, pondering what they should do. Oh, sorry. Kazuya timidly interjected, catching the attention of the two, who had seemingly forgotten their presence. My apologies. It is as Kazuya heard. An issue has arisen. His Majesty and I must act promptly. Beg your pardon. Oh, I just remembered I have some matters to attend to. I see. Well then, please excuse us. Take care, Your Majesty. Yes, I apologize, Lord Kazuya. It's all quite hectic. If we have the chance, about our earlier conversation? No, it's nothing. Excuse me. Farewell. The two seemed to have an inkling of what might befall the kingdom of Canaria in the future. With solemn expressions, they left the room. As Kazuya and Chitose followed them out, the castle was in turmoil, with many people running through the corridors. At that moment, a familiar face rushed towards Kazuya. Ha, I found you. Beretta? The one who rushed to Kazuya was Vice Captain Beretta Zara of the 2nd Royal Guard. What's the matter? Have you heard the news about the Imperial army attacking? Yes, I have. It's turned into quite a dire situation. As Kazuya responded to Beretta's inquiry, tears welled up in her eyes, and she lunged towards him. However, Chitose stepped in front of Kazuya, preventing her. What is it you want from my master? Please step aside. You have no business here. Despite struggling with Chitose, Beretta tearfully pleaded with Kazuya. Please, save my sister. Beretta's anguished voice echoed throughout the castle. To hear Beretta's story, Kazuya had moved to a location in the corridor that wouldn't obstruct traffic and listened to her tale. So, that's the situation. In other words, Beretta's sister is in the fortress city that the Imperial army is trying to capture, and Beretta herself, being a member of the Imperial Guard, cannot act. Therefore, she wishes for someone to rescue her sister in her place. Exactly. The Empire does not spare the demonkin or beastfolk like us. They kill us after defiling us. So, please, I beg you, please save my sister. Beretta pleaded with Kazuya, kneeling and pressing her head against the ground. While looking down on Beretta with cold eyes, Chitose spoke up. Listening to your story from earlier, are you asking your master to go into the line of fire because you can't move? If I could move, I would. But the 2nd Imperial Guard is escorting Princess Iris, and even if I were to go alone to the fortress city, nothing would change. But with Kazuya's Parabellum, that's not an option. Let's go, master. Chitose urged Kazuya, attempting to leave Beretta's side. Wait. Please wait. Chitose. Yes? Don't torment Beretta so much. But we need to do at least this much. Listening to the conversation between Kazuya and Chitose, Beretta looked between the two, trying to understand what was happening. In fact, before Beretta asked us, we had already decided to go to the fortress city. I also have personal debts to repay. Really? Yeah, it's true. Teach, thank you so much. Upon hearing Kazuya's words, Beretta, seemingly relieved, threw herself into Kazuya's chest and burst into tears. Then, please take care of my sister. Her name is Colt Zara. Saying so, Beretta entrusted her sister to Kazuya and left. Watching her leave and receiving the request, Kazuya returned to the mansion and gathered all his subordinates. Listen up, everyone. We're heading to the fortress city of Narcissist. That fortress city is currently under attack by the Elsa's magic empire and is in dire straits. Our goal is to repel or annihilate the Imperial army. 10 members of the squad will stay at the mansion, while the rest will join the vehicle unit in full gear and head out. Understood. Upon hearing Kazuya's command, the soldiers responded with spirited affirmations and dispersed to prepare. Master, Are you truly heading to the fortress city yourself? Yeah, why? Understood. What about the other units? I don't want my capabilities, my strength, to be revealed to other trippers just yet. But if the situation in the battle is dire, I'll intervene as needed. Keep them ready to move at any time at the forward base. Also, deploy the motorcycles with sidecars from the vehicle unit as scouts. Understood. Seeing the determination in Kazuya's eyes, Chitose didn't ask him to stay behind, but instead remained as his aide, assisting him. With the preparations for departure complete, Kazuya and his group merged with the vehicle unit, summoning modern vehicles and setting off towards the fortress city of Narcissist. Volume 02, Chapter 08. Having rendezvoused with the vehicular unit concealed within the forest near the capital, Kazuya reorganized both the vehicular fleet and the guard unit before setting off towards the fortress city of Narcissist. First Squad, Kazuya, Chitose, and 10 others. Second Squad, Lieutenant Colonel Ibuki and 10 others. Third Squad, Major Fletcher and 10 others. Fourth Squad, Sergeant Funasaka and 20 others. Vehicular Unit, Humvees, High Mobility Multipurpose Wheeled Vehicles, ×5. M1130 Striker CV Armored Vehicle, CV, Command Vehicle Variant, ×1. M1126 Striker ICV Armored Vehicle, ICV, Infantry Carrier Vehicle Variant, ×4. M1128 Striker MGS Armored Vehicle, MGS, Mobile Gun System Variant, ×4. Type 73 Large Trucks ×5. Departure. With preparations complete, Kazuya and his comrades set off with high spirits towards Narcissist, the theater of war. Fortress City Narcissist. Constructed by the Kingdom of Canaria as a measure against the monsters emerging from the enigmatic forest of Elzas, Narcissist stands as a bastion against these creatures. At the heart of the circular fortress city stands a colossal castle, surrounded by urban areas and massive walls that deter enemy incursions. The walls, boasting a height of 15 meters, are robustly built to protect the castle and the urban areas from external threats, forming a triple-layer defense with the castle, walls, urban areas, walls, urban areas, and walls. Moreover, with only 2 gates per wall, transportation convenience is lacking, but defense becomes more manageable even with limited forces. Narcissist has been entrusted to the Rothrek Duchy, one of the 3 ducal houses within the Kingdom of Canaria, with the current head, Duke Karen Rothrek, overseeing its administration. The fortress city is home to approximately 15,000 soldiers of the Royal Army, about 5,000 private soldiers of the Dukes, thousands of adventurers, and around 150,000 civilians. It had been a full day since Kazuya and his party departed from the capital aiming for the fortress city. After tirelessly riding without rest, they were just an hour away from Narcissist when a report came in from the scout team. Master, we have received a report from the scout team. What is the content? The outermost third wall of the fortress city seems to have fallen. Flames are rising from the urban area, and black smoke fills the sky. Additionally, the Imperial forces are relentlessly assaulting the second wall. So, the third wall has been breached. What will you do? Please lend me the radio. Here you go. Everyone, did you hear the report from the scout team? Upon contacting each squad leader via radio, Kazuya promptly received responses. Yes. Of course. Yes, heard it. In that case, you should understand that we need to alter our strategy. First and second squads will eliminate the enemy troops that have infiltrated the interior of the third wall, and then rendezvous with the defenders of Narcissist. Third and fourth squads will secure both gates of the third wall. Further instructions will be issued according to the battle situation. That is all. Understood. Roger. Affirmative. Having received the reassuring responses from the squad leaders, Kazuya ended the communication and returned the radio to Chitose. Stay safe. Muttering quietly, Kazuya pondered over a certain individual, gripping his trembling hand tightly as he continued to gaze towards the direction of the unseen fortress city. Concealed within the densely wooded hills, Kazuya merged with the scout unit, peering through binoculars at the fortress city nestled within the serene plains. There, fierce combat unfolded before his eyes. Commander, over there. They're putting on quite the show, aren't they? Above the fortress city, the Dragon Knights of the Elza's Magic Empire Army, hereafter referred to as the Imperial Army, soared in all directions, launching attacks with magic and bows. In response, a barrage of arrows and magic projectiles was unleashed from ballistae and archers stationed atop the city walls, while wizards launched magical orbs into the fray. On the ground, a massive army comprising Imperial infantry, cavalry, musketeers, beastmasters commanding creatures, and the largest contingent of wizards in the Imperial Army, relentlessly assaulted the fortress city's formidable defenses. In the rear, engineers equipped with catapults, trebuchets, and breech-loading cannon artillery bombarded the second wall of the fortress city with rocks and cannonballs. In retaliation, the fortress city defenders launched their own projectiles at the Imperial army, although their numbers paled in comparison to their adversaries. This was the situation. Even before reports reached the capital, the fortress city and the Imperial army had already engaged in battle. For 4 days, the fortress city had valiantly withstood the ferocious onslaught of the Imperial army, fighting a desperate battle alone. This won't end well if we don't hurry. Observing the completely besieged fortress city, Kazuya muttered, his gaze shifting towards the enemy headquarters. However, the enemy headquarters lay to the south of the fortress city, while Kazuya stood to the north, making it difficult to discern. Resigned to this, Kazuya pocketed his binoculars and returned to his unit, descending the hill. How was it, my lord? What's the situation? It's dire. Looks like we're in for a fierce battle. Before engaging in combat, Kazuya summoned as much ammunition and supplies as he could with his abilities and packed them into the Type 73 large truck. All right, let's go. With preparations complete, Kazuya issued the order. We're commencing our operation. Everyone, fulfill your duties. Understood. With the command, the engines of the vehicles carrying Kazuya and his comrades roared to life and surged forward. They're having it easy, aren't they? Those who went ahead must be enjoying themselves by now. Hey, come on now. We've only just breached the outermost wall. The only ones who might be there now are the females of the demon and beast tribes, who might have ventured too far and been captured during the battle. That's fine. After so long in the military, I need to let off some steam. As soldiers, ordered to secure the captured gate, chatted amongst themselves, one of them noticed something amiss. Hey, did we hear anything about reinforcements for the cavalry unit? I haven't heard any such orders. Besides, this is a siege, isn't it? Even if cavalry reinforcements were to arrive now, they'd be pointless. If it's not the cavalry unit, then what's that? I can't see clearly through the dust, but it seems to be approaching us. Huh. When the soldier's companion looked in the direction indicated, a large cloud of dust obscured something approaching the gate. What the hell is that? I've never seen anything like it. As the soldiers began to murmur in confusion, a sudden gust of wind cleared the dust, revealing a rectangular object, unlike anything they had encountered before. I don't know what it is, but it's not friendly. Enemies inbound. At the captain's shout, the soldiers finally noticed the approaching threat and hastily grabbed their weapons. It seems they've noticed us. Observing the heightened activity among the Imperial forces, Chitose remarked, "It's unexpected that we could approach so close without being detected." The Imperial forces were entirely focused on the fortress city, oblivious to Kazuya's unit heading towards it. Seizing the opportunity, the convoy carrying Kazuya's team raced towards the gate at full speed. Then, let's wreak havoc and crush them. Fueled by anger, Kazuya rallied his spirits and declared. The reason for Kazuya's fury lay in the numerous villages near the fortress city, all of which had fallen victim to the atrocities of the Imperial army, wherein villagers were massacred and brutally displayed, with signs of assault evident. Strikers 06 through 09 lobbed grenades at the Imperial infantry massing near the gate. Other vehicles attacked the encircling enemy forces. Roger that. Almost simultaneously with the command, 4 M1128 Striker MGS armored vehicles, each equipped with an M68A1E4 105mm gun, unleashed a volley of grenades towards the targeted infantry. The thunderous roar of gunfire heralded the impact of the 4 shells, striking the infantry formation, their shields held up as they prepared to counterattack with swords and spears. Enveloped in smoke, the Imperial infantry vanished from sight. As the wind cleared the smoke, what had once been a neatly arranged infantry formation was now replaced by a scene of carnage, with grotesque corpses and hundreds of wounded soldiers moaning in agony. What's this? The ground forces are under attack. What did you say? Is it enemy reinforcements? We'll crush them. Forward. Finally noticing the anomaly in the ground forces, the Dragon Knights hastily charged towards Kazuya's group. Anti-aircraft combat. Shoot them down. At Kazuya's command, a dense barrage of bullets from Humvees and Striker armored vehicles, armed with M2 heavy machine guns and GAU 19 Gatling-style heavy machine guns firing 12.7mm rounds, was unleashed. Buba. Guage. Amidst such chaos, the Dragon Knights who plunged into it caused crimson flowers to bloom in the sky one after another, fluttering down to the ground. From here, we penetrate the fortress city. Second squad, Follow me. Third squad, secure the northern gate. Fourth squad, secure the southern gate on the opposite side. Observing the clearance of the aerial enemies, Kazuya relayed orders to each squad. Roger. Understood. Upon receiving responses from the squad leaders, Kazuya connected only to Sergeant Funasaka, the leader of the fourth squad, via radio. Kazuya here. Respond, Sergeant Funasaka. What is it, General Commander? There's something I need to tell you while we have the chance. What might that be? Honestly, the task of seizing and securing the southern gate assigned to the fourth squad will prove challenging. The enemy's main camp lies 10 kilometers from that gate. We're positioned on the opposite side. Requesting reinforcements won't be feasible immediately. Moreover, as Kazuya began speaking to Sergeant Funasaka through the radio from the hatch atop the Striker CV armored vehicle, his words were interrupted, and a response was received. With all due respect, we are well aware of that. Hence, General Commander, you've allocated more personnel and vehicles to our squad compared to the others, correct? If you've shown such consideration to our squad, there's no need for hesitation. Besides, we are your subordinates, soldiers, military personnel. If ordered by you, our General Commander, it is our duty to follow through. Please worry not. As if sensing Kazuya's sentiments, he expressed his gratitude internally before responding to Sergeant Funasaka. I see. Then, I'm counting on you. Understood. Best of luck, General Commander. Likewise, Sergeant. As Kazuya's Striker CV armored vehicle rode alongside the Humvee, manned by Sergeant Funasaka, he saluted Kazuya. Vehicles assigned to the fourth squad separated from Kazuya's group and sped towards the gate on the opposite side of the fortress city. Seeing them off, Kazuya and his team proceeded to charge straight towards the visible gate. Go, 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 charge in. Amidst the chaos caused by the sudden assault, the first and second squads entered the densely packed fortress city, mercilessly crushing and shooting down enemy soldiers while advancing along the main street at full speed. The third squad, tasked with securing the gate, halted near the gate and initiated combat. Hey, take this. How about that? Master, it's dangerous. Please stay inside. Ignoring Chitosa's words, Kazuya utilized the M2 heavy machine gun mounted on his Striker CV armored vehicle, firing 12.7mm rounds indiscriminately at Imperial Army soldiers. Meanwhile, Kazuya and his team reached the gate of the second wall. As the vehicles came to a stop, soldiers inside disembarked and began to clear out enemy troops. What the hell are these guys? Where did they come from? Run. The enemy soldiers, suddenly ambushed from behind, panicked and fled. Wait, you lot. Fight back. We'll counterattack. Although some brave mages and infantry attempted to retaliate against Kazuya and his team, they were swiftly met with concentrated gunfire from the personal weapons of the elite guards, M4A1 carbines and 48 Malawian Quachas Mod 0, 7.62mm NATO caliber, light machine guns, and were mercilessly turned into sieves, sinking into their own pools of blood. Just as the enemy soldiers, rattled by Kazuya's assault, attempted to regroup and launch a counterattack. Assault! Uwawa! The gates suddenly swung open, and the defenders of the fortress city poured out like an avalanche, attacking the Imperial Army soldiers to vent their pent-up frustrations. This proved to be the decisive blow, causing the Imperial Army to collapse and flee in disarray. After the enemy forces fled, numerous siege towers and battering rams with attached roofs were abandoned in front of the gates. Second squad, secure this area and engage in mopping up operations against any remaining enemies. First squad, we're going to meet with Duke Karen Lautrec. Roger that. With the jubilant shouts of victorious soldiers echoing throughout the gate front, Kazuya left the second squad behind and led the first squad towards the castle at the heart of the fortress city. Volume 02, Chapter 09. Screams echoed through the air. As Kazuya and his companions entered the castle at the heart of the fortified city to meet Duke Lautrec, the interior was abuzz with soldiers and residents celebrating, having heard of their victory over the Imperial forces. We heard about it. You lot defeated the Imperial Army, didn't you? Thank you. Truly thank you. Oh yeah. Hey, let us through. Where are you all from? Hey lads. I'll buy you drinks later. No, I said let us through. Hey, what's this? What? Missy, don't touch that. It's a grenade. With news of the Imperial defeat spreading rapidly within the castle, Kazuya and his companions found themselves surrounded by grateful soldiers and residents seeking refuge, making it difficult to proceed further. What a hassle. Is Chitose all right? Yes, somehow. Having managed to push through the crowd of residents, Kazuya and his companions finally reached their intended destination, guided by the fortress city soldiers. Chitose, wait here with the others. Understood. Excuse me. Leaving the soldiers of the first platoon outside the room, Kazuya knocked on the door and entered with Chitose. Inside the room, two exhausted women with dark circles under their eyes awaited. One exuded an overwhelming presence, with a slender and modestly endowed figure. The other, a tall beauty with long, flowing blue hair tied in a ponytail. Karen Lautrec, the Duchess with golden hair styled in vertical rolls, glanced at Kazuya as he entered and spoke slowly. I don't know who you are, but we owe you our thanks. Thanks to you, we were able to temporarily drive back the Imperial army. I'm grateful. Karen had met Kazuya once before, but his appearance had changed since then. Kazuya wore a helmet and sunglasses, concealing his face. Assuming he was the leader of a mercenary unit that had repelled the Imperial forces, Karen addressed him in her fatigued state. Oh, I'm just here to repay a personal debt. Well, there are other reasons, but let me introduce myself properly. I'm Kazuya Nagato, the leader of Parabellum. As Kazuya removed his sunglasses and helmet, Karen's eyes widened in astonishment. You? Karen-sama? Do you know each other? Maria Broad, a mage and one of Karen's subordinates, asked Karen, who was visibly surprised. Yes. A little. Maria sensed Karen's awkward response, but refrained from further questioning. For context, Kazuya and Karen had crossed paths on the second day of Kazuya's stay in the fortress city of Nasisto. After saving Iris and her group from a swarm of bugs on the highway, Kazuya had stayed in Nasisto for 2 days. During this time, Karen, disguised, had been inspecting the city incognito. Separated from her unit, she wandered the city alone while Kazuya was exploring. They collided, and in the ensuing chaos, Kazuya accidentally kissed Karen after they fell to the ground. That mishap had led to their acquaintance. Karen glared at him intensely, as if wanting to say something. However, realizing that speaking her mind might reveal what had happened between them to Maria, Karen refrained from doing so. Clearing her throat, she addressed Kazuya and his companions in a somewhat formal tone. Ahem. Anyway, thanks to you, we're safe. Tonight, we'll hold a victory celebration to boost the soldiers' morale. I hope you'll join us. We can talk afterwards. Understood. But before that, one thing. We'd like permission to move freely within the fortified city. Well, I suppose that's fine. I'll arrange for you to have access to areas other than the restricted ones. Will that suffice? Then until tonight. With these words, Karen urged Kazuya and the others to depart. Until tonight. Leaving the room with Chitose, Kazuya left behind a smile. Having left the room where Karen was, Kazuya received reports from each squad and the current situation from Chitose in the tent that had become a temporary command post. Well then, let's hear the reports. Yes. At present, each squad is continuing their missions without any issues. Casualties for each squad include 2 lightly injured in the second squad, 1 heavily injured and 3 lightly injured in the third squad, and 1 deceased, 2 heavily injured, and 4 lightly injured in the fourth squad. The casualties in the fourth squad are substantial as expected. How about the enemy forces? They are still besieging the fortified city, but there is no sign of movement, possibly due to significant losses. The enemy headquarters remains the same. It is estimated that they may not move for at least 2 days due to reorganization of their forces. I see. Understood. Inform each squad to take turns resting and gather the wounded here. I will heal their injuries with my complete healing ability. Understood. Also, about my lord. What is it, Chitose? Chitose, having finished listening to the orders, smiled and asked Kazuya. Could you kindly explain later what my lord referred to as a personal debt that Duke Rotrek mentioned to me earlier? With a sinister aura surrounding her, Chitose stated it to Kazuya as if it were a decided matter. Well, even if it's called a debt, it's something trivial. Besides, it's not a debt that Chitose needs to worry about. Despite Kazuya's attempt to cover up the fact that he had accidentally kissed Karen, fearing Chitose might find out, he was interrupted. Is my lord going to the battlefield for something trivial? And no, it's just... Then, I'll listen to the story later, alright? Fine. Unable to deceive Chitose, Kazuya finally nodded silently. Nightfall. In celebration of temporarily defeating the Imperial army, a modest feast was held, with the citizens being treated to some alcohol and meat. Observing the boisterous soldiers and citizens of the fortified city celebrating with drinks in hand from a distance, Kazuya leaned against the wall, his legs trembling, due to the adult scolding from Chitose after she learned what happened between him and Karen. Chitose, who would usually be by his side, was absent because of some errand she had to attend to, having left Kazuya's side just moments ago. Replacing Chitose, who had left, Karen silently approached Kazuya. "Do you have any business, Your Grace?" Kazuya intentionally used formal language as he addressed Karen, who shot a sharp gaze at him. "You don't need to speak in such a manner now. Speak as you did before." "Is that so? Then, I shall do so." After Kazuya's response, silence fell between the two for a while, but Karen, unable to bear the silence any longer, murmured casually. "To think that the man I thought was just a commoner who accidentally pinned me down and stole a kiss in the middle of the street would be the one to save us? Life is so unpredictable." Hey, that was an accident. You, after stealing the lips of a duke, especially a maiden's first kiss, do you intend to brush it off as an accident? I can't begin to count how many times I've thought about cutting off your head for that. I'm apologizing, aren't I? And that's why I came here, to help you. A debt? Or rather, to make amends. Wait a moment. Is that really the reason you came here? After hearing Kazuya's words and freezing in disbelief, Karen, who started moving again, looked at Kazuya with an incredulous expression. "Is that really the reason?" "Well, that alone isn't the reason. But the main reason I came here was to help you, Karen." "What?" Upon hearing Kazuya's words, Karen's face flushed crimson as if boiling, and she turned her back to Kazuya, lowering her gaze. What's this about? What is this man up to? Is he trying to woo me?" In Karen's mind, a circuit of thoughts resembling that of a maiden dreaming of a prince on a white horse was at work. Kazuya had come to my aid on the battlefield, seeking retribution for stealing my lips. In other words, he was willing to march onto a battlefield where he might perish just to ensure I didn't meet my end. Equals he wants me. She pondered like a maiden yearning for a fairy tale prince. Even if you suddenly say such things, I also need time to prepare myself. I mean, it's not that I object, but there's a difference in status between us. Why yet, if you truly insist, and I suppose I could accompany you? Muttering nervously, Karen summoned her courage in a barely audible voice, her face still as red as an apple, before turning abruptly to gaze up at Kazuya. "Besides, Beretta asked me to." However, Karen's words were spoken in such a soft voice that Kazuya couldn't hear her. "Who's that woman?" With female intuition, Karen was convinced that the Beretta mentioned by Kazuya was a woman. In an instant, her face transformed from that of a smitten maiden to a serious expression, as a mixture of irritation and jealousy colored her voice when she questioned Kazuya. Beretta? She's a woman who serves as the vice commander of the 2nd Royal Guard. Apparently, her sister is here in this fortress city, and she asked for our help. By the way, have you ever heard the name Coltzara? I see. So, you weren't trying to woo me. Is something the matter, Karen-san? When Kazuya honestly answered Karen's question, she looked down and began to tremble slightly. Seeing Karen's reaction, Kazuya had a bad feeling creeping into his mind. Rumble. At that moment, Kazuya envisioned raging flames behind Karen. "Don't you dare utter misleading words that raise expectations. You dullard. Oblivious fool. Thud. Guh. Karen's calculated right straight connected perfectly with Kazuya's solar plexus. Caught off guard by Karen's sudden assault, Kazuya could do nothing but react, crouching on the ground, clutching his solar plexus with his hands. Hmph. Karen walked away from Kazuya, her shoulders trembling with heavy breaths. What did I do? Clatter. Later, when Chitose returned from her errands, all she saw was Kazuya crouching motionless on the ground. Master. The anguished cry of Chitose echoed hollowly in the aftermath. Volume 02 Chapter 10. Early the following morning after the banquet, within a chamber of the fortress city of Nazisto, a palpable tension hung heavy in the air. Karen, her displeasure emanating unmistakably, crossed her arms in silence, furrowing her brow. Karen seems rather discontented, perhaps fatigued. Kazuya, perplexed by Karen's mood, furrows his own brow, unable to discern its cause. To raise a hand against Kazuya after last night's events, how dare she? Chitose glared at Karen with eyes filled with loathing, fingers hovering near the holster where her Beretta M92 rested, seemingly poised to end Karen's life. What is this atmosphere about? Meanwhile, Maria, bewildered by the unfolding situation, struggles to comprehend what is happening. Silently, Many others in the room share a fervent desire to depart from this scene. The room, intended for discussions on future strategies and Imperial army countermeasures, was far from conducive to its original purpose. Well then, as Maria attempted to steer the still unstarted conversation, a deafening explosion interrupted. Boom. Suddenly, an ear-splitting blast reverberated, followed by shockwaves that shook the entire fortress city. The window of the room where Kazuya and the others were trembled under the force of the shockwave, causing dust to sprinkle from the ceiling. What in the world is happening? What's going on? Kazuya and his companions are thrown into disarray by the sudden turn of events. Quickly regaining composure, Kazuya and the others rushed outside onto a terrace overlooking the fortress city to ascertain the situation. What they witnessed there was beyond imagination. Surely not. This is inconceivable. The southern gate of the third citadel, obliterated without a trace, leaving behind a massive crater. As Karen stepped onto the terrace, she murmured softly, as if unable to believe her eyes, at the sight of the devastation. This feels akin to the detonation of a large bomb. Though initially stunned by the disappearance of the gate, Kazuya immediately rallied upon Karen's remark and established communication with the 4th Squad, which was supposed to secure the southern gate of the 3rd Citadel. What happened? As Kazuya and Sergeant Funasaka communicated over the radio, Chitose shook Kazuya's shoulder, pointing towards the vanished gate on the other side. Just as Kazuya began to speak, he followed Chitose's gesture and beheld a young girl, clad in pristine white robes, stepping forward from the enemy encampment. Garesu, De, Bagai, Koru. The girl, advancing alone from the Imperial Army's main camp, chanted a spell while thrusting a staff, larger than her own stature, towards the sky. Door. With the completion of her incantation, the girl forcefully slammed the stone tip of her massive staff into the ground. In an instant, an array of magical sigils appeared around her, from which various creatures armed with weapons emerged. Goblins, kobolds, orcs, werewolves, lizardmen, and more. Summoning countless monsters, the girl brandished her staff towards the fortress city, prompting the beasts to roar and charge forth with coordinated ferocity. Yuwa. As the bloodthirsty creatures surged towards the fortress city, the girl vanished into the heart of her encampment. Then, as if in response to her disappearance, a unit of Imperial troops, protected by a cherry-colored magical barrier, emerged from the main camp and began advancing towards the fortress city. They've arrived. As Kazuya cast his gaze about for any other enemy movements, it became apparent that the Imperial forces were concentrating their strength in one location, seemingly intending to breach the castle gate, attacking solely from the south where their main camp lay. This is bad. Squad 4, the enemy is approaching. Fall back to the second city wall. All hands. Hurry. Commander, it seems we won't make it in time to evacuate. We should abandon our positions? Are you daft? Who's talking about giving up? If you can't evacuate in time, then we'll come for yourselves. So wait. Don't you dare think about dying. With a shout, Kazuya abruptly cut off communication with Sergeant Funasaka, turning on his heel to head towards Squad 4 without waiting for a response. However, a figure stood in his path, obstructing his way. Where do you think you're going? It was Karen who blocked Kazuya's path. It should be obvious. I'm going to assist my subordinates. And you think I'll allow that? What will you do if enemies breach inside while the gate is open? If the second city wall is breached, there will be no escape for us. Don't you understand that much? Moreover, your reckless actions put civilians and subordinates in danger. I understand your feelings, but, please, give up. With a face as if she had bitten into a bitter worm, Karen turned away from Kazuya as she spoke. Squad 3, immediately abandon the north gate. Fall back to the interior of the second city wall and provide escort for Coltzara, as well as support for Squads 1 and 2. Squad 3 understood. Having issued orders to Squad 3, Kazuya turned to Karen, who was looking at him with a puzzled expression, and smirked. Who said anything about leaving the gate? What are you planning to do? All right. It seems the enemies are only coming from the south where the main camp is located, so let Squad 3 on the opposite side enter. Answer my question. What are you up to? Up to? How disrespectful. It's merely a matter of not abandoning our subordinates just because the gate is unusable. If the gate won't work, we'll lower ropes from the wall and get out that way. Chitose, let's go. Yes. Wait. The commander of this place is me. Do you intend to defy me? Realizing that persuasion wouldn't work on Kazuya, Karen tried to stop him using her authority, but it was futile. Sorry, but we're adventurers with a mission to fulfill. So, if we judge it necessary to accomplish that mission, we'll act according to our own thoughts. Besides, we won't inconvenience you. So, we don't need to obey your orders. Sorry, Karen. In a voice almost whispered, Kazuya apologized to Karen, looking embarrassed. Do as you please. Unable to say anything more in the face of Kazuya's indescribable expression, Karen turned away, muttering. Smiling wryly at Karen's reaction, Kazuya left the terrace with Chitose in tow. In Karen and Maria's empty office, save for the two of them. Was it all right, Karen-sama? Letting them go like that? Maria asked, looking worriedly at Karen, who was seated with her head bowed. There's nothing else we can do? In a voice revealing her vulnerability, Karen muttered softly, a face she only showed to Maria and those she trusted. If I make that face, there's no way he'll stop. Not with just this much. Please don't die, Kazuya, the man who took my first kiss. For him to end up like this? Please, just come back safely. Pressing her hands together as if in prayer, Karen wished for Kazuya's safety. At the same time, Karen prayed for Kazuya's safety. Master. It seems that Master is here. Don't stay here. As Kazuya hurriedly prepared for rappelling down from the second city wall alongside squads 1 and 2, Chitose attempted to persuade Kazuya to stay behind, but Kazuya cut her off. However, unlike us, who can be replaced anytime, Master is irreplaceable. What should we do if something were to happen to Master? Please reconsider. Chitose. Interrupting Chitose with a firm tone, Kazuya spoke quietly. Chitose, don't ever say we can be replaced again. And I can't just stay safe while sending my subordinates into danger. Please understand. Master. Having heard Kazuya's words, Chitose stared at him for a moment. Then, as if having made up her mind, she moved and lowered the rope beside Kazuya. I spoke out of turn. I apologize. We are loyal soldiers who follow Master's orders and fulfill Master's wishes. If Master goes, even if it's to hell, we will follow. And it is our duty to protect Master. Sensei, let us proceed. Whether the enemy be gods, your Master, no, we shall protect you. Isn't that right, all of you? Yes. As Chitose intentionally distorted her tone, shouting in coarse language towards the soldiers surrounding her, the troops, who had quietly prepared for rappelling descent, simultaneously raised their guns toward the sky, giving their unanimous agreement. Observing this, Kazuya relaxed his cheek, wearing a pleased smile, and issued a command. We shall now head to rescue the members of the 4th squad. Everyone, descend. Understood. Kazuya and his team smoothly descended the 15-meter high castle wall using ropes. Upon reaching the ground, they immediately sprinted towards the location of the 4th squad amid the grim scene of rubble from recently destroyed buildings and the corpses of slain magical creatures strewn about. Flank from the right. Leave it to us. Leave it. Wait, Commander? Why are you here? As Kazuya and his team joined forces with the 4th squad, soldiers from the 4th squad, firing their M4A1 carbines in semi-automatic mode at the approaching magical creatures, noticed Kazuya's presence and voiced their surprise. Ignoring the soldiers' inquiries, Kazuya instead posed a question. How's the situation? Why yes. Currently, the Imperial army is launching wave attacks with a massive horde of magical creatures. We're somehow holding our ground, but we're out of ammunition. Also, 2 squad members who were on lookout duty are missing. Corporal Funasaka said he's gone to search for them just a moment ago. The soldier reported to Kazuya amidst the echoing gunfire. Understood. 4th squad. Retreat with the wounded. Roger. What about you, commanders? Wait for another 15 minutes for Corporal Funasaka to return. But that puts the commanders in danger. Just go ahead without us. Understood. Best of luck. The soldier, after conversing with Kazuya, left after uttering these parting words. 12 minutes after witnessing the 4th squad's retreat. Master! We can't hold the front line any longer. Beside Kazuya, Chitose shouted while changing the box-shaped magazine of her 48 Malawian Quachas Mod 0. Damn! As Kazuya looked around in response to Chitose's words, he could indeed see the front line being pushed back. There was a danger of being cut off with no retreat if they continued like this. It might be impossible, however. Kazuya, torn between waiting for Corporal Funasaka's return or retreating, received a report from a soldier stationed on a hill. The enemy creatures are retreating, but the Imperial army is advancing in a spearhead formation. Prompted by the voice, Kanzuya looked towards the destroyed city gate, where a mixed unit of Imperial magic users and infantry, protected by a magical barrier, was approaching. Damn. Frustrated, Kanzuya clenched his teeth and judged that holding out any longer was impossible. He then radioed Lieutenant Ibuki. Ibuki, this is Ibuki. What do you need? Is the trap ready? Yes, as instructed. Despite the regret in Kanzuya's heart, he ordered the unit to retreat. First and second squads. Retreat immediately. Following this command, soldiers pulled out the safety pins of M18 smoke grenades and threw them towards the enemy. The thrown M18 smoke grenades began emitting dense white smoke, creating a wall of white smoke between Kanzuya's team and the Imperial Army. What's that? Hold your positions. The Imperial Army unit, which had been approaching the city gate, stopped in surprise at the sudden smoke screen. Just a smoke screen. Dispel it with wind magic. Understood. However, the magic users quickly dispelled the smoke screen with wind magic. They retreated? After the smoke cleared, the Imperial Army, suspicious of the absence of enemy soldiers, sent a few magical creatures as scouts. As they safely returned, the Imperial Army resumed their advance. Then, just as they were about to attack the second city wall gate, now, kill them. Click. Just as the Imperial Army was drawn in, Lieutenant Ibuki's second squad triggered their trap. An abundance of C4 explosives and M18 Claymore directional anti-personnel mines detonated simultaneously, obliterating the Imperial Army. While the magical barrier protected the Imperial soldiers from small-caliber bullets, the explosions within the barrier rendered it useless. The soldiers hit by the C4 explosions were relatively fortunate, but those caught in the full force of the Claymore explosion faced a gruesome demise. Yarark. My eyes. My eyes. Soldiers showered with the 700 iron balls contained in the Claymore, each with the force of a powerful air gun, were torn apart, writhing in agony amidst the excruciating pain. Damn! Retreat! The Imperial Army, unable to maintain the magic barrier due to the casualties among the magic users, attempted to retreat. However, the soldiers of the fortress city, led by Kanzuya, had no intention of letting them escape. Don't let them run. Keep shooting. From the top of the city wall, bullets and arrows rained down, reducing the Imperial soldiers who managed to retreat to less than half of their marching force. Volume 02, Chapter 10.5. A convoy approached the fortress city of Nazist. Understood. Best of luck, Commander-in-Chief. Indeed, Sergeant. With those words, Sergeant Funasaka saluted Kanzuya and bid him farewell. Accompanied by 7 vehicles assigned to the 4th Squad, 2 Humvees, 1 M1126 Stryker ICV armored vehicle, 2 M1128 Stryker MGS armored vehicles, and 2 Type 73 large trucks, they aimed for the southern gate. There it is, coming into view now. After driving along the plain for several minutes beside the walls, the southern gate finally came into sight. Despite roughly twice the number of enemy soldiers gathering at the southern gate compared to the northern gate, they were too engrossed in transporting loot from the fortress city to notice the 4th Squad's approach. Vehicles 3 and 4 fire 2 grenades towards the enemy near the gate. After we breach, intermittently launch white phosphorus incendiary rounds outside the gate to prevent enemy reinforcements from entering. Understood. Following Sergeant Funasaka's orders, the 2 M1128 Stryker MGS armored vehicles fired grenades from their M68A1E 4 105mm cannons. HM? What the? Hey, don't stop. Suddenly, grenades struck amidst the soldiers busy with looting, instantly claiming the lives of many. Help. Someone. Help me. My legs. I've lost my legs. Fortuitously, or unfortunately, surviving soldiers screamed and flailed. Now's the time. Charge. Amidst the chaos caused by the sudden attack, Sergeant Funasaka and his team forcefully breached the gate and penetrated into the interior of the fortress city. Disembark. Commence combat. Shouting so, Sergeant Funasaka leaped out of the Humvee, brandishing a Type 30 bayonet attached to his Type 38 infantry rifle with one hand, plunging into the midst of the enemy alone. Arg. Arg. Weak. Too weak. Not understanding what was happening, Sergeant Funasaka shouted loudly while mowing down fleeing enemy soldiers in panic. Captain. Again? Please don't charge in alone without authorization. Sergeant Makino, Funasaka's adjutant, took command of the squad while exclaiming in exasperation at Funasaka's rampage. What? As long as you're taking command, there shouldn't be a problem. Though responding to Makino's words, Sergeant Funasaka shot one of the two attacking enemy soldiers directly in the heart with a Type 38 live round, 6.5 mm 50 SR, killing him instantly. Then, deflecting the other's sword strike with his Type 38 infantry rifle, he smashed the enemy's head with the butt of his rifle, exploiting the enemy soldier's momentary stagger to thrust the bayonet of his Type 38 infantry rifle into the enemy's chest, killing him with precise movements. That's not the issue. Moreover, please don't charge in with such outdated equipment. It's nerve-wracking for us watching. What do you mean outdated equipment? This Type 38 infantry rifle suits me best. Oops. As Sergeant Funasaka conversed with Makino while killing enemies, the Imperial soldiers, recovering from their confusion, began to counterattack. About 10 riflemen lined up in 2 rows, simultaneously firing towards Sergeant Funasaka. However, realizing he was being targeted just before they fired, Sergeant Funasaka swiftly took cover behind an obstacle to shield himself from the bullets. Furthermore, I can't let go of this Type 38 infantry rifle personally bestowed upon me by the Commander-in-Chief. Peeking out from his cover, Sergeant Funasaka confirmed the riflemen hastily reloading their guns and, despite saying so to Makino, he reached for a Type 100 grenade discharger and a Type 10 hand grenade, attaching them to his Type 38 infantry rifle. Then, leaping out from cover, he fired a Type 10 hand grenade towards the riflemen who were still struggling to reload their guns. Take this. With Sergeant Funasaka's small command and a thud, the Type 10 hand grenade exploded in front of the riflemen. Close to the explosion of the Type 10 hand grenade, combined with the detonation of the gunpowder they held, the riflemen were blown away altogether. Directly? That's because you persuaded the Commander-in-Chief forcibly that you wanted to use the Type 38 infantry rifle. The Commander-in-Chief was even laughing wryly at your insistence. Is that so? Haha, I've already forgotten. As Sergeant Funasaka, who had swept away the riflemen, removed the Type 100 grenade discharger, he attempted to reload his Type 38 infantry rifle with a set of 5 Type 38 live rounds inserted into the magazine. However, as he pulled back the bolt to load the rounds and slid it forward, the bolt handle got stuck, and the bolt wouldn't return. This is bad. As Sergeant Funasaka struggled with the bolt of his Type 38 infantry rifle, the enemy soldiers, seeing it as an opportunity, screamed and rushed towards him. Fools who do not obey the Empire shall perish. Death to the heathens who ally with subhumans. Zash! What nonsense! With that, Sergeant Funasaka effortlessly released his Type 38 infantry rifle, drew the sword at his waist in the manner of Iajutsu, and in an instant, severed the heads of the enemy soldiers who rushed at him. The enemy soldiers, whose heads were instantly severed, spewed a considerable amount of blood from their severed necks and fell to the ground with a thud. How trivial. Sergeant Funasaka disdainfully flicked off the blood on his sword, sheathed it, and picked up the Type 38 infantry rifle lying on the ground. Then, he hurled it towards the sorcerer who was about to cast a spell from behind, like throwing a spear. Thud. Ugh. The Type 38 infantry rifle flew straight as intended by Sergeant Funasaka, piercing the sorcerer's back, piercing his heart. Right on target. Well, slightly off. Amidst muttered words, Sergeant Funasaka made his way to the fallen magician, stepping over the wizard's body. He exclaimed as he withdrew the Type 38 infantry rifle, which was wedged into the magician's body. Are there no more formidable foes? Ish Chanchin. As Sergeant Funasaka taunted the enemy soldiers, someone tapped his shoulder. Noticing this, Sergeant Funasaka turned to find Sergeant Makino, who was poking his shoulder with a bemused expression. Isn't it already over? I see. Upon Makino's remark, Sergeant Funasaka looked around. He spotted fleeing enemy soldiers heading towards the castle gate, abandoning their weapons. However, outside the gate, the phosphorus from the Striker MGS armored vehicle's incendiary rounds lingered on the ground, emitting white smoke and burning fiercely. Consequently, the fleeing soldiers plunged into this scorching hell. Ouch! It's hot? What's this fire? Even water won't put it out. Gah! It burns. It burns. Unfortunate soldiers, their skin exposed to phosphorus during their escape, writhed in agony as the fire wouldn't extinguish even when water was poured on it. Incidentally, phosphorus burns, unlike regular burns, result in the surrounding skin turning yellow with a garlic-like smell. Moreover, phosphorus is not easily extinguished by water. The only solution is to cut away the skin affected by phosphorus. However, the soldiers who returned to the Imperial Army headquarters were unaware of this, desperately trying to extinguish the fire on their bodies with water. The day after repelling the Imperial army. Good morning, Sergeant. Ah, good morning. The 4th Squad had spent the night constructing fortifications near the conquered castle gate. Here you go. Sergeant Makino brought a warm drink for Sergeant Funasaka, who had been on watch all night in preparation for a night attack. Thank you. Sergeant Funasaka accepted the drink from Makino and took a sip. Say, Sergeant, there's something I want to ask. What is it, Sergeant? I'm bothered by something the enemy said during yesterday's battle. Do you know anything about it? What did they say? They mentioned death to the heathens who consort with demi-humans. I think. Are they fanatics of some religion? It's a bit delicate. I'm not well versed in it either. But if I recall correctly, the Elsa's magic empire was promoting a religion called the Lowen Faith. It's true that the enemy's religious fervor is quite intense due to that. What kind of religion is Lowen Faith? Well, roughly speaking, the Lowen Faith allows only humans, who are deemed to exist in the eyes of their god, to exist. Demons and beastmen, considered to be imitations of humans, should be destroyed. Or they should be eradicated. Something like that. That's quite an extreme religion. Wasn't the Imperial army not supposed to use monsters? Are monsters exempt? I'm not entirely sure about that either. Also, I heard that there's a place within the Empire's territory where the god of Lowen Faith is said to have descended. It's called a Holy Land, and fanatical believers manage and operate it, making it somewhat like an autonomous zone. There's such a place. I have one more question. How strong is the enemy's faith? If there are many individuals with the level of devotion of Colonel Chitos, it could be quite troublesome. I think it'll be fine. There shouldn't be anyone with the level of faith of Colonel Chitos. Well, if the fanatical enemy's faith is a 10, then Colonel Chitos's faith, dedication, would be around 100, wouldn't it? After all, that's Colonel Chitos we're talking about. If something were to happen to the Supreme Commander, he'd unhesitatingly launch a nuclear strike against the enemy, wouldn't he? I doubt they'd go that far. But I can't argue against you, Colonel Chitos. If it's you, anything's possible, Sergeant Funasaka remarked. Ha 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 ha. Sergeant Funasaka and Corporal Makino exchanged glances and laughed together. What? Everyone get down. As Sergeant Funasaka, noticing something, ceased laughing and shouted, he leaped at Corporal Makino, pushing him down to the ground in surprise. AI boom. The castle gate suddenly blew away without a trace. Exposed to the intense blast and deafening noise, Sergeant Funasaka and Corporal Makino temporarily lost consciousness. Aye cough cough. What in the... Cough, cough. I don't understand. As Sergeant Funasaka and Corporal Makino, buried under rubble, regained consciousness and crawled out from beneath, they were coughing from the sand and dust filling their mouths. Cough, cough. Corporal Makino, check on the troops' safety, quickly. Cough, cough. Understood. Receiving the order, Corporal Makino hurried away while Sergeant Funasaka, close by, lent a hand to a soldier buried under nearby rubble, dragging him out from underneath. Just then, through the radio he held, Kanzuya's voice came through. IG White. 4th Squad. Is anyone there? Hey. Sergeant Funasaka. Respond. She is static. Static. Click. GUH. This is 4th Squad. Cough. Sergeant Funasaka. Somehow we're all safe. What's the situation there? Yes. Cough. 4th Squad. Many casualties, but we can still fight. Despite the swirling dust entering his mouth and nose, causing him to cough repeatedly, Sergeant Funasaka, while responding to Kanzuya, glanced around. Soldiers, despite various wounds, were emerging one after another from under the debris. Damn. However, at the end of Sergeant Funasaka's gaze, there was a soldier, half buried under the rubble, not moving at all. 4th Squad. Enemies are coming. Retreat to the 2nd city wall. All units. Hurry. Commander, it's too late for us to evacuate now. Please, abandon us. You idiot. Who said anything about giving up? If you can't evacuate in time, we'll come to get you. Just wait. Don't you dare die. Yeesh click. With Kanzuya's voice as the last sound from the radio, it fell silent. Was that the commander just now? Returning from checking on his subordinate's safety, Corporal Makino asked as he approached Sergeant Funasaka. Yeah, they're going to pick us up. Will they make it in time? I don't know. But what's the situation? Preparing for combat, Sergeant Funasaka, with an anxious expression, asked Corporal Makino for a current report. Well, the traps set near the castle gate were destroyed by the explosion, and all vehicles were overturned by the blast. Due to the explosion of the Type 73 large truck, we only have the ammunition we're carrying. I see. What about the troops? 4 dead, 4 severely injured, 7 lightly injured, and 2 missing. The damage is severe. As Sergeant Funasaka listened to the report, soldiers watching the enemy's movements shouted, "Enemy approaching. Monsters are coming. They've arrived." Corporal Makino. Yes, what is it? I leave command to you. Yes. Wait, where are you going, Sergeant? It's obvious. I'll find the 2 missing before the commander arrives. What? Wait. Sergeant. Sergeant. Ignoring Corporal Makino's call, Sergeant Funasaka charged at the approaching horde of monsters, wielding his sword. A sudden, intense agony roused Sergeant Funasaka from his unconsciousness, coursing through his body like wildfire. After slashing his way through a horde of monsters, discovering the bodies of the 2 missing comrades, his memories dissolved into nothingness as he attempted to carry them to safety. As Sergeant Funasaka gazed blankly at the white canvas ceiling, the rustle of fabric heralded someone's approach. "Oh, you're awake," spoke a woman dressed as a nun, settling into a chair beside the bed where the sergeant lay. "Where am I?" he inquired. "You're in the Imperial Army's encampment. You've become a prisoner," she replied calmly. "What? I see. A prisoner. Gah. Ooh. Please don't move. You've sustained severe injuries all over your body. It's impossible for you to move. Like this?" The nun's voice trailed off as she witnessed the seemingly impossible. The man, previously thought immobile, rising to his feet before walking briskly as if untouched by injury. With a battered body, Sergeant Funasaka burst through the tent flap, knocking aside the sentry stationed by the entrance. Seizing the spear the sentry held, he brandished it, shouting, "Your enemy is here. Come at me. And kill me. Hurry, kill me." The Imperial soldiers, astonished by the sudden rampage of a prisoner presumed incapacitated, swiftly raised their weapons and charged at Sergeant Funasaka. Huff. "Finally, he's dead, this one," gasped the soldier, arrows protruding from his body, as he witnessed the sergeant, presumed deceased, lying before him, a look of bewilderment on his face. "Damn, he gave us quite the trouble," another soldier muttered, surveying the area, only to find dozens of their comrades' corpses strewn about, victims of Sergeant Funasaka's rampage. Amidst the commotion, a towering figure emerged, breaking through the soldiers' ranks. Clad in a pristine white robe and wielding a staff larger than herself, a young girl named Sarisha appeared. What is the meaning of this? With her commanding voice, the soldiers became aware of the girl's presence, hastily bowing in deference. "We, had a prisoner who began to act violently. We apologize. Lady Sarisha, it was deemed impossible to capture him alive again due to his fierce resistance, so he was executed." "I see. There were matters I wished to inquire of him. Nevertheless." With a glance at the prone form of Sergeant Funasaka, Sarisha departed without further ado. The relieved soldiers, spared from punishment, breathed a collective sigh. "For now, let's clean up the bodies." "Agreed." With these words, the soldiers lifted Sergeant Funasaka's limbs and cast his body, along with those of his fallen comrades, into a makeshift grave within the encampment. Slither. Slither. In the dead of night, all but the sentries were asleep. Within the Imperial encampment shrouded in darkness, the crackling flames of scattered bonfires cast a dim glow around. Yet, from beneath the supposed sanctuary of the corpse-laden pit, faint sounds of movement could be discerned. Slither. Slither. Thud. "I am not yet dead." Emerging from the depths of the burial pit, Sergeant Funasaka, presumed deceased, proclaimed his defiance. Perhaps a testament to his resilience, all wounds on Sergeant Funasaka's body had inexplicably healed. However, whether due to excessive blood loss or the toll of his injuries, his vision blurred and his hearing dulled. "Not yet. I can still kill you all." Despite his sealed wounds, he struggled to move his body, crawling with determination and whispering in a feeble voice akin to a mosquito's hum. "Here. I am." After an hour-long crawl, Sergeant Funasaka, still bearing the scars of battle, arrived at a tent where gunpowder and supplies for cannons were stored. "Watch this." Entering the tent, he gathered several bags of gunpowder before returning, crawling along the ground once more, scattering the gunpowder little by little, back to the pit of corpses. Huff, huff. As dawn approached, Sergeant Funasaka, having returned to the burial pit, ignited the gunpowder trails with a flint brought along. The ignited gunpowder traced its path toward the stockpiled explosives within the tent. Boom! As the explosion reverberated through the surroundings, signaling the success of the detonation, a smirk crept onto Sergeant Funasaka's lips before consciousness slipped away. Volume 02, Chapter 11. How goes it? Have you found the sergeant? No, he's still missing. We found the bodies of the 2 soldiers who were missing, as well as the military sword the sergeant was using, but the sergeant himself is nowhere to be found. Following the significant damage inflicted, the Imperial army withdrew, and as there were no signs of further attacks, Kazuya and his group were engaged in the search for the 3 missing individuals. Where could the sergeant be? I hope he hasn't become a prisoner. Although the bodies of the 2 soldiers who went missing shortly after the search began were discovered, the figure of Sergeant Funasaka, who had gone to find them, remained elusive, no matter where they looked. There's no helping it. We'll have to call off the search. Let's head back. While concerned about Sergeant Funasaka's safety, Kazuya decided to terminate the search. As Kazuya and his companions abandoned the search for Sergeant Funasaka and returned within the confines of the second defensive wall, they encountered Maria waiting for them. Lord Kazuya, Lady Karen is summoning you. Understood. Upon hearing that Karen was calling for him from Maria, Kazuya entrusted Chitos with the task and headed towards Karen's location. It seems you're unharmed. Yeah, I am, but 6 of my subordinates died, and 1 is still missing. I see. Upon entering the room and seeing Kazuya's unscathed appearance, Karen's face lit up with a smile as if a flower had blossomed, ready to address him. However, upon seeing Kazuya's expression, Karen seemed to realize something and composed herself before speaking to him. They're likely to attack again starting from tomorrow. Are you sure you're okay in this condition? I'm fine, but are we safe here in the fortress? Attempting to change the subject, Kazuya inquired of Karen, but her expression didn't bode well. Frankly, it's tough. We still have some food reserves, but ammunition, gunpowder, bullets, and arrows are almost depleted. We're grateful for your presence, but without your arrival, the fortress would have likely fallen by now. I see. We need reinforcements as soon as possible. Yes, indeed. After such a bleak conversation about the future, Kazuya left Karen's room after exchanging a few words. Welcome back, my lord. Upon returning to the command post of the elite guard set up in one corner of the castle, Kazuya was awaited by Chitos. I'm back. Any reports? Yes. Information from the soldiers left at the mansion has come in. Reinforcements from the Canary Kingdom departed yesterday at noon. Yesterday at noon? How many? And will they arrive in time? It seems to be around 25,000. As for whether they'll arrive in time, it's a bit tight time-wise. Also, the casualty report has been compiled. Please take a look. Yeah, I see. Show me. Handed several sheets of paper by Chitos, Kazuya glanced over them. Out of the total 50 soldiers, 6 died in battle. 1 is missing, and as I've treated all the wounded, there are none. Ammunition will last for 1 or 2 more battles. I'm in a bind. My lord. Seeing Kazuya furrow his brows as he perused the report, Chitos cautiously inquired. What is it? As I mentioned earlier, the reinforcements from the Canary Kingdom may not arrive in time. It's risky for us to remain without withdrawing or deploying additional troops. You're right. Holding back on using our forces further could prove challenging, but then, if we deploy additional troops, we won't be able to justify ourselves as mere adventurers anymore, especially since we're already under suspicion for using modern weapons. And it seems there are those sniffing around about us in secret. What will you do, my lord? Mulling it over with a groan, Kazuya was pressed for a decision by Chitos. Understood. Move the ground forces closer to the fortress city, but make sure they remain unnoticed. Also, ensure that each aerial squadron is ready to move out at a moment's notice if given orders. Understood. I'll get on it immediately. With Kazuya's decision to deploy additional troops, preparations for deployment were set in motion at the forward operating base. The next morning, within the fortress city, soldiers were already on high alert, preparing for potential large-scale magical attacks similar to yesterday's, before the break of dawn. They're not coming. Yeah. However, despite everyone's vigilance, the anticipated attack never materialized, and soldiers stationed at the watchtower began to banter lightly. Furthermore, there was no movement from the enemy forces, and as the day progressed without incident, everyone began to think that perhaps this day would pass without any trouble. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the emergency bell echoing throughout the fortress city interrupted their thoughts. Upon hearing the bell, Kanzuya, who had been in communication with a lookout soldier via radio, inquired of Chitose beside him. What's happened? It seems that an aerial fleet and an airborne fortress have appeared in the rear airspace of the enemy forces. An aerial fleet and an airborne fortress? After hearing the report from Chitose, Kanzuya stepped outside from the command post to climb onto the fortress wall and verify the report. Meanwhile, in the sky fortress suddenly besieged by missile attacks, chaos erupted. The Royal Oak, Victory, St. Michael, St. Andrew, Prince, all sunk. Alos, Nakima, quick, flight incapacitated. Emergency landing imminent. Expanding damage to our fleet. Edge what? Our fleet is retreating. My lord Renya. What shall we do? As reports came in of escalating casualties within the aerial fleet and the fleet itself initiating retreat even before receiving orders, Imperial soldiers under Renya's command sought his decision. Why are there missiles in this world? Could it be? Damn it. We haven't heard of any trippers besides us. However, Renya seemed oblivious to his subordinates' voices, shouting loudly in his own agitation. My lord Renya? Your orders. Oh no. While wasting precious time, multiple missiles struck the magical barrier. The explosion's shock rattled the sky fortress. Anyone who dares to obstruct me will be annihilated. Prepare the magic cannons for firing. With his blood boiling, rendering him incapable of calm judgment, Renya yelled amidst his rage, his face turning crimson as he spat while speaking. Am I Lord Renya? This is not permissible. To fire the magic cannons, the magic barrier must be disengaged. Otherwise, the enemy's attacks will silence. You all just need to shut up and do as I say. Buts don't mean a damn thing. This is an order. Get on with it. Understood. I said I didn't want to do this guy's dirty work. Though inwardly cursing the reckless order, the subordinate followed suit as instructed. As anticipated by the subordinate, the disappearance of the magic barrier left the sky fortress vulnerable and multiple missiles struck it. However, as all the missiles that hit were air-to-air, they only caused damage to the fortress's facilities without inflicting fatal harm. Yet, by sheer coincidence, a missile struck a room atop the sky fortress resembling a castle, near the command room where Renya happened to be. The blast blew out the room's walls, and the force of the explosion raged within. Eek! Miraculously unscathed, Renya paled at the sight of a human arm flying towards him in the blast, stumbling backward as he attempted to distance himself from it, shouting, Our retreat. We need to get out of here quickly. But if we retreat, the ground forces will. Enough. Who cares about those on the ground? Retreat takes precedence over everything. This is an order. The soldier, battered and bruised, yelled at by Renya, could do naught but comply, facilitating the retreat of the sky fortress. Consequently, the Imperial ground forces, previously demonstrating overwhelming presence, could only watch in dumbfounded disbelief as the fleet that had been showcasing dominance just minutes before hastily fled, leaving them no choice but to witness its escape. At that time, within the airborne fortress suddenly besieged by missile attacks, chaos ensued. Royal Oak, Victory, St. Michael, St. Andrew, Prince, sunk. Alos, Nakima, quick, flight disabled. Forced landing imminent. Allied fleet suffering casualties. Edge what? The Allied fleet is retreating. Lord Renya, what shall we do? Upon receiving reports that the aerial fleet began to retreat before the order was given due to the increasing damage, Imperial soldiers, Renya's subordinates, sought his judgment. Why do missiles exist in this world? Could it be? Damn it. We haven't heard of anyone else but us being trippers. However, seemingly oblivious to his subordinates' voices, Renya shouted loudly, seemingly in his own world. Lord Renya? Your orders. Oh no. While wasting precious time, several missiles hit the magical barrier. The airborne fortress trembled as explosions shook its structure. Anyone who dares to obstruct me will be eradicated. Prepare the magic cannons. Driven by anger, Renya, with his face flushed crimson, spat out his words furiously, unable to make calm judgments. Lord Renya? This is not acceptable. To fire the magic cannons, the magical barrier must be dispelled. Otherwise, the enemy's attacks will. Silence. You all should just shut up and listen to me. But nothing. This is an order. Get on with it. Understood. I said I didn't want this, carrying the burden of such a guy. Despite inwardly cursing the unreasonable order, The subordinate man moved as instructed. As expected by the subordinate man, the disappearance of the magical barrier left the airborne fortress vulnerable, and several missiles struck. However, since all the missiles that hit were air-to-air, they only damaged the fortress's facilities, failing to inflict fatal damage. Yet, by chance, a missile struck the room adjacent to the command room in the castle-like structure atop the airborne fortress where Rinya happened to be. The walls of the room blew out, and blasts swept through the interior. Eek! Miraculously unharmed, Rinya paled as he saw a human arm flying towards him in the blast, stumbling backward in an attempt to distance himself from it. We need to retreat. We must quickly get out of here. But if we retreat, the ground forces? Enough. We don't give a damn about those ground dwellers. Just retreat faster than anything. This is an order. The soldier, battered and bruised, shouted at by Rinya, had no choice but to evacuate the airborne fortress. As a result, the Imperial ground forces, which had displayed overwhelming presence just minutes ago, could only watch in stunned silence as the fleet that had dominated the skies hastily departed. Volume 02, Chapter 12. What is this? Am I dreaming? No, Karen-sama. I can scarcely believe it myself, but this spectacle is indeed real. Before the eyes of Karen and Maria, various weapons were converging upon the fortress city one after another. From the sky, MV-22 Ospreys and UH-60 Black Hawks landed near the fortress city, disgorging numerous soldiers. CH-47 Chinooks unloaded various military supplies crammed into their cargo bays, including M777 155mm howitzers, their ammunition, and personnel necessary for operating the guns, using the sling load system on the underside of the aircraft capable of hoisting payloads of up to 12.7 tons. Hovering overhead, ready to intimidate surrendered Imperial soldiers and swiftly neutralize any suspicious movements with its maximum firing rate of 100 rounds per second, was the A6 Killer Egg, equipped with two M134 miniguns, often referred to as painless guns, due to their ability to kill a human target before they could feel the pain of being hit, and two M261 launch pods containing dozens of Hydra 70 rockets. Then there was the MH-6 Little Bird carrying soldiers armed with Minimi light machine guns and M14 EBRs. High above these helicopters, F-22s patrolled vigilantly, still armed with missiles and machine guns in preparation for any enemy ambush. Furthermore, from the direction of the Forest of No Return, tanks and armored vehicles approached the fortress city, their rumbling causing the ground to shake and dust to rise. What in blazes is that? But it wasn't just Karen's group who stood speechless at this sight. Commander Zale Argus, leading the reinforcements from the Canary Kingdom that had arrived at the fortress city, was also taken aback by the sight of these weapons, even though he had seen many in his time, including the advanced air fleet, the pride of the Canary Kingdom, which had arrived ahead of the cavalry, and the aging but valiantly supporting forces. The 1st Division reinforcements have arrived. How is the 1st Division organized? Upon receiving the report of the reinforcements' arrival at the makeshift command post in the fortress city, Kanzuya directed a question at the soldier who brought the news. The main units include mechanized infantry regiments, artillery battalions, engineering regiments, and armored squadrons. I see. I would have liked to deploy more armored units, but there's no helping it. Even if we can summon 2,500 vehicles, we can't equip them all for direct combat. Aside from frontline equipment, there was still a shortage of vehicles, especially considering the need to deploy various specialized vehicles such as fuel trucks, ammunition carriers, heavy machinery, and fire trucks to bases and units. By the way, due to the shortage of vehicles this time, the artillery battalions, which should have been operating vehicles such as self-propelled guns, MLRS, and HIMARS, were not equipped with them. Instead, they were supplied with the relatively light M777 155mm howitzers, which are easier to transport. There are still relatively few that can be summoned. Well, their numbers and summonable quantity should increase after this battle, so we should manage somehow. Shall I check their abilities first? Summoning weapons. Weapons developed and manufactured up to 2013 can be summoned. Summonable quantity and unit organization. The current level is 60. Infantry, 60,000. 1 army. Artillery, 5,500. Vehicles, 5,500. Aircraft, 3,500. Ships, 2,500. Personnel required to operate artillery, vehicles, aircraft, and vessels are summoned together when summoning these weapons. Personnel for rear support, engineers, maintenance troops, communication troops, supply troops, medical troops, etc., are not included in infantry and can be summoned separately. Currently, the personnel available for rear support summoning are up to the scale of the Grand Army. There are no restrictions on summoning heavy weapons and firearms within the range that infantry can operate. Help, eh? Notes on abilities. Summoning is possible even without using the menu screen, using voice or thought. Once summoned, military supplies, resources, and facilities can be removed, but people, soldiers, cannot be removed. It is impossible to remove the bodies of deceased soldiers. Furthermore, it is not possible to summon the same individual who has died again. Summoning abilities cannot be used during combat. New rear support personnel are now capable of active self-defense combat. I wonder if these various changes are due to leveling up? Well, for now, I should finish the post-battle arrangements before thoroughly checking the changes. With that thought in mind, Kazuya sighed as he looked at the sheer number of Imperial soldiers who had surrendered. However, dealing with prisoners of war was going to be quite the challenge, and we seem to be short-handed. With the increased summoning capacity, perhaps I should summon additional units. Chitos, dispatch an Osprey for me. I'll summon additional units from an unseen location outside the fortress city, Kazuya commanded. Understood. I'll arrange it immediately, Chitos replied. With his increased level allowing for a higher summoning limit, Kazuya assigned the task of dealing with prisoners of war to units summoned from an unseen location outside the fortress city. Afterwards, seizing the opportunity, Kazuya hurriedly visited each base and summoned units, military supplies, and the like, before returning to the fortress city with his military preparedness in order. Upon confirming that the manpower shortage had been alleviated thanks to the arrival of reinforcements, Kazuya gathered senior officers from various departments at a field base surrounded by barbed wire and fences, with tents erected hastily by an engineer regiment near the fortress city, and convened a military council. As the council began, Chitos, serving as the moderator, read out the reports detailing the battle achievements. Firstly, regarding the results of this battle, thanks to the actions of the aerial squadron, approximately 50 enemy warships were shot down, with 12 of them crash landing. Consequently, they have been captured. It has been discovered that these captured warships are equipped with engines called Magi reactors, enabling flight. Hence, the engineering regiment is currently transporting these engines to the forward base for research. Furthermore, we have captured crew members alive, so we should be able to quickly understand the operation and maintenance methods of the Magi reactors. However, if we intend to utilize the Magi reactors ourselves, it would be advisable to receive technical assistance from the Kingdom of Canaria regarding the technology surrounding them. After flipping through the report, Chitos continued. Next, regarding the prisoners of war. Approximately 100,000 Imperial soldiers have surrendered. Additionally, about 8,000 of them are comprised of nuns and female soldiers. Furthermore, there are around 200 nobles from whom we might be able to demand ransom. Having concluded her report, Chitos took her seat, and Kazuya spoke up. Well then, regarding the matter of the Magi reactors, I would like to inquire with the technical division whether it is possible for us to retrofit the vessels in our possession with these reactors. Upon hearing Kazuya's question, the lieutenant colonel from the technical division responded. Yes, sir. It is believed to be possible. However, with only the 12 Magi reactors we've captured, it's likely that we'll only be able to lift ships of destroyer-class weight or lighter. Understood. In that case, please continue the analysis of the Magi reactors and investigate whether mass production is feasible. Roger that. Having given instructions to the lieutenant colonel from the technical division, Kazuya shifted the discussion to the next issue. Now, regarding the prisoners of war, does anyone have any good ideas? Unable to come up with a solution for what to do with the 100,000 prisoners, Kazuya scanned the faces of those present. It was then that Chitos raised her hand. Well then, Chitos, please share your thoughts. First transport the prisoners to the forward base, then gradually subject them to slavery, i.e. purchase subjugation collars from slave traders, and affix them to the captives to place them under our dominion, ensuring they cannot rebel, and then send them to the primary base. During peacetime, they will be engaged in the management and operation of agricultural lands. However, when wartime arrives, they will be armed with spears and ordered to charge at the enemy. They are essentially expendable pawns. Arming them with spears to charge instead of rifles, it's akin to treating them like Soviet soldiers. Indeed, for now, that should suffice for handling the prisoners. However, refrain from sending them to charge with spears. Utilize them without killing them, leveraging their labor rather than their lives. Understood. Agreeing with Kazuya's decision, Chitos nodded, prepared to move on to the next issue. However, at that moment, a A soldier from the guard rushed into the tent in a fluster. Sir, it's urgent. Commander. What's the matter? Sergeant Funasaka. Sergeant Funasaka. What about Sergeant Funasaka? Wait, but wasn't Sergeant Funasaka confirmed dead? You are aware of that, aren't you? The soldier, who had rushed in with a deeply alarmed expression, repeatedly uttered the name of Sergeant Funasaka, whose body was found in the corpse storage area after the Imperial Army surrendered, confirming his death. It was revealed through testimony from Imperial Army prisoners that even after being captured, Sergeant Funasaka caused various disturbances. Furthermore, it was discovered that Sergeant Funasaka was responsible for blowing up the stored gunpowder on the day the Imperial Army surrendered. That's because he has revived. What? Everyone inside the tent reacted with incredulous surprise to the report of Sergeant Funasaka's resurrection. Sergeant! Upon receiving the report of Sergeant Funasaka's revival, Kazuya hurriedly rushed to the infirmary where Sergeant Funasaka was being treated. Commander? In the infirmary, Sergeant Funasaka lay on a makeshift bed, wrapped in bandages from head to toe, resembling a mummy. Don't worry about that. I'll heal your injuries now. Saying so, Kazuya placed his hands on Sergeant Funasaka's body, activating his complete healing ability. Kazuya's hands faintly glowed, and Sergeant Funasaka's injuries rapidly healed. There, all good. Your injuries are healed, but just to be sure, take it easy for a while. Understood. Thank you, Commander. After healing Sergeant Funasaka's injuries, Kazuya indicated that he should rest for a while and then left the infirmary. Standing by the entrance, he instructed the medic who was waiting to transfer Sergeant Funasaka to the forward base depending on his condition. Having healed Sergeant Funasaka's injuries with his complete healing ability, Kazuya left the infirmary and was about to return to the tent where Chitose and the others were waiting. Please, please have mercy. Save this lady. Please. A desperate cry for help from a woman reached Kazuya's ears. What could have happened? Drawn by the anguished cry, Kazuya's steps naturally redirected. Hey, what's going on? Responding to the voice, Kazuya approached a soldier who stood still, gazing at something in the field hospital. Well, this dying woman? It's hard to tell from her appearance. The prisoners brought her here, pleading to save her. But even the medics said it's hopeless. Well, take a look. You'll see it's impossible. Wait, Commander? Why are you here? Finally realizing who he was speaking to, the soldier panicked, but Kazuya paid no heed and proceeded towards the group of grieving nuns. Oh my, this is dreadful. Looking down at the charred remains of something at the center of the encircling group of captured nuns, Kazuya couldn't help but utter his dismay. Commander, this area contains wounded enemy soldiers and prisoners. It's dangerous, so please return. Wait, Commander. Ignoring the soldier's warning, Kazuya approached the mass of charred flesh, where both arms and legs had disappeared from the roots, leaving the entire body burnt black. Please give me some space. I won't cause any trouble. With the nuns surrounding the mass of flesh moving aside, Kazuya once again gazed at the flesh before him. Despite having lost all limbs and being thoroughly roasted, the faint movement of the heart. It's astounding that this thing is still alive. Please, save Lady Sarija. I'll do what I can. While it would have been acceptable to leave the prisoner for dead, Kazuya, driven by both his innate disposition and a desire to test the limits of his partial understanding of complete healing abilities, decided to save the rolling mass of flesh before him. This is definitely a near-death state. It's going to drain quite a bit of magical energy. Shading his hand and activating his ability, Kazuya poured more magic into his body, fighting against the overwhelming fatigue. Then, limbs began sprouting from the regenerating mass of flesh, forming a human shape. Furthermore, the skin all over the body returned to its natural color, gaining moisture and elasticity, along with the regrowth of hair and body fur. An anomaly? Incredible. I'm exhausted. With the voices of admiration from the nuns and soldiers as background music, Kazuya, having finished activating his ability, stumbled backward and turned his gaze to the charred mass, only to find a stunningly beautiful girl lying there. Lady Sarija. Phew, I'm glad you're okay. Hey you there. Stop staring so much. I apologize. While addressing the nuns crowding around the girl who had returned from the brink of death and regained her former appearance, Kazuya brought down a hand chop on the head of a soldier who had been staring at the girl's naked body. Ah, Lady Sarija. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Oh, you're awake now. Here, put this on for the time being. With the complete healing ability having brought her back from the brink of death, Kazuya handed over a jacket to the girl. I was burned in the inferno. I should have died. Why am I alive? No, more importantly, what was that light? Taking the jacket from Kazuya with sleepy eyes, the girl checked her own body. It's all right, Lady Sarija. You were saved by the grace of Lord Rowan. Now, Lady Sarija, let us offer prayers of thanks to the gods. It was me who saved her, though. Well, it's useless to say anything to religious fanatics. Ignoring Kazuya's existence and contributions, the nuns continued their conversation. It was at that moment, as Kazuya turned his back and began to walk away, that something triggered the girl, causing her to burst into a mocking laughter. Tea Thanksgiving prayers? Ahaha, ahahaha. As if something had struck a chord, the girl erupted into laughter that sounded mocking. Lady Sarija? The nuns, noticing that something was amiss with the girl, murmured in confusion, and one of them hesitantly asked, in the midst of that insane agony and the despair-filled darkness, to expect gratitude from me, who received no salvation or answers despite countless prayers, abandoned even by those who should have helped me? The girl spat out these words, then turned to Kazuya, her eyes burning with intensity. Oh, indeed. I can clearly feel it. With a gaze that seemed to emanate from behind Kazuya, the young woman narrowed her eyes and wore a countenance of bliss. Through the thin, narrowed slits of her eyelids, her eyes held a frighteningly intense emotion, coated with madness, conveying sentiments of affection and adoration. Those who have yet to recognize divinity before them shall serve as mere fools to false gods. I offer my body, my heart, my soul to the one who truly deserves worship and devotion. Using a large staff that lay beside her for support, the young woman rose unsteadily to her feet and staggered towards Kazuya, eventually leaping into his arms as if he were a pillar. I dedicate myself entirely to you, and will follow you wherever you may go. What is happening? Caught off guard by the confession-like declaration of the beautiful girl whom he inadvertently embraced, Kazuya could only stare in bewilderment. Might I have the honor of knowing your esteemed name? Yeah, my name is Nagato Kazuya. Nagato. Kazuya-sama. I am Sarisha Fitzlork. From this moment forth, as a devoted follower, I beseech you to accept my humble servitude. I implore you, please. Devoted follower? Hey, are you unconscious? With only the essential words spoken, Kazuya held the unconscious Sarisha in his arms, her innocent smile adorning her face, wondering what to do next in his perplexity. Volume 02, Chapter 13. The roar of engines echoed through the bustling forward operating base as aircraft departed one after another from the runway. In the command office of this noisy outpost, Kazuya found himself immersed in various tasks. It had been 5 days since they repelled the invasion of the Elza's magic empire. During that time, there had been a significant influx of prisoners requiring transportation and accommodation, as well as delays in meetings with Karen and others due to the time-consuming process of reorganizing the increased forces and structuring them as the military state of Parabellum. Master, I've sorted out the schedule for the meeting, said Chitos. Oh, sorry, Chitos. What time did you arrange? Kazuya inquired. It's set for noon 2 days from now. They seem to be busy with reconstruction work over there, Chitos replied. I see. Oh, and did you manage to get that report I requested? Yes, right here, she said, handing him the file. With the reorganization of ranks accompanying the restructuring of the organization from a military unit to a nation, Kazuya had been promoted from colonel to lieutenant general. He now held various titles within Parabellum, such as vice president and commander of the guard. Kazuya took the file from Chitos and began to review it immediately. As stated in the report, the renovation work on each vessel is progressing smoothly, Chitos informed him. So it seems, Kazuya acknowledged. At present, numerous plans were underway on Parabellum's mainland, the island where the first base was located. One of these included extensive renovations of the vessels. The renovation work primarily focused on vessels from the Second World War era. At Parabellum's naval dockyards, modernization renovations such as the installation of anti-aircraft weapons, radar systems, and even engine replacements were being carried out at a rapid pace around the clock. Furthermore, not only vessels but also outdated weapons owned by Parabellum were undergoing some form of modification or improvement. Now then, what's next? Kazuya wondered aloud. It's a meeting, Chitos reminded him. Another meeting? Kazuya sighed. It can't be helped. Many matters require your instructions or approval, master, Chitos explained. I know, Kazuya grumbled, but he pushed his tired body to move and, accompanied by Chitose, headed to the conference room. As Kazuya and Chitose entered the conference room, their subordinates all stood up and saluted. "We've been waiting for you, Your Excellency," and Chitose, "Your Excellency," one of them greeted. "Thank you." At ease, Kazuya and Chitose returned the salute and took their seats, and the briefing began promptly. Firstly, reconnaissance photographs captured by reconnaissance satellites and high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft, such as the State Route 71 Blackbird and unmanned reconnaissance aircraft RQ-1 Predator, are here, the Lieutenant General of the Information Department stated, displaying several images on the large monitor in the conference room. It appears that approximately 100,000 of the 200,000 troops that fled into Imperial territory are still scattered across 5 forts near the border, awaiting further orders. However, given the extent of the damage they suffered, it is unlikely that they will launch another invasion against the Canary Kingdom anytime soon. Furthermore, information from spies infiltrating the Imperial Army supports our assumptions, the Lieutenant General explained. In that case, we can leave them be for the time being, Kazuya pondered upon hearing the report from the Information Department. "Master, if we know the enemy's location, wouldn't it be advisable to eliminate them with strategic bombers such as the B-52? Chitose suggested. "It's not ideal to reveal too much of our hand. If they formulate countermeasures, it could be troublesome," Kazuya responded. "With all due respect, Master, I believe there is no need to worry about that considering the enemy's technological capabilities," Chitose countered. "Don't forget that the Elza's magic empire harbors that pretentious fool. Until we understand his abilities, it's best to proceed cautiously." "We're just cautious enough for now," Kazuya reminded her, causing Chitose to retract her statement with a hint of embarrassment. "My apologies, Master. I underestimated the situation," Chitose apologized. "No, it's fine. More importantly, I want to make it clear to everyone here. Even though our military strength is relatively solid now, we mustn't let our guard down. We don't know what the enemy will do, especially in a world where magic exists. There's a significant possibility that they will employ weapons or tactics beyond our expectations. Keep that in mind," Kazuya addressed the room. "Understood," came the unanimous response from everyone in the conference room, who then stood up, saluting Kazuya before dispersing. 2 days later, on the day of the meeting with Karen, Kazuya boarded the VH-60N Presidential Hawk, escorted by AH-64D Apache Longbow for protection, and headed towards the fortress city. Upon landing at the landing site set up by the 1st Division, a welcoming party from the fortress city awaited them. Escorted by the welcoming soldiers, Kazuya was immediately led to the room where Karen was waiting. Upon entering the guided room, Kazuya found not only Karen but also Count Zale Argus, who led the reinforcements from the Kingdom of Canaria, along with dozens of nobles, awaiting him. After Karen prompted Kazuya and his party to take their seats, the conversation began promptly after brief introductions on both sides. "Well then, shall we begin?" Karen, taking charge of the proceedings, spoke up. "Firstly, may I inquire as to who exactly Kazuya and his companions are? Could you enlighten us?" She continued. "Allow me to explain." Chitose spoke up to address the queries from Karen and Zale. We are. Karen echoed, urging Chitose to continue. "We are individuals belonging to the militaristic nation of Parabellum," Chitose stated. Upon hearing Colonel Chitose's words, Karen and Count Zale exchanged looks of surprise. Count Zale, wearing a perplexed expression, spoke up. "Forgive me, Colonel Chitose. We have never heard of a nation called Parabellum. That is to be expected. Parabellum appeared in this world only a few months ago," Chitose responded while distributing prepared documents, disregarding the murmurs of the nobles, and continued speaking according to the predetermined scenario. "In other words, our country, Parabellum, has transmigrated from another world to this one, much like wanderers." "Such a thing? A country of transmigrants? Unprecedented. Unbelievable. To appear in this world as an entire nation." While other nobles clamored, Karen, listening to Chitose's explanation mixed with lies, nodded in realization. "I knew it. There's no way they'd possess such powerful weapons in abundance without reason. So, Kazuya, what position do you hold in Parabellum? Perhaps a general?" Karen asked, her expression somewhat delighted. However, the room fell silent at Chitose's next words. "Your Excellency is the Supreme Chancellor. In other words, you are the King of Parabellum." The room fell silent, filled with a heavy atmosphere. Wait a moment. Kazuya, is what she said true? After about 5 minutes of silence, Karen, the first to recover, questioned Kazuya. Yes, it's true, Kazuya affirmed. Please, may we have a moment? No, excuse us? With Kazuya finally speaking up after remaining silent, the discussion was temporarily halted upon Karen's request. Well, if suddenly confronted with the king of another country, armed with powerful weapons, anyone would be taken aback. As Kazuya killed time in the waiting room guided by a young maid, pondering various thoughts, the discussion resumed. Forgive the numerous discourtesies thus far. No, don't worry about it. Just speak normally. However, upon entering the room, Kazuya saw Karen kneeling on the floor with her head bowed in respect. Feeling puzzled, he spoke up, urging Karen to stand up. All right, if that's what you desire, we shall proceed as such, Karen said as she stood up. But apart from Karen, no one else dared to move, remaining kneeling on the floor, fearing to incur Kazuya's displeasure. Nevertheless, I never expected you to be a king. No, a chancellor? Surprised? You have got to be kidding me. Surprised? That's an understatement. The conversation continued among Kazuya, Chitose, Karen, and Maria, the four remaining in the room. My Lady Karen, please calm down. Even though he is an acquaintance, Lord Nagato is the Chancellor of Parabellum, which possesses a powerful army. If he were to become displeased and send his troops stationed outside, we would all be doomed. Maria, in a flustered state, spoke with cold sweat trickling down her forehead, trying to calm Karen's words. Having witnessed the merciless attacks of the Parabellum army, equipped with overwhelmingly powerful weapons, against the Imperial army, Maria and the people on the Canaria Kingdom's side feared Kazuya. You're right. I let my emotions get the better of me for a moment. But it's okay. Nagato wouldn't do something like what Maria is concerned about. However, there is still a possibility of the worst-case scenario. Understood. I'll make sure to handle it properly. Please do. As Karen and Maria's hushed conversation ended, Kazuya interjected. Are we ready to continue? I'm sorry. Please go on. So, I'd like to formally visit the Canaria Kingdom. When would be convenient? We'll have to inquire with His Majesty to know for certain, so please wait a moment. Understood. Shall we send a messenger then? While awaiting a response, I could return to our homeland, Parabellum. I'll leave behind a liaison officer and a unit to guard the fortress city. Yes, that's fine. Indeed. Karen, would you like to come to Parabellum as well? Can I really go? Seeing Kazuya casually inviting Karen to Parabellum, and Karen's enthusiastic response, Kazuya decided to take Karen along to Parabellum. This is rather unnerving, isn't it? 2 days had passed since Karen learned of Kazuya's true identity. Seated inside the VH-60N Presidential Hawk, the helicopter bound for Parabellum, Karen murmured softly as she gazed out over the vast expanse of ocean stretching below. Well, it's only natural on your first flight. It's starting to come into view now. As Kazuya spoke, a small island, the militarized nation of Parabellum, appeared on the horizon, just as he had indicated. Hey, Kazuya, what's that? Karen pointed to the countless tiny specks floating on the sea's surface with a regular pattern. You'll see when we get closer, Kazuya replied cryptically, deliberately keeping Karen in suspense about the true nature of the specks. As the presidential hawk drew nearer to the specks, Karen finally discerned their true identity. No way. Kazuya, are those all ships? Correct. What you're seeing now are the vessels owned by Parabellum's Navy and Coastal Defense Force. Beneath Kazuya and Karen's gaze lay a multitude of various vessels, numbering close to 1,000, lined up neatly on the sea. Wait a moment. From this distance, they're that massive? How big are they? They're pretty huge. Want to land and see them up close? We can land? Yeah, we can. Although if they asked us to land on a submarine, that might be a bit tricky. Submarine? Oh, right, Karen wouldn't know. Well, submarines are essentially weapons that can submerge underwater. Karen struggled to imagine what submarines were like even after Kazuya's explanation. Submerge underwater. Some can stay submerged for up to 2 months. 2 months? How do they breathe? Karen was astonished to hear that submarines could remain submerged for such long periods. I don't think you'd understand even if I told you. Anyway, we're about to land. While Kazuya and Karen were conversing, the presidential hawk was preparing to land on one of the ships. As the presidential hawk descended in altitude and landed on a particular vessel, the door opened immediately, and Kazuya's party stepped out onto the deck. Welcome. It is indeed an honor to have you on board our vessel. His Excellency Nagato, His Excellency Chitose, and Duke Rotrek. Welcome aboard the USS Nimitz, the lead ship of the Nimitz-class aircraft carriers. I am Captain Harris, the commanding officer of this vessel. Please, this way. Upon stepping outside, they were greeted personally by the captain, but Karen was left breathless by the sheer enormity of the USS Nimitz. Meanwhile, as Karen's escort, who had arrived on 47 Chinooks, and the nobles who had been brought along as a show of Parabellum's power found themselves idle due to the already concluded battle, they gazed in astonishment, their jaws dropping as if unhinged. Volume 02, Chapter 14. What a vast expanse! Karen murmured as she walked cautiously step by step across the expansive flight deck of the Nimitz. Colonel Harris, overhearing her, proudly began to expound upon the specifications of the vessel. Indeed, this ship boasts a length of 333 meters, a width of 41 meters, with a full load displacement of over 100,000 tons. Its maximum speed reaches 30 knots, accommodating approximately 6,000 crew members, including pilots. With a capacity for up to 90 aircraft, it stands as a grand vessel, Colonel Harris boasted. Observing Karen and her companions frozen in astonishment at his explanation, Colonel Harris smiled as if to say he had expected this reaction, urging them forward eagerly to commence the tour of the Nimitz with delight. However, as their tour concluded swiftly due to the packed schedule ahead, Kazuya and his companions departed from the Nimitz promptly. Impressive, Karen breathed out involuntarily. As Kazuya and the others left the Nimitz and approached Parabellum's mainland, they were greeted by the sight of a vast military port boasting an expansive ground area. Dozens of transport ships were docked at the pier, while workers swarmed around vessels in dry docks, fervently showering sparks as they conducted renovation works. Passing over the military port, they entered Parabellum's urban area, where paved roads stretched out, flanked by modern buildings. Karen, eyes gleaming with childlike wonder at the sights before her, joyfully gazed around, then turned to Kazuya with a question. Hey, Kazuya, I've seen quite a few of those massive buildings, but what are they? With her gaze still fixed outside, Karen inquired. Those? Those are anti-aircraft gun turrets, Kazuya replied. Anti-aircraft gun turrets? Indeed. Those are reinforced concrete structures with upper gun emplacements protruding from the sides, equipped with Automalara 127mm guns. The turrets also house CIWS and RIM 116 RAM systems, serving as fortresses crucial to Parabellum's air defense network. Additionally, they serve as emergency shelters, although I suppose that's not very clear. Well, I understood that they're fortresses and can be used as shelters in emergencies, at least. My apologies for the poor explanation. Don't worry about it. Amid Karen's rapid-fire questions, Kazuya struggled to provide answers that she could comprehend, until President Hawk unexpectedly landed on the helipad atop the command headquarters, Parabellum's central hub, with a helicopter. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll leave you here. Vice Admiral Ibuki will guide you from now on, President Hawk announced as he disembarked. I see, understood, Karen replied with a somewhat forlorn expression upon hearing that they would part ways here. Kazuya bid farewell to Karen and, accompanied by Chitose, entered the command headquarters. While they worked through the accumulated tasks in the command headquarters office alongside Chitose, Kazuya suddenly remembered something. Come to think of it, did Colt Zara make it to the capital safely? Yes. According to the report, after the conclusion of the battle in the fortified city, she was escorted by about 5 guards and safely arrived in the capital. According to the guards who escorted her, Beretta cried tears of joy upon seeing her sister safe and sound. I see. That's good to hear. Despite listening to the conversation, Kazuya continued writing without pausing, engaged in conversation with Chitose. So, what's making you smile so happily, Chitose? Kazuya inquired, noticing Chitose's joyful smile in the midst of their conversation. Oh, it's nothing really, Chitose replied with a small smile, deflecting the question. How was your tour of Parabellum? Karen inquired as she and Kazuya returned to the command headquarters after inspecting various facilities within Parabellum, seated together for a meal. In a word, it was astonishing. I was astounded by everything I saw, Kazuya replied as they dined. Upon hearing Kazuya's thoughts on their homeland, Karen paused, her fork halting midair, as she reflected on each aspect of their visit. I'm glad you enjoyed it, she eventually responded. Yes, it was quite enjoyable. Come to think of it, the other nobles we brought along were so taken aback. Some were practically left speechless, Karen added, reminiscing. They were that surprised? Kazuya inquired. Yes, indeed. Utterly taken aback, Karen affirmed. After a leisurely meal and some banter, as they relaxed on the sofa with post-dinner tea, Karen set her cup down on the table and adjusted her posture before broaching a more serious topic. May I speak frankly? Of course, Kazuya agreed. Would you mind having the room cleared before we proceed? Karen requested politely. Ah, I see, Kazuya acknowledged. Following Karen's request, Kazuya glanced at his subordinates attending to their duties and signaled for them to leave the room, which they promptly did, save for one figure who remained standing behind Kazuya. Vice President Chitose, would you mind stepping out as well? You want me to leave you two alone, don't you? I cannot leave my master's side unless instructed otherwise, Vice President Chitose responded firmly. Even you must leave us alone at times. Even I have been too busy to be constantly by my master's side recently. Karen retorted, sensing an ominous tension building. Sweat formed on Kazuya's brow as he detected the escalating tension between the two. Why are sparks flying between them? Kazuya, could you also ask him to leave? Karen insisted. Is it really necessary to ask Chitose to leave? He's like a part of me. Kazuya hesitated. Upon being referred to as a part of Kazuya, Chitose trembled with delight, overwhelmed by the compliment. Yes, because it's something important. I want to talk alone with you. Karen stressed, met with a smug smile and condescending gaze from Chitose. Understood. Chitose, please wait outside, Kazuya instructed, to which Chitose obediently saluted before making his way to the door. However, even as Chitose exited the room, a silent conversation ensued between him and Karen, conveyed solely through their exchanged glances, brimming with intensity. If you had just left from the beginning, you wouldn't be here now. You stubborn wench. Your words mean nothing to me. After all, my master has acknowledged me as part of himself. How does that feel? You fox. Gore. Just leave already. I don't need to be told. I'll leave according to my master's orders. With a soft click as the door closed behind Chitose, Karen roughly finished her tea, setting the cup down with a clatter on the table. Is something the matter? Kazuya cautiously inquired, observing Karen's demeanor. It's nothing. Don't worry about it, Karen hastily dismissed, attempting to regain her composure. I see. Kazuya responded, startled by her sudden change in tone. After letting out a loud sigh, Karen spoke calmly, as if trying to make amends for her outburst. Let's get straight to the point. Regarding Parabellum, Kazuya, what are your intentions moving forward? Well, moving forward. Firstly, I plan to visit the Kingdom of Canaria. That's not what I meant. I'm talking about your future plans. It's a sorry state of affairs, but currently, the Kingdom of Canaria is holding off the Empire's invasion thanks to your army. If you withdraw your forces, the Empire will attack again. If that happens, we're done for. We'll be trampled by the Empire, left to die miserably. Even if we commit the entire Canarian army, we might last a year. No, perhaps half a year, at best. But the ultimate outcome remains unchanged. Well, the difference in military strength is considerable. It's bound to end up that way, Kazuya acknowledged. And it's you, isn't it, who eradicated the abnormal breeding grounds of monsters. I wonder what you're talking about. Hee, let's just leave it at that, Karen replied with a smile, brushing off Kazuya's feigned ignorance. Returning to the topic at hand, Kazuya, will you lend us your assistance in the Kingdom of Canaria? I haven't made a definitive decision yet, but I do intend to lend a hand. However, when it comes to war with the Empire, we'll stick to a defensive stance and provide rear support. Of course, if mercenaries come into play, that's a different story. I see. Just knowing that you'll lend a hand already puts my mind at ease, for now. Though it wasn't set in stone, Karen felt relieved knowing that Parabellum's assistance was likely. At the same time, she made a certain determination. Then, we must ensure that Kazuya's decision to assist the Kingdom of Canaria is solidified. As Karen stood up and gracefully took a seat beside Kazuya, exuding a seductive allure, Kazuya found himself perplexed by her words and actions. You said it yourself, didn't you? I haven't made a definitive decision yet, but I do intend to lend a hand, Karen reminded him. Ah, indeed, I did say that. To avoid being told at the last moment that you won't lend a hand, I'll offer myself to you as a down payment for your assistance, Karen declared. Pardon? Without awaiting Kazuya's response, Karen slowly shed her gothic Lolita dress to the floor. Revealing her alluring figure adorned in black-themed, sheer lingerie, Karen exposed herself before Kazuya's eyes. Captivated by Karen's seductive lingerie, designed to incite a man's desire, Kazuya's gaze unwittingly fixated on her enticing form, causing Karen to blush with a mixture of delight and embarrassment. Silence permeated the room, thick with unspoken tension. Could you say something, please? Ah, it's beautiful. Finally snapped out of his reverie by Karen's voice. Kazuya's lips parted, words slipping out almost inadvertently. Ah. Karen blushed deeply at Kazuya's heartfelt words. No way. What are you saying, Karen? Hurry up and put your clothes on. Oh. As Kazuya finally began to gather his wits, Karen seized the opportunity, pushing him onto the sofa. Hush, and accept it quietly since I'm offering you my first time. But I want to do that kind of thing with someone I love. Do you seriously think I'm offering myself to you for the sake of the Canary Kingdom? Huh? I thought otherwise. Seeing Kazuya's bewildered expression, Karen sighed deeply. Sigh. You really are dense and clueless. It was impossible to expect you to understand my feelings. Fine. I'll make it clear once and for all. I like you. I love you. Do you understand? What? Straddling Kazuya, Karen grabbed his collar, their noses nearly touching as she realized the urgency of the situation, uncertain of when the next opportunity would arise. Despite the chaotic thoughts in her head, due to the circumstances of her first love, she resorted to bold measures to convey her feelings to Kazuya. What? Oh, I. As Kazuya comprehended Karen's words, his face gradually turned crimson. Stammering, he attempted to speak. Knock, knock, tremble. The sound of knocking at the door startled both Kazuya and Karen. Master, it's time. A faint voice echoed from beyond the thick door, and Kazuya, glancing at the clock, realized it was already past midnight. We're being interrupted. Our previous judgment, where we looked down upon them, was a grave mistake indeed. Although Maria had informed Queen Isabella in the nobility of the overwhelming strength of the Parabellum army in the battles at the fortified city, Queen Isabella and her courtiers, who had not witnessed the power of the modern weapons possessed by Parabellum, found it difficult to believe Maria's accounts. Moreover, due to the abstract and ambiguous nature of Maria's descriptions, Queen Isabella and her courtiers had assumed that Maria was overestimating the Parabellum army. Upon viewing the simple documents detailing Parabellum's territory and military strength that Maria had brought to the capital, Queen Isabella and her courtiers had hastily concluded that the Kingdom of Canaria held a superior position. Of course, there were nobles who, considering the fact that the Parabellum army had repelled the Imperial forces from the Kingdom of Canaria, argued that it was dangerous to underestimate Parabellum without detailed information. However, Queen Isabella and her courtiers, believing that the victory of a small nation with a small territory and only tens of thousands of citizens and troops over the Imperial forces was merely a result of multiple strokes of luck, turned pale upon hearing Karen's first-hand account of Parabellum's experiences and the fearsome power of modern weapons. The audience chamber buzzed with unease. If they are indeed as powerful a nation as His Grace suggests, then was our previous attitude not unwise? Yes, indeed. However, considering that we had to make judgments based solely on that scant information until we heard His Grace's account, it was unavoidable. As two nobles murmured amidst the unrest in the audience chamber, a corpulent noble nearby suddenly interjected loudly into the conversation. Such matters are irrelevant. If anything, we could simply kill that man while his guards are few, and be done with it. As the corpulent noble uttered these radical words, other nobles around hurriedly disavowed his statement. Do you dare to try it? We would be slaughtered by the soldiers he has brought with him. What nonsense! Haven't you heard His Grace's account? They are nothing more than wandering adventurers, without any special powers other than their leader's magic. There's no need to fear such incompetent fools. Moreover, can we allow these barbarians from a small nation from another world, who possess only a tiny territory that doesn't even reach half of our own, to swagger before us? The corpulent noble, whose pride was inflated and steeped in magical supremacy, addressed the surrounding nobles with his question. Have you truly listened to His Grace's account? It is true that they possess no special powers and only Nagato alone can wield magic, but they utilize powerful weapons and armaments created through the science. That is why the Empire, with its legions of powerful mages and soldiers, lost to them. If we couldn't even defeat the Empire, how could we hope to triumph over them? The conclusion must be that their victory over the Empire was simply a result of fortunate circumstances. If we were to kill that man and launch a sudden attack on Parabellum, we would surely emerge victorious. And how can you be so optimistic? Furthermore, even though we only know that Parabellum lies somewhere beyond the vast sea, where would we launch our attack? Would we examine each of the numerous islands floating in the sea to locate their country? Moreover, Haven't you understood from His Grace's account that the Parabellum army's victory over the Imperial forces was not due to luck? Well, the audience chamber was filled with the nobles' heated arguments as they each unfolded their own theories and opinions. Silence. Queen Isabella's voice rang out, instantly quelling the room into silence. Karen, I have a question for you. As someone who has witnessed the lands of Parabellum. Yes, Your Majesty. If by some chance we were to engage in a conflict with Parabellum, do you believe we could emerge victorious? Regrettably, Your Majesty, I must assert that victory over Parabellum would be impossible. As murmurs erupted among the nobles upon hearing Karen's words, she continued undeterred, producing something from her belongings. As for the reasons, the military and national strength of Parabellum is incomparable to ours. Other nobles who have seen Parabellum within the fortified city will attest to the same. Furthermore, please take a look at this. What is this? This is a gift from President Kazunaga. Queen Isabella's eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at the two white objects handed to her by Karen. Is this salt? No, it can't be salt this pure, without impurities mixed in. And what is this smooth wrapping? As Your Majesty surmises, that is indeed salt. The other item is sugar. The wrapping is apparently called vinyl. I can hardly believe it. As Karen signaled to the guards, a large quantity of salt and sugar wrapped in vinyl was brought into the audience chamber, causing murmurs of surprise among the nobles who beheld it. These are part of the items sent as a token of goodwill from President Kazunaga. It is said to include 10 tons of salt, 10 tons of sugar, and approximately 20 tons of spices such as pepper and chili. So much. Queen Isabella, who had finally realized the stark difference in power between the Kingdom of Canaria and Parabellum, as evidenced by the lavish gift of salt and sugar, contemplated forming an alliance with Kanzuya. Other nobles, already engrossed in conversation, were now fixated on the salt and sugar piled before them. It is imperative that we form an alliance with President Kazunaga and Parabellum at all costs. As Queen Isabella quietly murmured her decision to ally with Kanzuya, a dissenting voice arose. Your Majesty, that would not be advisable. Prime Minister Lavin, the one who voiced dissent against Queen Isabella, rumored to wield even greater power than her and considered the shadow ruler of the country, was the elderly Prime Minister Lavin. If they possess a formidable military, they will undoubtedly seek territorial expansion and, Prime Minister Lavin, there is no need for such concerns. It was Karen who interrupted Prime Minister Lavin's objection to Queen Isabella's decision. What do you mean by there is no need for such concerns? Exactly as it sounds. If they intended to subjugate our country, they wouldn't bother exterminating abnormal monster breeding grounds or driving away the Imperial army to aid us. Wait a moment, Karen. Is it true that President Kazunaga exterminated the abnormal monster breeding grounds? As the audience chamber buzzed with the revelation Karen had just made, Queen Isabella interjected. It is true. So, we've been aided by President Kazunaga 3 times already. Yes. Furthermore, their ideology is reflected in their country's name. It means prepare for battle if you desire peace. Given their formidable military driven by the desire for peace, it seems unlikely they would incite new conflicts themselves. Upon hearing Karen's words, Prime Minister Lavin fell into pensive silence. As the nobles and knights all withdrew, leaving Queen Isabella and Karen alone in the audience chamber, the atmosphere shifted from the previous presence of the nobility to a higher level of confidentiality. Here, detailed reports were exchanged, accompanied by information of utmost secrecy. I.e., I've confirmed with President Nagato himself that Parabellum is willing to lend a hand to the Kingdom of Canaria, Karen reported. However, regarding any potential war with the Imperial army, they intend to focus solely on defensive actions and providing support from the rear. The exception being if migratory forces come into play. So then, if the Imperial army were to invade our kingdom again, Parabellum would fight alongside us. But if we were to advance into Imperial territory, they would only offer rear support unless migratory forces intervene. Is that correct? Queen Isabella sought clarification. Yes, precisely so. President Nagato harbors no desire for territorial expansion and abhors the idea of wasting soldiers needlessly, Karen affirmed. I see. Well done, Karen. Let us proceed with negotiations based on the information you've provided. Queen Isabella swiftly formulated her strategy for the upcoming meeting with Kanzuya. And what about you, Karen? Having solidified her plan, Queen Isabella's serious expression melted away, replaced by a gleeful smile as she addressed Karen. What about me, Your Majesty? I can see right through you. You know, you're too obvious in your feelings towards the president. It was evident from the moment I laid eyes on you, Queen Isabella remarked. Ah. Caught off guard by Queen Isabella's astuteness, Karen blushed furiously, pondering whether she had been so transparent. Well, what is it, Karen? Queen Isabella inquired, her gaze akin to that of a predator toying with its prey. Your Majesty, that's rather unfair. Karen shot Queen Isabella a reproachful look before relenting. I'm in love. Oh my. Even though she had elicited Karen's confession herself, Queen Isabella feigned surprise, teasing Karen as if she had just learned of it. Oh, Your Majesty, that's going too far. My apologies if I overstepped, dear. I didn't mean to tease you. Queen Isabella apologized sincerely. Then, with a fond look, she continued, well, there's no issue then, is there? After the meeting, I'll propose a match. No, a marriage between you and the President. What? Your Majesty, what are you suggesting? Normally, Iris would take on the role of strengthening the ties between our nations. However, you've assisted me in various ways, Karen, and I believe it's time for you to find happiness. It's imperative to solidify our alliance with Parabellum as firmly as possible now, and it seems President Nagato is already aware of Karen's significance, so it's quite fitting, isn't it? I appreciate your consideration, Your Majesty. Unaware of Queen Isabella's true intentions, Karen stared at her with a flushed face for a moment, then finally expressed her gratitude with a voice filled with joy. The negotiations for the alliance between Parabellum and the Kingdom of Canaria did not proceed as smoothly as expected. Ultimately, while an alliance was formed, the specifics of the treaty and agreements were left loosely defined, subject to modification or addition as deemed necessary. Entering into a military alliance under the guise of a non-aggression pact, it seems that those old fogies are particularly wary of us. Well, we must acknowledge our own fault in recklessly establishing a base within the territory of the Kingdom of Canaria, even if it was within the unreturnable forest, once infested by monsters. Those old fogies. The reason the alliance negotiations didn't go smoothly was solely due to Prime Minister Reiben. Despite Queen Isabella's post-facto authorization of the base construction at the beginning of the negotiations regarding whether Parabellum and the Kingdom of Canaria would form an alliance, Prime Minister Reiben, without Canaria's consent, proceeded to construct a base within their territory, using this as leverage to demand concessions from Kazuya and his companions, insisting on their sincerity and adding several treaties advantageous to themselves. Consequently, everyone on the Parabellum side was visibly agitated, especially Chitos, who, at the audience chamber and during this negotiation, was on the verge of exploding with anger, shaking with rage at the attitude of the Kingdom of Canaria towards them. Kazuya? Well, now that the alliance is established, I shall take my leave, Prime Minister Reiben said, disrupting the atmosphere, and despite the meeting not being over yet, he left the room with his sycophants. The soldiers of Parabellum watched him leave with eyes that could have pierced him like arrows. I apologize, President Nagato. Queen Isabella, unable to intervene in Prime Minister Reiben's arrogant behavior due to his overwhelming power, apologized to Kazuya immediately after Reiben left the room. It's not your fault, Queen Isabella. Please don't worry. Understanding to some extent the power struggles within the Kingdom of Canaria, Kazuya accepted Queen Isabella's apology. In the tense atmosphere of the room, Queen Isabella was pondering how to broach the topic of marriage with Karen later. At that moment, Iris suddenly entered the room. Behind her, the guards who had been standing in front of the room were pale and flustered. Iris? Why are you here? Wasn't it over yet, Mother? Queen Isabella expressed her surprise at Iris's sudden entrance, and her guards immediately erected a magical barrier. However, disregarding this, Iris went straight to Kazuya as if claiming her exclusive place and settled herself on his lap, snuggling up to him. As Queen Isabella and the nobles in the room watched in shock, Chitos clenched her fists, trembling with anger and jealousy. In the midst of this, Iris dropped a bombshell. That's right, Mother. I'm marrying my big brother. No. Iris, that conversation was supposed to be over earlier. Iris's bombshell announcement froze the room, and needless to say, the negotiations were abruptly interrupted. Volume 02, Chapter 17. Volume 02 completed. Therefore, I shall marry my brother. Iris. In a separate chamber from where the conference was taking place, Iris spoke to Queen Isabella as if throwing a tantrum. But Iris, you never know when your magic might go out of control, do you? What if your magic were to go awry, and something were to happen to President Nagato? As a precaution against the worst-case scenario, Queen Isabella, with a troubled expression, spoke as the magicians behind her erected magical barriers. It's all right. I've become better at controlling my magic, Iris proudly declared, puffing out her chest. Well, is that so? Queen Isabella, visibly surprised, glanced at Phyllis and Beretta standing behind Iris, seeking confirmation. Yes, Your Majesty. Indeed, the princess has become adept at controlling her magic. Is that true? But Iris, how did you learn to control your magic? I worked hard to marry my brother. When asked how she had learned to control her magic, Iris replied with an innocent smile. I see. This is troublesome. I've already mentioned it to Karen, and it wouldn't be right to marry off two important figures of the kingdom. No, perhaps it would be best to have them both married. As Queen Isabella pondered the merits and demerits of marrying Iris and Karen, the day after the conference, Kazuya was casually speaking such words in a chamber of the Canaria Kingdom's royal castle. Well, we have our own troubles to deal with here. Since the interrupted conference and the subsequent discussion with Queen Isabella about strengthening the alliance by marrying either Iris or Karen, or both, Chitosa's mood had been worse than ever before. And to make matters worse, while Kazuya was in the royal castle, astute nobles and wealthy merchants, eyeing an advantage, were trying to get their daughters and granddaughters to become Kazuya's concubines, and these girls were actively approaching Kazuya, further souring Chitosa's mood. Putting aside Chitosa's bad mood, later today, a dignitary from the neighboring country of the Demon Union would be coming to this room, and the commemorative party for the alliance between Parabellum and the Canaria Kingdom was scheduled for the evening. President, they have arrived. Understood. Let them in. A subordinate, who had been guarding the entrance, informed Kazuya that the dignitary from the Demon Union had arrived. Kazuya then instructed to let them in, and the door opened. Excuse me. Stepping into the room as if feeling apprehensive, the one who entered was a dwarf man, covered in fur and only as tall as a primary school child, but still a full-fledged adult. Please. Kazuya gestured for the dwarf man to sit, and the dwarf began his introduction. Nice to meet you. President Nagato, Lord Chitose. I am Marquis Gregor Oliver. Having introduced himself thus, Marquis Oliver began speaking urgently. I'm sorry to rush, but President Nagato, are you aware that the Imperial Army has invaded our country? Well, I am vaguely aware, but... I see. Well then, to the point, we would like to form an alliance with our country. In other words, you want us to send reinforcements? Yes, exactly. The thing is, our demon army has suffered immense damage from the new weapons developed by the Imperial Army, allowing them to invade our territory. There's no other way but to seek your assistance to drive back the Imperial Army. What are these new weapons? Seizing the opportunity when Kazuya showed interest, Marquis Oliver disclosed one important piece of information after another. Yes, there are two of these new weapons. One is the magic artillery, and the other is called an automaton. It seems there are some wandering individuals in the Empire, and one of them has created these for use against the demon and beast races. Wait a minute. Are you saying there are several wanderers in the Empire? Listening to Marquis Oliver's words, Kazuya learned for the first time that there were multiple wanderers in the Empire. As Kazuya silently listened and contemplated, Marquis Oliver continued his speech. In addition, our Demon King has been injured while fighting a wandering person claiming to be a hero, so the morale of our soldiers is declining. The Demon King? Ah, I see. Because he's the king of the demons, he's called the Demon King. While I'm speaking here, the Empire is massacring our brethren. Please lend us your strength. While perplexed by Marquis Oliver, who stood up from his chair and knelt before him, Kazuya replied. I can send troops to wipe out the Imperial Army from the Demon Union's territory, but... is that true? Yes, but if it's a full-scale deployment, it will take 1 to 2 months for the formation and movement of the troops. That's all right. Just having reinforcements from you will save us. I see. Also, I'd like to send some units ahead of the main force to gather detailed information about the enemy. Is that acceptable? I won't let anything happen that would disadvantage you. Red, green, and purple smoke rose from the trees, billowing in thick clouds as they signaled the enemy positions. Gluttony 01's pilot scanned the coordinates, a cold precision taking over as the mission entered its critical phase. The massive AC-130s began a slow banking turn, preparing to unleash hell from the skies. This is Gluttony 01. Targets sighted. Commencing close air support. Watch for stray rounds, the pilot warned over the radio. 8th Battalion here. We've cleared the area. Let it rain. With clearance from the ground, the AC-130s opened up with the full might of their armament. The 105mm howitzer roared first, sending an explosive round into the heart of the Imperial position. The round detonated with earth-shattering force, engulfing enemy soldiers in a storm of flames and debris. The once hidden outpost was ripped asunder, leaving nothing but smoldering wreckage in its wake. Next came the rhythmic thunder of the 40mm Bofors autocannon. Two well-aimed shots struck a Magitech weapon, setting off a catastrophic explosion that leveled the surrounding fortifications. As the AC-130 circled for a second pass, the distinctive whirring of the 25mm GU-12 equalizer Gatling gun filled the air. It strafed the forest floor, mowing down everything in its path, including the fleeing Imperial soldiers who had been brave enough to resist. By the time Gluttony 01 and 02 completed their third pass, the Imperial outpost was reduced to ashes. What had once been a thick, vibrant forest was now a blackened wasteland, with no sign of life left to defend the enemy's position. This is the 8th Infantry Battalion. Enemy outpost and all hostiles confirmed destroyed. We are grateful for your support. Gluttony 01 and 02. Gluttony 01 copies. Ceasing close air support. Preparing to RTB. As the gunships began their return to Dale's base, the mission appeared complete. But just as the aircraft banked away from the ruined battlefield, a sudden alarm blared through the comms. Whoa, what the hell is that? A panicked voice from the 8th Infantry Battalion cut through the airwaves, catching the attention of Gluttony 01's pilot. Report. What's happening down there? The pilot demanded, his pulse quickening. The reply came not from the ground troops, but from the F-15E escort squadron. Call sign Bygas. Gluttony 01, this is Bygas leader. We have 5 Imperial warships and multiple Dragon Knights rising fast from below. Break. Break. The lead pilot of Gluttony 01 glanced downward. The trees parted as massive Imperial warships, concealed by cunning camouflage, launched skyward, accompanied by a squadron of dragon-riding knights. Their armor gleamed, catching the light as they soared with lethal intent. Damn it, we're at the wrong altitude. Full power. Get us out of here. Gluttony 01's pilot barked as he jammed the throttle forward. Full power. Climbing. The co-pilot echoed, as the AC-130 strained to gain altitude, its engines roaring in protest. Gluttony 01 to HQ. We've engaged enemy warships and Dragon Knights, requesting immediate reinforcements. I repeat, as the radio officer called for help, the AC-130 struggled to outclimb the rapidly approaching enemy. The warships, designed for air superiority, turned sharply and fled toward Imperial territory, but their Dragon Knight escorts had different plans. Unwilling to let the gunships escape, they dove, weapons drawn, in pursuit of Gluttony 01 and 02, intent on avenging their fallen comrades. As the Bygas squadron engaged in battle, the squadron leader's voice boomed across the comms. Bygas squadron, all weapons free. Forget the battleships for now. Prioritize taking down the Dragon Riders. Understood. Bygas 2, engaging. Roger that. Bygas 3, engaging. The Bygas squadron leapt into action, but the airspace above the battlefield was already teeming with chaos. 3 F-15E Strike Eagles, providing cover for an AC-130 gunship, quickly jettisoned their external fuel tanks, shedding weight to boost their agility. Their nose cones snapped toward the approaching Dragon Riders, weapons ready to unleash hell. However, the situation quickly spiraled into a close-quarters dogfight. The unexpected appearance of enemy battleships and Dragon Riders directly below them threw their plans into disarray. The Bygas squadron, though struggling with the sudden shift in engagement dynamics and relative speed differences, fought tooth and nail. Despite the chaotic skirmish, they succeeded in eliminating all the Dragon Riders without a single scratch to the AC-130 gunship they were protecting. Mission complete. Regroup on me. The squadron leader commanded. Roger, came the unified response. With the Dragon Riders eradicated, the Bygas squadron formed a trail formation, making their way to rendezvous with 2 AC-130 gunships, their mission objective in sight. Status on remaining ammo? The squadron leader queried over the comms. Bygas 2 here, cannon round 0, air-to-air missiles 0. Same here, Bygas 3 echoed. Cannon round 0, air-to-air missiles 0. How about you, Captain? I'm out too. The captain confirmed, though a note of satisfaction colored his voice. They had prioritized neutralizing the Dragon Riders, successfully defending the AC-130s, but they had expended all their ammunition in the process. The Imperial battleships, left untouched, were now retreating deeper into enemy territory. They're making a run for it, one of the pilots muttered. Yeah, But it seems like we managed to dodge the bullet for now, another responded, breathing a sigh of relief. The crew of Gluttony 01, overhearing the Bygas Squadron's conversation on the open channel, watched the retreating battleships with a sense of unease. What's the status on reinforcements? The captain of Gluttony 01 asked, his gaze still fixed on the horizon. Yes, sir. After informing command of the battleship's appearance, they promised to send reinforcements right away. However, I doubt they'll make it in time. By the time they arrive, the battleships will have already retreated deep into Imperial territory. Letting them escape like this really sticks in my craw, the captain muttered, glaring at the retreating vessels. His eyes darkened with an idea, one that glinted dangerously in his mind. Please don't do anything reckless, the co-pilot began, noticing the change in the captain's demeanor, but before he could finish, the captain interrupted. Screw it. Gluttony 01 and 02. Prepare to engage the enemy battleships in a long-range artillery battle. All crew, battle stations? The sudden declaration left the crew dumbfounded. What? We're seriously going to engage in an artillery duel in mid-air? With this bird? As the powerful drone of the engines filled the cabin, the crew couldn't hide their disbelief. Their helmets' comms crackled with astonished protests. Man, our captain's lost it. I guess Gluttony really lives up to its name. Always hungry for more action, one gunner quipped with a sardonic grin. Yeah, but I've never fought an artillery battle in the air before, another replied nervously. Well, congratulations, today's your first time. Not exactly something I wanted to check off my bucket list. Despite the grumbling and complaints, the crew swiftly moved to battle stations, preparing for the captain's daring maneuver. The interior of the AC-130 was a flurry of activity as they prepped their equipment, adrenaline charging the air. The crew knew it was madness, but they also knew they were about to do something unforgettable. The prospect of an aerial artillery battle, the sheer audacity of it, was something they could hardly believe. Yet, the unwavering resolve in their captain's voice left no room for doubt. They were about to face the enemy head-on, in the most unconventional battle they'd ever experienced. As the AC-130s roared forward, weapons primed and ready, the crew braced themselves for the impending clash, fully aware that this would either be their finest hour or their last. Captain, are we really going to do this? We're doing it. No more questions. The captain's voice carried an edge of finality, ignoring his co-pilot's attempt to reason. In fact, his defiance only hardened, his determination growing more stubborn with each passing second. All right, I understand.